My childhood friend is a color-crazy person who has had inappropriate thoughts about me since childhood. On the surface, she is the beloved campus goddess, but behind the scenes, she is a female hooligan who forcibly kisses me. If I resist, not only will I experience the whip of love, but I will also experience the pleasure of catching fish at night. In order to avoid being bullied by Qingmei, I deliberately enrolled in a university far away from home. I thought we would never have any intersection in the future. But I didn't expect Qingmei to also be at this school. Not only is she my senior sister, but also my landlord. When I was 8 years old, I met Lu Ruyan. She was 2 years older than me. Always cute and pretty since childhood. Extremely obedient and sensible in front of others. But only I knew that this girl had nothing to do with being obedient and sensible. She was a complete violent maniac and female demon. I will never forget when I was 8 years old. After school, Lu Ruyan blocked me in the alley, pressed me against the wall, snatched the lollipop from my mouth, stuffed it into her own mouth in front of me, and then cheekily pinched my tender face, saying, "Xiao Chen, don't tell your parents, or I'll break your legs." Then I saw with my own eyes as she took out a red brick from her backpack and split it in half with a slap. Do you know what kind of shadow that cast on an 8-year-old child? Since then, over 90% of my snacks have ended up in the mouth of this female demon, and the pocket money as well. When I was 10 years old, Lu Ruyan cornered me and kissed me once, then smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, I have done something that adults do to you now. When you grow up, you can only be good to me. If you don't get along with me, I will break your legs." When I graduated from elementary school, Lu Ruyan smiled and told me, "You must attend the same middle school as me. Otherwise I will still break your legs." So, I waited, and finally graduated from high school. By this time, Lu Ruyan had finished her junior year and was about to start her senior year. Every time Lu Ruyan came back for a break, she would find a way to torment me, but I refused to tell her which university I was attending. Just to avoid this female demon, I deliberately chose to attend Jiangzhou University, which is far away from home. But I never expected that Lu Ruyan, this female demon, would also be at Jiangzhou University, and she was even the campus beauty, the dream of 900 million young men. Thinking back to the miserable life of the past decade, my heart was pounding. I must not let this female demon know that I am at Jiangzhou University, otherwise she will torture me to death. So I decided to rent a house outside, and I won't come to school except for classes. This way, she shouldn't be able to find me, right? Half an hour later, the agent arrived. The agent was a 28 to 29-year-old sister. Took me to see the good house. Said she had contacted the landlord, who would come soon, and also said the landlord was a very beautiful girl. When I heard the word girl, I smiled too, thinking that it didn't matter if it was a girl, as long as it wasn't the female demon Lu Ruyan. I'll hide here in the future. Never go out if there's nothing urgent. I don't believe she can find me. 10 minutes passed quickly. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a graceful figure walked in. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The landlord is here." I immediately looked over, flashing a brilliant and handsome smile, about to greet. But as soon as I saw the person in front of me, the smile on my face instantly disappeared, replaced by deep fear. "Lu Ruyan, how could it be you?" Standing at the door, the landlord turned out to be the female demon Lu Ruyan that I most wanted to avoid. Lu Ruyan, however, seemed unsurprised at all, looking at me with a smile that could sweeten even the bees, but I couldn't help but shiver. He knew deeply that the sweeter the smile of this female demon, the bigger the trouble. "I'm not renting anymore. I'm not renting this house." I turned and ran outside, but just as I took a few steps, a hand grabbed my shoulder and held me in place. Lu Ruyan said to the agent, "Sis, there's nothing here. You can go back first. I'll give you the agency fee later." The agent pointed at me. "You and him, you two won't have any problems together, right?" Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. "This stinky little brother is my childhood sweetheart, and also my boyfriend. We had a little quarrel a few days ago and I haven't made up with him yet." The agent suddenly realized, "Oh, isn't this a coincidence? So you're a couple. It's normal to play around. Alright, I'll leave first." As soon as the agent left, Lu Ruyan closed the door behind her, her eyes fixed on me, showing a smile that could sweeten anyone, and gently said, "Xiao Chen, if you move again, I'll break your legs." I, who had been struggling fiercely, immediately stopped moving, looking pitifully at Lu Ruyan, on the verge of tears. If I violated the heavenly rules, I would let the heavenly soldiers and generals come to arrest me. Why did I have to encounter this female demon? Lu Ruyan reached out her fair and slender jade hand and placed it on my chest, pushing me against the wall with one hand. Then she wrapped her left arm around my waist, grabbed both of my hands with her right hand, lifted them up, pressed them against the wall above my head, and said with a commanding tone, "Open your mouth. I'm going to kiss you forcefully." I shrank my neck, looking pitiful and innocent, but also said skillfully, "Can you be gentler?" As soon as I said this, I felt a burning sensation on my face. He was a man. Yet he said such a thing to a stunning beauty. It would be strange if someone who didn't know the situation didn't laugh out loud. Lu Ruyan looked at my innocent, pitiful, handsome, and cute face, and her heart immediately started beating faster. Did this stinky little brother really have no idea about the power of his looks? This innocent and pitiful look was too tempting. Lu Ruyan excitedly licked her lips, and then bit down. I felt a wave of pain on my lips. Lin Lan was so violent that even the kisses were completely brutal in their advancement. How many times has this happened? And it still does. But he dared to be angry, and could only let Lin Lan claim it. Lin Lan attacked frantically for a few seconds before she suddenly frowned and looked at Xiao Chen unhappily. Xiao Chen immediately felt a murderous aura coming at him. "Brat! Still don't know the rules? Open your mouth for me," Xiao Chen said weakly. "Sister Lan Lan, can't, open up." Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Lan directly interrupted, domineering, without any room for discussion. Xiao Chen immediately shut up and obediently did as he was told. The next moment, he frowned. Ouch! Lin Lan, however, didn't pay any attention to his expression at all, and instead closed her eyes slightly, enjoying this beautiful image that had made her fantasize countless times. Finally, the door was knocked open by myself. "Stinky brother, you usually pay attention to your oral hygiene." Thinking about her 10 years of careful layout, and how hard it was to wait for this day, Lin Lan couldn't help but show a smile of success in her cunning plan at the corner of her mouth. "Actually, Lin Lan, am not from this world. 10 years ago I traveled inside a God of War novel I had read, and the Imperial girl me became an 8-year-old girl, and by chance I got the jade pendant of the original protagonist, the God of War." Then he dripped blood to recognize his master and received the inheritance that was originally supposed to belong to the God of War. Since then, I've crisscrossed the world, and at a young age, I've already left behind countless legends. The chief national medical sage who is rumored to be able to produce flesh and bones. That's me. That northern war god who suppressed the forces outside the country and reversed the balance of power is also me. There's also the legendary lord of the Island of Despair who suppressed the island that held countless powerful criminals. Or am I? In short, I am a god of medicine, a world-class martial artist, powerful and rich, but I'm tired of all that stuff, and I want nothing more than to chase down the book's second male, the super warm-hearted Xiao Chen. So, at 8 years old I found him, but he was too young, so I had to put him up first. Now he's 18. So I decided to launch a general offense, but this brat was always afraid of me, so I decided to live with him first, and then desensitize him with love. Only after a fierce attack did Lin Lan release Xiao Chen with satisfaction. Another jade hand reached out and squeezed his face. "Brat, great performance. So from today on, we're living together. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you from now on." Lin Lan patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said with a serious look. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately widened and he jumped up with a pang. "Living together? Sister Barbara, are you kidding? I'm just here to rent an apartment." Lin Lan nodded her head with a serious face. "But you're renting my house, ah. I have to live here as well. So what's the solution? I'm forced to live with you, ah." When she finished speaking, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Chen had no doubt that she was definitely doing this on purpose. She was just setting herself up, ah. The thought of cohabiting with this female devil, Xiao Chen's heart chilled. What kind of hell on earth life would that be? No. We must find a chance to escape. We must not fall into the hands of this demoness. But now we must stabilize this demoness first, or else if she finds out, then she won't be able to break my legs, ah. Stinky brother, are you trying to run away? Lin Lan narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen knew that the time to spell out his acting skills had arrived. Luckily, he had been bullied by this demoness since he was a child, and had long since practiced his pure acting skills in order to survive. He hastily shook his head and said with a pitiful and innocent look, "Sister Lan Lan, where would I dare?" Lin Lan was not happy. "Don't dare? So then, you're not living with me willingly? I'm a man who likes to hear the truth. So go ahead and tell me. I won't blame you." She reached over and picked up a glass from the table and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. With a sudden force, the glass shattered into pieces with a pop. Xiao Chen's throat knots rolled as he hurriedly said, I willingly live with Sister Lan Lan." Joke, this demoness could break a brick with her bare hands at the age of 8, and easily break a tree at the age of 10. When that white, tender little palm greeted his face, the tofu brains would have to fly out. Who would dare if not willingly? Lin Lan smiled with satisfaction. "Stinky brother, I like your untamed look. Be good, be obedient. Don't worry, live with me, the benefits will not be short of you. It's not like you don't know how good I am at taking care of people." "Sister, you forget. I took care of you for 3 days when your parents fostered you in my home when you were 10. Xiao Chen's face immediately turned green. When he was 10 years old, his parents did put him in foster care for a few days at Linlan's house because they had to go away. He clearly remembers that he was supposed to sleep alone in the small room that night, but Linlan forced him to sleep in her bed with her on the pretext that she was afraid that he wouldn't cover himself properly. And the result was that this little demoness rolled over in the middle of the night, rolled all the covers over him, and woke him up with a hard freeze. And what was even more odd was that when he reached down to pull the covers from Linlan, there were no covers on her either. The guy kicked the covers off the bed and curled up next to him shivering, his little face frozen red, and surprisingly he didn't even wake up. The next day, he had a cold and the doctor said to drink lots of hot water. It just so happened that the water was out that very day, but Linlan boiled a cup of hot water for him to drink. Just as he was moved, Linlan told him with a smile, "Little Tatsu, do you know where this water came from?" "I don't know. I scooped it out of the toilet." "Isn't that witty?" When it was time to take her pills, she took his pills over again and had to taste them first. As a result, she put the pill in her mouth and crunched a few bites, immediately shaking her head and spitting it out. "It's bitter. It's not good at all." Then she cupped his mouth open and shoved the pill she'd chewed into his mouth, making him swallow it. The list goes on. And now, the demoness calls it taking care. Xiao Chen felt sad when he thought of the days to come. Handsome as I am, I'm high-minded, living with the devil I live and die. Is it possible that I did a lot of evil in my past life and this is my destiny? Chapter 3, I'm the goddess of war. It's reasonable to be more horny, right? Xiao Chen was aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say anything. Linlan was overjoyed when she thought about her 10-year nurturing plan, and today she finally got her way. They say that to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. So now, I'm going to start capturing his stomach. Little Tatsu, just wait until you meet my raging love. Linlan revealed a sweet smile and reached out to pinch Xiao Chen's chin, lifting his face up. Little Tatsu, as a childhood friend and part-time schoolmate, from today onwards, I'm going to fulfill the obligations of a schoolmate. Hungry? Don't be afraid. School sister Mia, personally cook for you to eat. Just wait here obediently, but don't try to run away or else the older sister will be very angry and the consequences will be very serious. Xiao Chen's heart began to tremble again. A demoness cooking? If you want to kill me, just say so. Why do you have to make such excuses? When I was 12 years old, I was given the assignment at school to go home and learn how to cook for my family. As a result, the bastard made the food and secretly brought it to school for him to eat. And after he ate it, he had diarrhea for a day and was hospitalized for 3 days. The shadows remain to this day. How dare she have the nerve to talk about cooking and eating with her own hands? That, Lan's sister. Why don't I still do it? In order to avoid being poisoned by Linlan. After the age of 12, Xiao Chen had practiced his cooking skills diligently, and now he was already at the peak of the realm. But Linlan waved her hand. No need. Today you just wait obediently for me to throw in a feed. Cooking is such a simple thing. Genius like me. It's a snap. I'll make you 2 of my best dishes today. Just wait and marvel. Linlan looked confident, then walked to the kitchen, tied on her apron, and began to work on the big job. Xiao Chen sat outside, and soon heard a pop from inside. Obviously something broke. Sister Barbara. He was apprehensive and wanted to ask a question. It's okay. It's just a broken plate. It's not a big problem. Just wait for me. Linlan's magnificent voice came out. Just after that, there was another pop. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Sister Lan? It's fine. Just one broken bowl. Not a big deal. Another moment. It's okay. The egg fell on the floor. Just like this. Xiao Chen sat outside with a frightened heart and heard the banging inside for more than an hour. Eventually, Linlan, sweating profusely, walked out with 2 dishes. Sweat dampened her hair and clung to her pale neck, and the clothes on her body dampened slightly, making the front of her dress a little transparent. Her near-perfect figure, just like that, appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's heart pounded. I hadn't dared to take a closer look at the demoness before, but now that I have taken a closer look, it turns out, this demoness is really pretty. But Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his gaze again. My God, what was I thinking? This demoness wants to torture me to death. And I can't believe I think she's pretty. Am I getting the stegomorph syndrome? Xiao Chen hurriedly suppressed the thought within his heart. This thought was too dangerous. It's not okay to think about it. It's sinful to think about it. Little Tatsu, come and try some of my handiwork. I promise to impress you. Linlan placed the 2 dishes in front of Xiao Chen and served another bowl of rice. Then she cocked her head and looked at him with an expectant eye. Xiao Chen glanced at the 2 dishes on the table. A tomato scrambled egg and a spicy chicken. But can you explain how this egg is half black? And this spicy chicken? Why is it a little white in color? Holding the chopsticks. He froze and didn't dare to start. And the hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but shake a little. Linlan watched with bated breath, her heart excited all of a sudden. Look, 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 Stinky Brother is so moved he's trembling. The first step was a great success. Little Tatsu, I know you're touched, but you don't have to be about to burst into tears. Don't worry, I'll cook for you often in the future. You're so touched now, you won't be touched to death by me in the future. Linlan pulled Xiao Chen's hand and said with a serious look. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. And in the future? To eat often? It's over. Looks like this demoness is determined to torture me to death. We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well have a good time. Xiao Chen's heart was hardened, and he clamped a small piece of egg into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it with difficulty, resisting the urge to spit it out. He took another piece of spicy chicken and tasted it. Linlan immediately looked at him with glowing eyes. How is it? Is it good? Xiao Chen's face shivered. It's not good. Linlan's face changed with a brush. Humph. I prepared it with care. How could it not be delicious? Stinky Brother, you're pissing me off on purpose, aren't you? Xiao Chen was bitter. Then taste it yourself. Linlan, humph. Just taste it. I don't believe my cooking will still be bad. She snatched the chopsticks from Xiao Chen's hands and took a taste of the tomato scrambled eggs. The next second, a mouthful came out. WC. It's awful. What is it? It's fishy and salty. She chucked another piece of spicy chicken. And the next second, you spit it right out in one gulp. Raw. The meat is surprisingly still raw. Linlan climbed up and rushed headlong into the restroom, gargling away. Walking out of the restroom and seeing the innocent and pitiful little white mouse Xiao Chen, her pretty face immediately flushed a scarlet red. Ahem. Well, it's my second time after all, so it's only natural for me to make a few mistakes. You see, you haven't had diarrhea or been hospitalized yet. That means I've improved a lot relative to the year I was 12. Don't you think? Xiao Chen, it's good that you're happy. It's better if I do it. Helplessly, Xiao Chen could only get up and walk towards the kitchen. Linlan resentfully followed him and saw Xiao Chen clean up the kitchen, then picked up a knife and skillfully and quickly started cutting vegetables. The seriousness of it instantly made her look dumbfounded. I really did not see wrong. This guy is a natural warm boy handsome. This serious look is so delicious. She had an urge to go up and pounce on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen twisted his head and turned his face in shock. Sister Barbara, you don't want to eat people, do you? Linlan hemmed and hawed. Where? Xiao Chen, then what are you drooling at me for? Looking at the shiny things at the corners of Linlan's mouth, Xiao Chen's heart was bitter. Sure enough, this demoness just wants to lock me up and do perverted things to me. It's a real hammer. Linlan touched the corner of her mouth, her face reddening even more. Drooling at the thought of men? It looks a bit perverted, but you can't blame me. Who made him look so good himself? I'm a female god of war. It's reasonable to be a little more colorful, right? Smacking her lips, Linlan turned and walked into the bedroom, taking a small notebook and a pen out. Only the cover of the little book had a crooked line, Love Notebook. The level of lettering is so high that it's definitely not below second grade. Turn to the first page and write the time in the same crooked font as on the cover. After thinking for a moment, Linlan quickly wrote a few lines on it. Today was the first day of the official raiders of Little Tatsu, and Little Tatsu was willingly forced to be kissed by me. I made scrambled eggs with tomatoes and diced chicken with chili for Tiny Tatsu, and aside from breaking 5 plates and 8 bowls, 3 eggs and 2 spatulas while doing so, the whole thing went very smoothly. There are few downsides to tomato eggs except that they are a little salty, fishy, scrambled, not a great color, and don't taste good. The spicy diced chicken was good in every way except that the chicken wasn't rinsed well. The meat wasn't fried. I forgot to salt it. It tasted awful, and the color was awful. Little Tatsu was impressed with my cooking. Come on, let's fire up tomorrow too. Chapter 4, Sister, if you want to eat, I'll feed you. Closing the diary, Linlan contentedly hid it in a drawer. This is a diary of my love affair with little Tatsuya. When I look back at it later when I'm old, little Tatsuya will be touched to death. She thought this in her mind. Arashi-san, it's time to eat. Not long after, Xiao Chen's voice came from outside. Linlan jumped and walked out, and saw that 4 dishes had already been set on the table. Eggs with tomato, diced chicken with chili, shredded pork with fish, stir-fried bok choy, and a tofu soup. The scent had already burrowed into her nostrils before she could even start, drawing her stomach in firmly. After picking up the chopsticks and taking a taste, both of Linlan's eyes immediately lit up. This is too delicious, blah blah blah. I'm sure he's got a knack for it. Within a short time, Linlan winded up finishing off a bowl of rice. Putting the empty bowl in front of Xiao Chen, Dama said, Little Chen Chen, serve the rice. Xiao Chen looked at the grains of rice that Lin Lan had stuck to the corners of her mouth because she was picking at them too quickly and couldn't help but reach out and pinch them off for her. I've told you many times, don't eat so fast. It's bad for your stomach. It's not like anyone's taking it from you. You eat it so fast every time. When Lin Lan went back from her college vacation, she would definitely go to his house to dine with him, so he knew Lin Lan's eating virtues very well. Lin Lan laughed. What's the point of blaming me? Your own cooking is too delicious, and you won't allow me to eat more and eat faster? Stop it. Serve the food and wrinkle, beat, you ow. Looking at Lin Lan, whose cheeks were bulging from being stuffed with meat, he couldn't even speak clearly. Xiao Chen suddenly felt that Sister Lan Lan actually had cute moments, but soon he pushed the thought down. Faked? This must have been faked by the demoness in order to get me to let my guard down and then strike at me. How could she be nice to me? She broke the legs of 3 thugs when she was 10 years old. I didn't bat an eye. Hold on, Xiao Chen. We can't fall for her trick. Xiao Chen lowered his head, determined not to look at Lin Lan again. Lin Lan was eating beautifully when she suddenly saw Xiao Chen lower his head and could not help but frown. Little Tatsu, why don't you look at me? Don't I look good? She's the dream of 900 million teenagers, and this stinky brother doesn't even love looking at her? Spoiled. Xiao Chen looked up with a stupid, dumb look. Ha? Sister Lan Lan, I'm eating. Lin Lan, does eating conflict with seeing me? Xiao Chen was speechless. Oh, doesn't seem to conflict. Then why don't you watch me eat? I command you. Watch me eat. Xiao Chen was tempted to object, but he immediately put back the words that were on his lips. I'm a 7-foot man. How can I talk to a little woman? It'll be a joke. Forget it. Let's spare her for today. It's not because I can't beat her. Xiao Chen carried his rice bowl and looked at Lin Lan while eating. Lin Lan was satisfied and smiled cheekily. Her big eyes curved like 2 crescent moons, full of sweetness. For a moment, Xiao Chen had an illusion. Arashi-san looks as if she's really quite sweet. Unable to help it, he stole one more glance. It just so happened that Lin Lan happened to have a crooked head kill looking towards him, and the 2 pairs of eyes met. Xiao Chen immediately felt his heartbeat accelerate and hastily withdrew his gaze. Lin Lan came up to his eyes at once. Little Tatsu, peeking at your sister? Xiao Chen blushed and stammered. Which? You're the one who told me to look alright. Lin Lan, I asked you to look at it openly, but you sneak around. What? Do you have some ulterior motives for me? Xiao Chen, nonsense. I don't have any ulterior motives for you. I think it's you who have ulterior motives for me. Lin Lan's eyes lit up and she blinked, nodding her head one at a time. Ah yes. I just have an ulterior motive for you. And since you know all about it, why don't we just get raw today? Don't be shy. If there's anything you don't know how to do, I'll teach you well. Ha. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's bad smile and hastily shrank back. This guy. It's also too blunt. Watching Xiao Chen shrink back with a red face, Lin Lan felt a burst of triumph in her heart. This stinky brother. He's a real tease. But he was also really cute when he blushed. Xiao Chen didn't dare to speak again and silently dried his rice. And it wasn't long before there was only the last piece of spicy chicken left. He silently picked it up and was about to feed it into his mouth when suddenly Lin Lan's chopstick stopped him and precisely snatched the meat from his hand. Little Tatsu, want some? Lin Lan cocked her head at him. Xiao Chen nodded. Lin Lan extended her chopsticks in front of her. If you want to eat, I'll feed you. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. Conspiracy. This demoness must be up to something. I'm not falling for it. Forget it. I'm not eating. You eat. Lin Lan skimmed her mouth. No talent. You don't even dare to eat a piece of meat. Xiao Chen was unconvinced. Am I afraid to eat it? I'm afraid that you're plotting and scheming alright. Lin Lan, doesn't that mean you don't dare? No talent. Xiao Chen felt like he was being provoked. It's just a piece of meat. What do I not dare to eat? With a heartbeat, he took a bite at the piece of meat. But at this moment, Lin Lan quickly removed her chopsticks and a face met Xiao Chen and came up. Before Xiao Chen could react, he had already kissed Lin Lan's lips. The soft touch came, and after freezing for 2 seconds, Xiao Chen immediately shrunk back. I knew it. This demoness must have a plot. Lin Lan, on the other hand, revealed a look of great surprise. No way, little Chen. You even forcefully kissed me. Then you have to be responsible for me. Xiao Chen reddened. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who came up on your own. Lin Lan, what proof do you have that I put it together? Xiao Chen, then what proof do you have that I kissed you? Without proof, I can deny it. Lin Lan revealed a bad smile, stood up, walked over to a nearby vase, and reached inside the greenery to take out a cell phone. I put my cell phone ahead of time, and I've got all the footage from earlier, so don't you dare deny it. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Sure enough, this guy just didn't have good intentions. She wouldn't want to threaten herself with this thing, would she? That must be it. This devil woman will do anything to torture herself. Linlan watched the video and laughed with delight. The camera was focused on the side of her and Xiao Chen's faces, and the picture taken from this angle was perfect. She immediately took a screenshot and said, "I've decided. I'm going to use this picture as my cell phone wallpaper from now on. Little Tatsu, you're going to use this picture as wallpaper too. I'll send it to you. Set it up." Xiao Chen quickly received the picture and clicked on it. He couldn't help but look dumbfounded as well. Linlan at this angle is sweet to the core, and really is the kind of person who can make people's hearts flutter just by looking at her. He's also very handsome, and the two put together are a match made in heaven any way you look at it. The perfect couple, it seems, would be fine if Sister Erasure wasn't such a big devil. Xiao Chen felt some sudden inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Chapter 5, Look, Don't Drool. Well, little Tatsu, now I have proof that you actively kissed me. Yo, don't blame me for the hot hand if you don't recognize it. Linlan looked at Xiao Chen with a wicked look on her face. Xiao Chen wanted to retort, but he didn't know how to speak. This guy even arranged a cell phone recording video in advance. He has a mouth to defend. The video is in her hands, and she's still not just editing it. Humph, a demoness is a demoness, and she really doesn't have a good heart. After eating, Xiao Chen silently collected the dishes again and took them to the kitchen to wash them. Linlan put both her hands behind her back and flung them around, and kept lying in the kitchen doorway watching Xiao Chen wash the dishes. Xiao Chen pretended to be invisible at first, but he couldn't stand it after a while. Staring back at her, she said, "Arashi-san, can you stop looking at me all the time?" Linlan reasoned, "If you don't let people look at you even though you're good looking, are you being reasonable?" Xiao Chen, "How am I being unreasonable?" Linlan, "So tell me, are you good looking?" Xiao Chen nodded. "There's really no way to argue with that." Linlan added, "Then isn't it reasonable for good-looking people to want to be seen by others?" Xiao Chen could still only nod. Anyone who looks good wants to look good, right? Linlan, isn't that right? You're good-looking and it makes sense that people who are good-looking would want to see this thing. Then the same reasoning is reasonable. I see you as reasonable. What's wrong with that? Xiao Chen, there doesn't seem to be a problem. But then there was always a feeling that something was wrong somewhere. Okay, let's say you have a point. But just look and don't drool, okay? Linlan wiped the corners of her mouth, her pretty face slightly red. Nonsense, I'm not drooling. Xiao Chen walked over and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. So what do you say? What is it? Linlan looked at the shiny liquid on Xiao Chen's fingers and blushed even more, but still said with a straight face, "It's not saliva anyway." Xiao Chen, ironclad evidence. How dare you refute it? Linlan stretched her neck. I'm not refuting. I'm sophistry. Xiao Chen, okay, I admit I can't pick it up. What can I say when sophistry is so refreshingly easy? Xiao Chen looked at Linlan, who couldn't speak even if he had a reason, and was speechless for a while, so he could only continue to wash the dishes. It wasn't long before the bowls were finished, and Linlan reached out and wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck, dragging him to the sofa with a smile on her face. Little Tatsu, come watch TV together. I'll watch your favorite show with you. Linlan made a lot of preparations and learned a lot about relationship methods before she started her official strategy. For example, the method of grabbing a man's stomach. It failed, but it didn't work. No, despite the failure, I'm making progress. At least little Tatsu is not even in the hospital yet. The progress is so huge. On top of that, she's learned a way to spend time with someone she likes doing what he likes. There's nothing else to do at home, so watching TV is certainly the most convenient. Xiao Chen looked at Linlan curiously. Sister Lanlan, do you know what kind of drama I like to watch? Linlan looked like she knew what was going on. That's for sure. Don't you just love to see that little pig in red? Xiao Chen's face slightly reddened. Sister Lanlan actually knows that I like to watch Porky Pig? That's unexpected, but it seems also a bit humiliating for an 18-year-old boy to watch Porky Pig and let a girl know about it. Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Linlan's heart blossomed. Fortunately, she had inquired to Xiao Chen's parents in advance. It was simply foolproof. So she turned on the TV and a little pink piggy jumped out. Hi everyone, I'm Paige. This is my brother George. And this is my dad. Xiao Chen looked at the little pink pig with a cylindrical face that popped up on the screen and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of salt vapor. What are you up to? This is for 3-year-olds, okay? How could I possibly enjoy watching this? Linlan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Uncle Shaw said you like to look at little pigs in red. Isn't this it? Xiao Chen blushed. The pig I like to look at is the one wearing red. But not all pigs wearing red are the one I like to look at. Linlan froze for a moment. It's over. That's the only pig in red I know of. Or I asked the kindergartners next door about it. Not good. Touching an intellectual blind spot. Don't panic. Lin Lan, don't panic when things go wrong. Send a friend first. Ugh. First, you must be calm and think of a way to remedy the situation. If you are calm enough, there must be a way to remedy the situation. Lin Lan took a deep breath and revealed a sweet smile as she reached out and gently pushed on Xiao Chen's chest. Petulant voice said, a small Chen. Is I accidentally mistaken? Well, you do not get angry with the school sister, okay? If you're angry, Okage will be upset. You don't want to see your schoolmate upset either, do you? Xiao Chen's heart surged wildly, and he subconsciously clasped his hands and stepped back a bit. This little day school sister, calm down for a moment. Lin Lan immediately pounced on him again, hugged his shoulders, and said earnestly and sweetly, then tell me which pig you like to watch, and I'll watch it with you, okay? Go ahead. I'd like to know too. Xiao Chen's heart is more afraid. This guy is not holding back any perverted tricks. That must be it, or else for no reason at all. Why would she be so petulant? We can't let her get a hold of us at this time, or there will be no good consequences. So, he immediately flipped out a picture of Inuyasha and handed it to Lin Lan. That's what I'm looking at. Arashi-san. Lin Lan looked at Inuyasha and immediately looked as if he had come to a realization. Oh, so you're talking about this pig? You said earlier, I know. Only then did Xiao Chen take a breather. He's a transformer, isn't he? But in the next second, another sentence came out from Lin Lan, and Xiao Chen almost didn't have a heart attack. Lin Lan realized that Xiao Chen's face didn't look right and immediately added, not Transformers? Then it's Ultraman? Armored Warriors? Gourds? Blah, 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 blah. Xiao Chen's face became more and more ugly, and in the end, he couldn't help it and stood up angrily, saying, Sister Lan Lan, his name is Gigi Bone, Piggy Man. Lin Lan froze for a moment. Is this still a double male lead? Xiao Chen, is there a possibility that Gigi Bone is piggyback? What with the dual male lead? I see. She's doing this on purpose. She's trying to piss me off in this way. Tricks, indeed, are all conspiracies. I told you, this demoness was raised to dance with knives and sticks. How could she watch TV with someone? That's the kind of mental attack she uses to torture me. Chapter 6 thought she was sniveling, but turned out to be a kissing liar. Xiao Chen couldn't take it anymore and grunted in exasperation. Arashi-san, I'll never watch TV with you again. Trickery, all trickery. Now that I've recognized her ruse, I shouldn't fall for it again. Watching TV and all that, never again. Xiao Chen stood up and turned his back, leaving a backdrop for Lin Lan. Lin Lan tilted her head, looked at the TV, then at Xiao Chen's back, and thought about the pig he had just shown her. Heads are going to explode. It's too hard. This question is too hard. Can you blame me? I can't. Your childhood was busy watching the big windmill. Squeaking, 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 squeaking. Here's the scenery are really nice. Instead, my childhood was spent trying to become stronger, to become the war god of the north, to become the chief national medical sage, to become the lord of the island of despair. Where would you have peace in the world without me? I'm now returning to my hometown, and I'm also trying to rip off you brats. How dare you blame me? Thinking this way, Lin Lan suddenly felt aggrieved. Mouth agape. Tears snapped. He also grunted and turned around, turning his back to Xiao Chen and ignoring him. Xiao Chen was wondering what other tactics this female devil would use to torture him. Suddenly, he heard Lin Lan seem to be sobbing. What's going on? She's crying? Why? I didn't mess with her. She's the one who keeps mispronouncing my boyfriend's name. Okay, but it seems like she's really crying. No, trick. This must be her trick. If I turn around I'll lose. But, it's like she's really crying. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth. Forget it. Shenanigans are shenanigans. You can't watch a girl cry and still ignore it. He turned over to see Lin Lan skimming and rubbing her eyes. That pearly look was pathetic. Really crying? When Xiao Chen saw her like this, the anger in his heart subsided and he hurriedly walked over. Sister Barbara, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Lin Lan, however, shook her shoulders and cried. I don't want you to care. Mud Sakai. Xiao Chen was filled with confusion as he scratched his head and said, Sister Lan Lan, I didn't mess with you either. Lin Lan tilted her head to look at him, sobbing while rubbing her eyes with her small white fists. One felt more aggravated. The fact that this guy still doesn't know why is just infuriating. This thought made him feel even more sad, and he cried out directly with a wow. Xiao Chen's mind was all blank at once. The CPU was burning with smoke, and he didn't know exactly where he had messed with this female devil. He panicked, hurriedly hugging the demoness. He drew out a tissue and wiped her tears. Sister Lan Lan, Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm wrong alright, Lin Lan said while crying. Where did you go wrong? Xiao Chen froze for a moment. Yeah, what's wrong with me? How do I know what I'm doing wrong? Seeing Xiao Chen freeze, Lin Lan cried louder. Xiao Chen had his hands full, wiping his tears and coaxing him in his arms. Okay, Arashi-san, don't cry. Don't cry. I was wrong everywhere. I shouldn't have watched Porky Pig. I shouldn't have let the rebuttal get to you. I shouldn't have made you angry. Just stop crying for a second. Okay, if you keep crying, I'm going to fall apart. Seeing Xiao Chen's hands in a frenzy, Lin Lan suddenly felt a little funny again. This stinking brother. He's so nervous and says he doesn't care about me. What a lie. She huffed and puffed a bit, stopped crying loudly, looked at Xiao Chen, and said with a pitiful look, Then you comfort me a bit. Xiao Chen, I'm not being comforting. Heaven and earth are good. Lin Lan, what kind of comfort is this? You have to give practical action. Xiao Chen scratched his head. Then, what is meant by practical action? Lin Lan suddenly raised her head and stretched out a scallion light-like finger, tapping her left cheek. You give me a kiss here. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Sister Barbara, can you change? Woohoo! Lin Lan opened her mouth to cry. Xiao Chen's head was spinning. Kiss 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 kiss. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Xiao Chen cupped Lin Lan's face and kissed her with a mouthful. Full of collagen. Soft and delicate. There's also a faint scent drilling into your nostrils. Xiao Chen felt his heartbeat accelerate and his face instantly turned half red. The teardrops that still hung on Lin Lan's face were still there, and she nodded her right cheek again. A kiss here too. Xiao Chen had no choice but to take another bite. Lin Lan nodded her cherry lips again. Here too. Xiao Chen felt like his blood was about to ignite. What does this devil woman want? He hesitated a bit, but then he saw the corners of Lin Lan's mouth turn back and he looked like he was about to cry out again. Immediately, he didn't dare to hesitate. His head came forward and kissed him gently. Very gently, as if he was afraid of kissing her in pain. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen's bright and flashing eyes with some panic near his eyes and suddenly burst out laughing. Stinky brother, too cute blah. Xiao Chen was about to step back, but Lin Lan suddenly reached out and held his head. Then came a blistering attack. It was several minutes before the party was released. Lin Lan wiped the tear stains on his face and gave a hefty smile as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Little Tatsu, this time the performance made me very satisfied, and you have to keep up the good work in the future as well. Xiao Chen touched his lips, which were still a little sore, and looked at Lin Lan's smiling face. Suddenly for a moment he felt that he had lost a lot of money. I thought she was being a crybaby, but she turned out to be a kiss liar. Sure enough, the demoness was just full of intrigue and tricks, and she fell for another one of her tricks. Okay, I'm not going to tease you. Let's watch Porky Pig now. The plotting and scheming also succeeded. Lin Lan cheerfully forcefully pressed, Xiao Chen to sit down, and then cast the screen Porky Pig and accompanied him to watch it. After several good episodes in a row, Lin Lan had to admit that the stuff was really a bit on the nose. It may be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it's just right for college students. After reading it, Lin Lan stretched her back and revealed a lazy expression. Xiao Chen sat next to her and saw Lin Lan stretching out her hands, and with her stretching motion, her exquisite figure was immediately highlighted perfectly by the clothes. The small waist that was in a firm grip, the white and delicate shoulders, and the neck and ears that were so white that they seemed to be glowing. It's totally growing to his aesthetic, combined with the lazy look on her face. It was indeed too sweet and pretty. Why did such a good-looking girl have to be a demoness who could slap a slate at the age of 8? Little Tatsu, I'm going to take a bath. How about it? Do you want to join me? Lin Lan stood up and looked at Xiao Chen in a bad way. Xiao Chen hastily twisted his head. I don't care. Lin Lan watched him blush and smiled delicately. Not rare? Humph. Schoolteacher has ways to make you rare. She stretched again, then walked to the bathroom. It didn't take long for the sound of clattering water to rise, revealing a luscious shadow on the frosted glass. Xiao Chen glanced at it and immediately pulled his gaze back again. Can't look. She must have a camera somewhere. If I look, there'll be evidence left behind. In the bathroom, Lin Lan stood on her tiptoes and leaned over the glass to look out. It was discovered that Xiao Chen was actually playing with his phone with his head down, not even glancing her way. It was a moment of annoyance. He doesn't even want to look at me? I'm a little cooking genius and invincibly explosive. Beautiful and cute beauty, and he doesn't even want to peek at me when I'm taking a bath? So angry. With a grind of her baby tiger teeth, Lin Lan bit her lip. Outside, Xiao Chen felt as if a cold air was coming from the bathroom side. Chapter 7, Bring me a towel. No good. Xiao Chen's heart thumped and he raised his head as a bad feeling surged through his heart. He had been bullied by Lin Lan since he was a child and had long since summarized a set of rules. This icy breath was one of them. Every time Lin Lan was angry, he could feel this aura emanating from her. It's just like the killing aura inside movies and novels. But he did not understand. He was wrong again how to make this female devil angry again It's true. You can't guess what's in a girl's mind. In the bathroom, Lin Lan huffed and puffed, glancing down at her body. It was clearly a perfect body, good blah blah blah. Why didn't he want to look at it? Humph. With such a good body in front of you, I don't believe you'll be able to hold back. On the first day, you can be unmoved, but on the 10th day, you can be unmoved. But I don't believe that if you can endure the first day, you can still endure the 15th. Lin Lan ground her small tiger teeth, thinking indignantly in her heart. It wasn't long before the water died down and the wash was done. Tiny Tatsu, I forgot my bath towel. Get me a towel. Lin Lan's icy voice came out. Xiao Chen secretly said that it was not good. This female devil seemed to be really angry. He hurriedly stood up. That, Lan's sister. Where is the bath towel? Lin Lan, it's in my room. Second bedroom on the left. In the closet. Xiao Chen immediately opened the room, and a faint scent hit his face. The room was neat and tidy, but the decor was all in warm colors like orange and yellow, which gave it a very cozy look. Is this Arashi-san's boudoir? It's quite beautiful, Xiao Chen thought in his heart. He opened the cabinet and saw a closet full of clothes. Long skirts, short skirts, safety pants, bras, everything. Seeing the wide array of things, Xiao Chen felt as if he had opened the door to a new world all of a sudden, and a face immediately turned red. Arashi-san, I swear to God I didn't mean to look. He found a washcloth as fast as he could and hurried outside the bathroom. Arashi-san, I'll leave the bath towel at the door, so get it yourself. Just as the words were finished, the door suddenly opened. A jade hand reached out. Give it to me. Xiao Chen was standing at the entrance of the bathroom, and as long as he raised his head, he could definitely see the scenery inside. This demoness even opened the door directly. Isn't he really afraid I'll see it? No, this must be her test. She'd have gouged my eyes out if I'd looked up. Can't be fooled. Ever. Xiao Chen lowered his head and handed over the bath towel, then turned his head and walked away. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen, who turned around and left without hesitation, and was so angry that her small tiger teeth were grinding off. He. And he didn't hesitate to leave so dryly? I'm standing in front of my invincible exploding pretty, giant, cute, beautiful girl, and he doesn't even want to look at her? Do I annoy him that much? Lin Lan bit her lip as her murderous aura grew exponentially. Xiao Chen felt that icy aura and panicked and puzzled in his heart. I didn't peek either. Why is she still so angry? This female devil, she really doesn't follow the rules. Stop. In the next second, Lin Lan's voice with a murderous aura rang out, and Xiao Chen immediately stood still. Lin Lan ground her baby tiger teeth and looked at Xiao Chen. Turn around. Look up. Look at me, or I'll break your legs. Xiao Chen was bitter in his heart, but he couldn't resist, so he obediently turned around and looked up at Lin Lan. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The demoness had wrapped the towel around her body. It was rather long and she wrapped it around her chest and through her armpits, while the hem went all the way over her hips and covered her thighs. But even then, her body still looked beautiful. Her beautiful collarbone with her pale shoulders and neck, along with the water droplets that hadn't dried yet, made her look beautiful. Hibiscus does not yet describe her beauty. The two long legs below were even longer and straighter, white like holy light. Xiao Chen was slightly dazed after taking a look at it. This look of Arashi-san is indeed so beautiful. Lin Lan, however, was cold and took 3 steps forward, reaching out and cupping his chin, lifting his face up. Stinky brother, why didn't you look at me just now? Xiao Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Sister Lan Lan, you weren't even wearing any clothes just now, so how can I look? Lin Lan reasoned, who says you can't look at me if I'm not wearing clothes? Xiao Chen stared at him with wide eyes and a head full of questions. Abba? Realizing that her words were indeed a bit too roguish, Lin Lan's pretty face was slightly red, but she still had a fierce look on her face. I mean, am I not pretty enough for you to look at? Say, why don't you look? Xiao Chen weakly shrunk his neck. Sister Lan Lan, I don't dare to look. Lin Lan, why are you afraid to look? Xiao Chen suddenly had a bright idea and his acting skills exploded as he said with a serious look, because Sister Lan Lan is so beautiful. I'm afraid that I'll lose my soul if I accidentally look at her. Lin Lan whole grinding her tiger teeth and wanting to eat someone. When she heard his words, she immediately had her heart blossomed again. This stinky brother has been telling the truth since he was a kid. That I know. In that case, forgive him. Lin Lan coughed dryly and added, since it looks good, I'll let you see enough, okay? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's bad smile and suddenly developed an unpleasant premonition. Sister Barbara, you want to do, before the word what could be uttered, He saw Lin Lan grab the bath towel tied under her shoulders with one hand. Then with a hard tug, the towel came apart and was ripped off. Ah ha ha ha. Xiao Chen let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously stepped back, but Lin Lan pulled his hand. But in the next instant, he could see clearly. It turned out that Lin Lan was also wearing a white halter-top little nightgown underneath her bath towel, and there were lace-trimmed fluffy little pajama pants underneath as well. He immediately let out a sigh of relief, then glared at Lin Lan and said in a good-natured manner, "Sister Lan Lan, can you not toy with me like this?" Looking at Xiao Chen's angry and anxious appearance, Lin Lan laughed loudly and leaned forward. "Little Tatsu, you're too timid, aren't you? I'm not even afraid of what you're afraid of. It's not like you're losing out by letting you watch. You're in such a hurry." Xiao Chen stared at her without any good humor. "Are you really not understanding yourself at all?" He remembers very clearly that when he was 15 years old, one day after school, Lin Lan was grabbing his snacks when he came across some street skaters. The street sneaks came up and said they'd take her to the grove to see the goldfish, and the demoness agreed with an air of tenderness. As a result, in less than a minute, he heard a miserable scream. It was later learned that those street skaters had their little birds kicked off. "Tell me, if it were you, would you dare to look at it? You're too big and you need a reduction surgery." Ha! Looking at Lin Lan's splendid appearance, Xiao Chen held his red face for half a day and stifled a sentence. It wouldn't be a matter of taking a loss or not taking a loss. Mainly, protecting animals is everyone's responsibility. Chapter 8. It's too late to explain. Get in the car. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen's righteous look. It's everyone's responsibility to protect animals? What the hell is this? Is there any context? But soon she understood what Xiao Chen meant, and couldn't help but glance down at the bottom of his belly, immediately laughing even louder. "Stinky brother, who did you learn that from? Oily." Xiao Chen twisted his face. "I'm not being oily, it's the truth. If you laugh again, I'm going to run away from home and I'm going to jump from here. Lin Lan, it's the second floor here. You won't die if you jump, but your legs will definitely be injured and you won't be able to run away then. I'm going to tie you to the bed and you tell me, what's going to happen?" Xiao Chen immediately froze. "Ha! Sister Lan Lan, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. You're so gentle and kind. How could you possibly do something that only a vicious female match would do? I do believe in your character." When he finished speaking, Xiao Chen's heart was just a little bit ashamed. "I can't believe I'm saying such a disobedient thing. My damn. Nowhere to go, desire to live. Okay, I'm not a small-minded person, so I won't bother with you. Brat, go take a shower. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your body. As your landlord, I'm responsible for your body." Lin Lan patted Xiao Chen's face and said in a tone of a big sister lecturing her little brother. Xiao Chen couldn't wait to get out of her sight in a hurry. As long as he was out of her sight, he would be one more point of safety. Grabbing the clothes and pants he was going to change into, he dove into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, after coming out of the shower, Xiao Chen had changed into a clean t-shirt with a pair of shorts underneath. The whole thing looks clean, with a clean, lovely, handsome face. Lin Lan twisted her head to look, and all of a sudden felt her heart beat faster. "You look so handsome after a bath, don't you? Sister Barbara, don't look at me like that. I'm scared," Xiao Chen said weakly, as if a wolf had seen a lamb. Lin Lan heatedly smiled and waved at him. "Come here, little Tatsu. Afraid to drop, don't." Xiao Chen walked over, and Lin Lan immediately hugged him around the waist and pressed him onto her lap. One hand slipped extremely unobtrusively through the opening underneath the t-shirt. "Arashi-san." Xiao Chen tried to grab her hand, but where could he stop her perverted strength? It was of no help. Lin Lan's eyes immediately lit up when she reached her hand in. "This silhouette. Stinky brother, you still have abs? Six-pack? That's a lot of joy." She had also been afraid that Xiao Chen's body wasn't very good, and that she would have to make up for it more in the future. Xiao Chen said without a trace of anger. "I exercise regularly, all right." He did exercise regularly, from before he was 8 years old, because he had always had a dream that one day he would be able to pin Lin Lan to the ground and bully her for a while like she had bullied him. But as time went on, he realized that no matter how hard he worked out, he couldn't beat a single finger of Lin Lan. But over time, he developed a good habit of consistent exercise. Small abs, waistline, all the same. His body didn't look like one of those big, muscular ones, but one of those well-proportioned, streamlined ones that girls would love to see. Touching the mouth-watering muscle lines, Lin Lan felt like her entire body was floating. One couldn't help it, and sipped on Xiao Chen's neck with a mouthful of force. "Arashi-san, it hurts." Xiao Chen patted Lin Lan's face, and only then did Lin Lan let go, and when she looked down, she saw a small red strawberry appear where she had just placed her mouth. "No way. That much strength?" Xiao Chen touched his neck. not wanting to be nibbled by this female devil again, and hurriedly stood up. Arashi-san. It's late. Go to bed. With that, he headed for his bedroom. But just as he reached the door, Linlon grabbed him by the shoulders. Arashi-san. Is there anything else? He looked back at Linlon. Linlon smiled brightly. It's fine. Nothing. What are you grabbing me for? Linlon, didn't you say you were sleeping? I saw that you went to the wrong door, so of course I had to pull you off. Xiao Chen looked at the door to his room, puzzled. That's right. I'm this room. Linlon narrowed her eyes and curved them into two pretty little crescents. Nonsense. That's not your room. This side is your room. Xiao Chen looked at the room behind her. Sister Lan, this is your room. Ah. Linlon looked very serious. We are living together. My room is not your room. Come on, do not explain. Get in the car. Without any further ado, Linlon grabbed Xiao Chen and dragged him into his room. You're kidding. I haven't even had my fill of it yet. I can let you go like this. Xiao Chen didn't have any strength to resist at all, and had already been thrown onto the bed by her. Then he saw Linlon make a flying leap onto the bed, and in the next second, both of his legs were already wrapped around his waist from behind. At the same time, there were also two jade hands that reached over quite dishonestly. Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. Female hooligan. Ah. Linlon hugged Xiao Chen, her hands dancing on his abs and pecs, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a satisfied anti-smile. Not bad. Nice touch. In her heart's excitement, the strength in her legs and hands involuntarily increased. Xiao Chen felt a huge force pressing down, and his back fit very closely with Linlan's body. But the softness coming from behind didn't diminish again in the slightest because of the closeness of the two of them. In an instant, Xiao Chen's neck along with his face became hot. This demoness. Does she even know what she's doing? She's seducing someone into committing a crime. Arashi-san. Will you stop that? Xiao Chen felt himself breathing a little faster and hurriedly grabbed her hand, trying to stabilize his breath, and said. Linlon, however, was not willing to stop, and with a gentle shake, she shook Xiao Chen's hand away. Why shouldn't I? We're all adults. What's wrong with touching? Justified. Xiao Chen, I'm not comfortable when you're like this. Linlon, that's your problem. You figure out how to get over it. Xiao Chen. Damn it, could you be any more bossy? Seeing that Xiao Chen was speechless, Linlon however smiled even more and raised her head to his ear, saying charmingly, look little Chen, you can't resist anyway, so why don't you just lie down obediently and let me do whatever I want? It's better to enjoy yourself than to struggle uselessly, don't you think? Xiao Chen gave her a breathless look. Arashi-san, have you always been such a rogue? Linlon shook her head. Nonsense, don't you know me well enough? How could I have always been such a rogue? I've always been much more of a rogue than this. Chapter 9, No. You'll be killed if you kiss me. I've always been much more of a rogue than this. Linlon said in a serious manner. Xiao Chen's eyes stiffened on the spot, itching to give himself a big mouth. What kind of virtue did this demoness have? Didn't she know herself? To ask this kind of question. It's really asking for it. Linlon smiled cheekily. She did look like a female hooligan in front of Xiao Chen, and she was very hooligan. But she knew herself that she was never such a rogue when it came to other men. And just as in everyone else's eyes, she was all good, sweet, good girl, but one always likes to be original in front of this stinky brother. But can you blame me? I can't. Who told him to be handsome and warm himself, and had to grow to my aesthetic point? Ah, even if I'm a hooligan, it was his looks and temperament that first seduced me. What's wrong with me? Every time I think of this, Linlon feels that even though he is a hooligan, he is also a hooligan. So he is also extraordinarily justified. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, knowing that although Linlan's words were roguish, he really couldn't resist this female rogue. He could only pray that this female rascal would have mercy and just bully him a little less, at least save his dog's life. So, he simply didn't move, letting Linlon greedily swim around on him like a fish. It was just that after a long time, he felt a bit uncomfortable with his body being pressurized, so he moved slightly and adjusted his body. As a result, Linlon was unhappy and said in a very unpleasant manner, Don't move. I'm drawing a line along the muscle lines on your body. You're moving so much that I don't know where I'm drawing the line. Xiao Chen was speechless. Drawing lines along my muscle lines? Could you be any more boring? Of course, he didn't dare say that. Sister Barbara, I don't want to, but it's not comfortable to be in one action for a long time. Linlon popped him in the head. That's your body's problem. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Chen argued. Would I be physically uncomfortable if you didn't hold me so tightly? Linlon, that means you're not physically fit. Ah, you don't go through my hugs. That's still your problem. Xiao Chen, with that perverted strength of yours, a cow could be hugged to death by you alright. Linlon, then why don't you just make yourself harder than a cow? You can't reach it yourself and you're blaming me? Xiao Chen, Sister Barbara, can you be reasonable? Lin Lan heatedly laughed, looked up and pinched his face and twisted it around, staring into his eyes and said, I'm being a hooligan with you, but you're being reasonable with me? Do you think that rogues listen to reason? Xiao Chen was speechless for a moment. You can't fight, and you can't talk your way out of it. Did I make a big mess in my last life? In this life, I have to meet this female devil. It was a full half hour before Lin Lan's hands subsided. At this time, Xiao Chen clearly felt some dryness in his body. Sister Lan Lan, do you feel a little hot? Lin Lan thought to herself, where is this a little hot? It's obviously hot, okay? The reason she stopped wasn't that she didn't want to, it was because the heat was too much for her. As a god of war, she had deep power, so she was supposed to be unafraid of the cold and the heat. But the fire in my heart can't be extinguished without fearing the cold and the heat. Keep it up and it's gonna be a wipeout. Xiao Chen's words were right on the mark, and she immediately said, turn on the air conditioner if it's hot. Live with me, I can still treat you badly. The air conditioner was on and cranked up to 20 degrees. After a few minutes, Lin Lan gradually felt better from the dryness of her body. The air dropped and she pulled another air-conditioned comforter over her. Xiao Chen touched the quilt, remembering the experience of being rolled away from the quilt by this female devil when he was a child, hardening himself to freeze and catch a cold. Couldn't he help but ask weakly, Sister Lan Lan, you, 1T roll the quilt and kick the quilt now, right? Lin Lan had a straight face. How can that be? I'm so old. How can I still kick the quilt? Just sleep in peace. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Xiao Chen didn't object. Just silently grabbed a corner of the quilt and pressed it underneath himself. Just like this. Xiao Chen hugged the quilt and Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen, and quickly fell asleep. It was not known for how long, but Xiao Chen felt a chill and opened his eyes violently. One touch on the body and the covers were all gone. Turning his head, Lin Lan had already let go of him and rolled over, assuming an unruly and twisted position sleeping on the bed. The quilt, meanwhile, had been caught between her legs as she rolled over. On him, there's nothing left at all. Thinking about my silent act of pressing the covers, it wasn't a press of loneliness. The air conditioning at 20 degrees is pretty cool too, alright. He reached out silently, trying to go and tug the covers over a little, but just as he touched a corner, suddenly Lin Lan's calf bounced and kicked the quilt on his body. He just watched as the quilt that had arrived flew to the floor, and Lin Lan, the one who started it all, didn't have a bit of quilt left on her. Instead, she was still sleeping like a pig, biting a finger and smacking her lips. Because of the twisted sleeping position, the clothes on her waist were also lifted up, revealing her small waist that was white and surplus, as well as her waistline. The little pajama pants underneath were also pulled up a bit, revealing milky thighs. Because she grew up afraid of the dark, Lin Lan has always had the habit of sleeping with a nightlight on. Therefore, her current appearance was clearly seen by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan, who was sleeping in a strange position but was extraordinarily charming and beautiful than usual, and suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate. Sister Barbara, it's really pretty. Looking at her cherry lips as she bit her finger, he had a sudden urge. No, Xiao Chen. If you dare to kiss on it, you'll be killed. You still have parents to filial piety. You still have to become a socialist successor. Cannot start a business before halfway and then collapse in the middle of the road. Forcibly resisting the urge, Xiao Chen got up, picked up the quilt, and covered Lin Lan again. Then he pressed himself against Lin Lan again, pulling the covers over himself. The air conditioner was turned up a bit more, which led to closing his eyes and going back to sleep. This time he directly pressed the entire quilt underneath himself, not believing that this female devil could still snatch it. As a result, after another unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen once again felt a coolness. When I opened my eyes, the covers were gone from my body. Twisting his head, Lin Lan's calf popped and the quilt flew out. Xiao Chen, dog, how many years has it been? You haven't changed a bit. How in the world have you survived all these years? Thinking of the way Lin Lan patted her chest and said in a serious manner, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Xiao Chen felt so angry that he was going to spit out blood. Damn Lin Lan. I don't share the same fate as you. Lin Lan was woken up by the sound and opened her eyes in a daze to look at Xiao Chen with a stupid, dumb look. Eating a ground chuck? Where? Chapter 10. Don't worry about what I do. Lin Lan smacked his lips and looked at Xiao Chen with two confused eyes. Xiao Chen clearly saw an appetite in her eyes. This guy, the eating attribute really hasn't decreased at all. From the time she snatched her one lollipop when she was 8 years old. Over the years, the damn foodie temperament held steady and never let go. Xiao Chen was helpless and speechless. Jesus Christ, tell me what I should do in the face of this idiot. Sighing, Xiao Chen touched her face and said, there is no ground 3 fresh. You're talking in your sleep. Go to sleep. Lin Lan let out an "oh" and obediently rolled over by holding Xiao Chen's hand. He also took Xiao Chen's hand as his own and opened his mouth and bit one in his mouth and shivered. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. "Sister Barbara, don't foul up." He hastily retracted his fingers. And Lin Lan frowned. Not awake, but with a look of displeasure. Xiao Chen froze for a moment and suddenly put his finger on her lips again. Lin Lan subconsciously bit down. "Suck it. Suck it." Xiao Chen reddened and whispered to himself. I'm afraid that she's not used to waking up anymore. And I'm doing this for her own good. I'm a decent man, but I've never thought of taking advantage of Arashi-san." A warm touch came from his fingertips, and after a few minutes, Xiao Chen couldn't take it anymore and forced his fingers to shrink back again, then pick up the quilt and recover it. But for some reason, it was impossible to sleep. Looking at Lin Lan's delicate lips, he felt as if he was going crazy. He stayed up until 6 in the morning, when it was light, and he still wasn't asleep. Lin Lan opened her eyes and stretched in a daze. A small white foot coincidentally aimed at Xiao Chen's butt. As she stretched out violently, Xiao Chen felt a huge force coming from her ass. Before a **** could be uttered, the person had already fallen under the bed. When Lin Lan heard the voice, her eyes suddenly cleared and she sat up violently. Look left, look right, and then let out an "ah." "Where's my little Tatsu? My little Tatsu? Damn it! This brat, he even escaped after I fell asleep. When I get you back, let's see if I don't break your legs." Xiao Chen covered his buttocks and emerged from the edge of the bed, his eyes looking at Lin Lan with an incomparable grudge. "That's what we're saying. Don't you have any idea what's going on in your heart?" Lin Lan's eyes blinked a few times when she saw Xiao Chen's grudging, like a little complaining woman's eyes. Then with a strange look, "Ha, little Tatsu, why are you sleeping under the bed? Ah, is it because you don't like to sleep on the bed?" "Xiao Chen, it's impossible to live. It's impossible to live. Surnamed Lin, you get me killed. I don't want this life anymore." Xiao Chen glared at Lin Lan with an unsettling tone and stood up while rubbing his butt. When Lin Lan saw his movements and thought of her stretching just now, her anger immediately weakened. "A little Tatsu, I was careless. Don't blame sister, okay?" Xiao Chen grunted and said very unkindly. "Not good. Joke. If you say you're not to blame, then won't I lose face?" Lin Lan jumped over and wrapped her arms around him, grinding from side to side. "Don't bother with me, okay, stinky brother. I'll make it up to you," he said, kissing him on the cheek with a mouthful of kisses. "That always works." Xiao Chen felt a wild jump in his heart, but on his mouth he said, "Che, who cares? In truth, inside, you have the balls to kiss more." Lin Lan frowned and grunted along, simply slapping Xiao Chen on his butt. "Good, you stinky brother. You want to go to heaven, right? If I don't give you some color, you don't know how powerful I am. It's not rare yet, not like I'd prefer you to be rare." Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen from behind, leaned him back, and kissed him on the lips with one bite. 2 minutes later, she let go of Xiao Chen and crossed her arms in a domineering manner. "Stinky brother, are you convinced?" Xiao Chen glared at her and thought indignantly in his heart, "You wait for me. One day I will bully you like this." Mouth, "Convinced? Sister Barbara, I am convinced. Convinced. That's not me being a wimp. It's called knowing what's what. That's more like it." Lin Lan let out a cheeky laugh and went to the closet to get her clothes out, then took off her pajamas and started to change. Xiao Chen looked directly dumbfounded. "Arashi-san, I'm not out yet." Lin Lan gave a bad smile. "Then look, it's not like I won't let you. How is it? Is it good? Do you want to do something interesting with your schoolmates? Like letting a schoolteacher check you out? That rascal of a woman." Xiao Chen cursed and turned around to go out with a red face. Lin Lan laughed and leaned forward. "This guy, he's too much of a tease, but it's funny how he blushes. He must tease more in the future. Flirt and flirt. Maybe he'll come to his senses one day and start flirting back. At that point, when the raw rice is cooked, wouldn't that be logical and natural?" Lin Lan walked out happily, wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen and walked into the bathroom, and began to wash her face and brush her teeth. Then he volunteered. "Little Tatsu, this morning, school sister will make you breakfast." Xiao Chen thought of her dark cuisine last night, and a chill ran through his heart. Hurriedly, she said, "Sister Barbara, forget it, I'll do it." Lin Lan righteously waved her hand in a serious manner. "No, I'll do it. It's just making breakfast. It's not a breeze for my lady. Just stay out of it. I'll do my job. Don't worry." She grabbed a couple of eggs and walked into the kitchen. "How could you not have an omelette for breakfast?" Xiao Chen watched her strut into the kitchen with the air of a dragon slayer warrior. 2 minutes later, a pasty odor wafted out unsurprisingly. Xiao Chen walked into the kitchen, and saw flames roaring under the bottom of the pot. And inside the pot, small pieces of broken eggs in a starry mess were pasted on the bottom of the pot. Black. God knows what they had gone through. Seeing Xiao Chen's breathless eyes, Lin Lan's face flushed and she gave a dry cough. It's not that I don't know how to fry an egg. It's mostly that I want to try this nonstick pan. It's really nonstick or not. I didn't expect to buy a fake. Ha, Xiao Chen, if you don't put oil in it, it will stick to the pan even if the God of heaven comes. Lin Lan was stunned. You still need to put oil in it? No good. Forget it. But how can you let your stinky brother see the joke? She craned her neck out and said, listen to my sophistry first. I put the oil in. They stuck to the pan on their own merit. I had nothing to do with it. Xiao Chen. Mind, could you be any more outrageous? You stinking sister. Mouth, yes, 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 yes. They stick to the pan on their own merit. I saw it all. I don't blame you. Then he walked over and silently took the pot from Lin Lan's hand. Cocking her head, she looked at Lin Lan. Sister Lan Lan, if you don't want me to be hospitalized for 3 days, you'll give me this black pot of capriciousness. Lin Lan coughed dryly and retreated to the side. His face not red and his heart not jumping as he said, that's no problem. Of course I'll fulfill your request. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Chapter 11 Goddess Lin and Xiao Chen kissed? Xiao Chen listened to Lin Lan's brazen words and thought for half a day without understanding. How can this guy be so thick-skinned? Half an hour later, a hearty breakfast was on the table. Bread, omelette, oatmeal, and a milk each. Lin Lan ate beautifully, 2 eyes curved into a crescent moon, looking at Xiao Chen, who still had an apron tied around his body, and simply smiled and blossomed. I was right. This stinky brother is a super warm person. It's still so good looking, so cute, and stupid. If this was cheap for other demonic ES, it would be a disgrace to one's status as a traveler. By all means, take him. Whoever dares to stand in the way. This female god of war will kill without mercy. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose. Her heart was fierce, and her eyes already regarded Xiao Chen as her own personal belongings. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Chen said, Sister Lan Lan, I still have to go to class, so I'll go to school first. Lin Lan stood up and took his arm as soon as she could. I'm going to school too. Come along. Xiao Chen pursed his lips for a moment, wanting to say something, but eventually gave up. Forget it, this demoness won't listen even if I say so, and I might even get my chestnuts knocked out. The house was very close to Jiangzhou University, but in 10 minutes, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the university. Lin Lan was already a senior, so she didn't really have any classes to take. She just had some graduation stuff to take care of, and Xiao Chen had just started college and had only gotten past military training, so the disciplinary tasks were still heavy. So the two reached the door and went their separate ways because they were going in different directions. Little Tatsu, if you dare to make love to another girl when I'm not around, I'll break your legs if I find out. You hear me? Lin Lan cocked her head and looked at Xiao Chen with a murderous look. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth in his heart. Damn woman. Do you think your words are holy orders? I still have to listen to them? Okay Arashi-san. I won't do that. The next second, Softy agreed. Forget it. I'm a good guy not fighting with a girl. After all, she's also the schoolgirl, the dream of 900 million teenagers. If you don't give her face, you have to give that 900 million teenagers some face. Lin Lan patted his shoulder. That's more like it. Be good and go to class. Be obedient. Xiao Chen let out a hum and slowly turned around and walked away, with an air of lightness. After a while, he looked back and realized that Lin Lan had already disappeared, and immediately sprinted wildly, flying to the classroom, finally getting rid of this demoness for the time being and taking a breather. When he thought of the miserable situation last night where he wanted a quilt without a quilt and freedom without freedom, Xiao Chen couldn't help but grind his teeth. This demoness is so hateful. What's so good about her besides her good looks? It is not possible to fix it. Running all the way to the classroom, Xiao Chen found a seat and sat down, exhaling a long breath. The air of freedom. It's so good. Then took out his cell phone and took a few random glances. Just then, a cute little fat-looking guy ran over and sat down next to him on his butt. It was the same chubby little man he had sat with and talked to at the commencement ceremony. The little fat man called Zhang Ziyuan met Lin Lan as soon as the school year started, and was honored to be the first son that Xiao Chen knew in the university. So the two men soon became friends in cahoots. Tatsuer, you're here quite early. As soon as Zhang Ziyuan sat down, he poked Xiao Chen with his elbow. Xiao Chen returned the favor. Yuaner, how are you talking to your father? Zhang Ziyuan said. I'm not going to argue with you about this. You haven't told me what I asked you yesterday. Why did you say that Goddess Lin Lan is a female devil? Ah, let me tell you, if you don't give me a reason, you may not blame me for being merciless. As soon as he heard Zhang Ziyuan mention Lin Lan, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel his cheeks tremble. What do you know? Lin Lan, that female devil, is just pure and gentle on the surface, but in reality, she is a female hooligan. a violent maniac, a real female devil. Have you ever seen a real innocent schoolgirl slap a slate? Have you ever seen an innocent schoolgirl beat up a bunch of street skanks to their knees and call them aunties? Have you ever seen an innocent schoolgirl who can kill a cow with one punch? You're just fooled by her. If she's gentle and sweet, there's no girl under the sun who isn't. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was filled with righteous indignation and looked like he hated the injustice of heaven, Zhang Ziyuan was numb. Brother, do you realize what you're saying? That's Goddess Lin, the dream of 900 million teenagers, the recognized gentle goddess of Jiangzhou University. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up when you go out when you say that? I really didn't expect that we would have such a black fan of Goddess Lin like you in our class. What kind of virtue am I to be in the same class as you? Zhang Ziyuan looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. How could he not understand how this guy could not get along with Goddess Lin? What a nice girl. So gentle and sweet and dainty at first sight. Violent maniac? A demoness? Unless you beat me to death, I'll never believe it. Xiao Chen returned and waved his hand. You won't understand even if you say it. My father won't talk much with you, he said, picking up his phone, unlocking it and continuing to look at it. Zhang Ziyuan just happened to stare at his cell phone screen, and at this look, he froze. I'll go. Chen what's with the wallpaper? You kissed Goddess Lin? When Zhang Ziyuan saw that wallpaper on Xiao Chen's cell phone, he immediately couldn't help but raise his voice and shout. It wasn't that he was prone to losing control. It was just that what he saw was so shocking. The wallpaper on Xiao Chen's cell phone screen was actually kissing with a beautiful girl. And that girl, the star, was Goddess Lin Lana. When he said that, the people around him also looked over in unison. What? Goddess Lin and Xiao Chen kissed? The picture was also used as wallpaper by Xiao Chen? Great news. Xiao Chen froze for a moment, hurriedly closing the screen and stuffing the phone into his pocket. Last night Lin Lan forced him to change this wallpaper, and he didn't even think to change it himself. And by the fat guy, the whole class knows. Don't be ridiculous. That's not Lin Lan. You're looking at it wrong. Remedy. Must remedy. If it was known that she had kissed Lin Demon, she might beat herself to death. Thinking of her terrifyingly strange power, Xiao Chen felt his body go cold. Zhang Ziyuan, however, balked. Chen don't lie to me. I saw clearly just now that it was Goddess Lin Lan. Tell me honestly, are you having an affair with Goddess Lin? It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, but you have to be brave enough to admit it. As long as you are brave enough to admit it, you are still a good and honest boy, a successor of socialism. How could you let the party and the country down on you? Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. A good dead fat man. How did he grow a mouth? Looking at the pairs of wide-eyed eyes around him, Xiao Chen called out in his heart that he was finished. Isn't this a giveaway question? Chapter 12, Who Let the Cat Out of the Bag? And Lin Female Devil has a leg. This news if spread out, let Lin Female Devil know. Will not break their legs. Can't do it. Can't do it. Xiao Chen's mind spun rapidly as he felt the gazes around him. After a few seconds, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him and he said, okay, I admit it. I actually photoshopped this picture. I didn't kiss Lin Lan. This is all my own spoof. You guys mustn't spread the word that I have something with her. The crowd was immediately relieved. Peas. You said it earlier. Make me think that my goddess already has a boyfriend. Scared me to death. It's okay. It's okay. With my looks, I'll always be the man that Goddess Lin can't get. This is interesting. The top-ranked school grass. Even the picture of himself and Lin Goddess kissing. School grass come also like this kind of play? Scared me to death. I thought Brother Chen had a boyfriend, so I still have a chance. Xiao Chen. This I have to say a few words about you. You picture just picture. Why do you still have to say bad things about Goddess Lin? As her fan, I can't stand to watch. That's right. I think you're trying to purposely spread the rumor that Goddess Lin is a demoness and then reduce your competition. Treacherous. Truly treacherous. Listening to the chaotic variety of voices, Xiao Chen's head grew big. These unruly people, they always don't believe in my words. Forget it, don't bother with them, as long as this matter doesn't reach the ears of the Lin demoness. Soon the teacher walked into the classroom and the crowd quieted as the bell rang. Xiao Chen also immediately entered the learning state and started listening to the lesson very carefully. He majored in finance, something he was very interested in, and during high school, he had taught himself quite a bit about finance, and had even used his dad's securities account to practice. The result was that in one summer he helped his dad make back almost 50 points of his losses and 20 more. Even the veterans around his dad who had been in the stock market for over a decade had praised him as a genius. Those who are familiar with him know that he is more than just good looking and loves to work out. He actually excels in his studies. And just like that, 3 sessions flew by. Behind them were 2 more high math classes, which Xiao Chen finished just as seriously. It was until near the end of class when the budding fatty sitting next to him, Zhang Ziyuan, suddenly poked him. then whispered, "It's not good, Tatsur. Someone stirred up the story about your P-picture kiss with Goddess Lin, or under the school's official microblog." Then Zhang Ziyuan put his cell phone in front of him. Xiao Chen looked down and his heart immediately beat wildly, only to see the Jiangzhou University microblogging a dynamic below. Really, someone will be this matter. There are no pictures to confirm this, but the passages are all clear. And there are already dozens of messages below, all of them stating that it's true, that they are all finance majors who saw it with their own eyes today, being pushed so much by these people. People from other professions also swarmed in and started the eating mode. That comment went straight to number 1 and every minute. There were quite a few replies. Zundu fake da ah. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen likes Goddess Lin. What a big melon. Pics if you like it? What's wrong with the school bully's character? We don't approve of this marriage. The school bully likes the schoolgirl, which makes us sad for liking the schoolgirl, and sad for liking the school bully. But I personally heard Xiao Chen Xiao Chao say that Goddess Lin is a female devil, and that gentleness and loveliness are all pretend. It feels like he's a black fan of Goddess Lin. I don't think it's an act. He's trying to spread rumors and then reduce his competition. Wow. Xiao Chen Xiao Chao is so treacherous. I like it so much. Are you fond of him? You're craving his body. You lowlife. Looking at the increasing number of comment replies, Xiao Chen man was dumbfounded. Who did this to you? Lin Lan had fans all over Jiangzhou University, and anything involving her would definitely cause a wild storm. Now that it's festering so much, maybe soon Lin Lan will know. He'll only be half alive by then if he doesn't die. Which son? Exactly. Let the cat out of the bag? Xiao Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhang Ziyuan. Yuaner, it wouldn't be you who betrayed my father, would it? Zhang Ziyuan was serious and patted his chest. Nonsense. How can my father be that kind of person? My cell phone is here. You see my account has a reply. Xiao Chen glanced at it, and there was really no reply from Zhang Ziyuan. Preliminary ruling out that it's not this son. But no matter which son did it, now that it's all over, how is this going to end? Xiao Chen leaned back in his seat, and the words, "My life is over," popped into his head. Just then, the bell rang for the last class. The teacher said the class was over and turned around, and the students all immediately dispersed and headed out the door. A tall silhouette, too, walked in from the classroom door. As soon as she came in, the students who were about to leave all stopped in unison. Isn't this senior sister Lin Lan? Why is she here in our major? It's really senior sister Lin Lan. Yesterday I just took a look from afar, but I didn't expect it to be even prettier up close. This face value. Hanging female stars the Tang monk cannot pass this difficult bar. What's Goddess Lin doing in our major? She doesn't want to fall in love with me, does she? Could you be any more cheeky? If I could go on one date with Goddess Lin, I'd be willing for my roommate to lose 3 years of his life. Goddess Lin looked at me. Goddess Lin just looked at me. It's too charged. Crown princes, I'll go first. The throne will be left for you to inherit. A group of people, especially a group of boys, all looked at Lin Lan, their hearts beating wildly. This is too good looking blah blah blah. Only Xiao Chen, his neck shrinking, lowered his head, and his mouth began to crumble. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Excuse me, is Xiao Chen here? Lin Lan swept her gaze around the classroom and opened her mouth to ask with a brittle smile. The classroom went quiet for a moment. Everyone was incredulous. Goddess Lin came to see Xiao Chen? What's going on? Could it be that they're really having an affair? Or was Goddess Lin here to settle scores with Xiao Chen or dispel rumors? A pair of eyes flew towards Xiao Chen's location and converged. Xiao Chen lowered his head and hastily tugged on Zhang Ziyuan's sleeve. Farther. Tell her I'm not here or I'll die. Zhang Ziyuan immediately said at the top of his voice. Goddess Lin. Xiao Chen is not next to me. Xiao Chen looked up at Zhang Ziyuan's face that still had baby fat. Zhang Ziyuan touched his head. I'm sorry, Chen I was too excited to see Goddess Lin and accidentally blurted out. When Lin Lan saw Xiao Chen, her nose wrinkled and she revealed a smile that could sweeten people to death, like a flower butterfly, and walked next to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen weakly shrunk his neck and said, Sister Lan Lan, listen to my sophistry first. Chapter 13, Everywhere's Bigger. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as if he saw his great-grandmother waving at him benevolently. This is a demoness who can break bricks at 8, break a tree at 10, and violently beat up a group of thugs at 12. Offending her wasn't so different from offending the Grim Reaper. The only difference is that death will give a damn. But she won't. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen in a somewhat puzzled manner. Cunning? Cunning what? I just came to meet you for dinner ya. Xiao Chen's eyes changed. Dinner? So, you didn't come to find me for what happened on Weibo? Lin Lan was even more surprised. What's going on Twitter? With that, she was about to take out her cell phone to check Twitter. Xiao Chen immediately grabbed her hand and pressed down. This is heaven's help. and the opportunity is not to be missed. No, 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 it's nothing. It's better to eat first. It's important to eat. In any case, stabilize her first and wait for an opportunity to escape when you have the chance. After being bullied by Lin Lan for 10 years, Xiao Chen had long since practiced his ability to escape. Lin Lan was puzzled, but she didn't think there was anything more important than having dinner with this stinky brother. And usually when I want to drag this brat to dinner, he always pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls for half a day and refuses to agree. Today but so cool. The opportunity is not to be missed. Must be hard to mooch. No, there had to be a hard exchange of feelings to make the revolutionary friendship between the two rise again. At that moment, with a cheeky smile, she hooked one hand around Xiao Chen's neck and pulled it in front of her. Little Tatsuya is being very obedient today. I like it. Let's go. Let's eat and eat. Just like that, Lin Lan and Xiao Chen hooked up and walked out. The classroom's eyes all widened as one looked on in horror. Goddess Lin surprisingly took the initiative to hook Xiao Chen's neck. That's not holding hands. That's not holding arms. That's hooking necks. That's hooking shoulders. With intimate gestures like that, you're either buddies or a couple. Could it be that Goddess Lin was actually having an affair with Xiao Chen? Oh my god. Why do I feel like what happened between Goddess Lin and Xiao Chen isn't a rumor anymore? It's true. Not only is it true, it seems like Goddess Lin is still the more active party. Hear that? Click. That's the sound of my heart breaking. At this moment, only one song can express my feelings. The water of West Lake. My tears. The schoolboy and the schoolgirl are paired up, and the schoolgirl even ran over to pull him over for dinner herself. This dog food spreading. I've eaten my fill. Zhang Ziyuan stared blankly at Xiao Chen, who was pulled out by Lin Lan, his white face filled with dismay. No way. Chener is actually really related to Goddess Lin? This collapsed house. In the midst of the shock, there were those who didn't forget to hurry up and take a picture. After all, the school flower to find the school grass dinner, but also so intimate. So Big Melon broke out. Absolutely to detonate Jiangzhou University. Who isn't already a taker? So, as the group dispersed, another news broke out underneath the official blog of Jiangzhou University. Lin Lan Goddess even took the initiative to find Xiao Chen Xiao grass dinner, but also hooked shoulders. Real hammer. The two are definitely a couple, right? Crap oh my god. How did the magic fail? 1 second you're immersed in the school grass pea picture thing. The next second you're telling me that the two are really a couple. Have you considered the feelings of us melon eaters? I don't believe it. This matter must be fake. Goddess Lin is ours. Down with Xiao Chen. Bah! Schoolmaster Xiao Chen is also ours. Embrace Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. At %yuan. *#. And our *#. All kinds of people rushed to the official blog below to Twitter. A moment the scene is very chaotic. Xiao Chen and Lin Lan, who were the protagonists, did not know about this at all. Leaving the school building, Lin Lan pulled Xiao Chen to the front of a Bentley. Little Tatsu, I've recently discovered a very nice restaurant. Let me take you to eat. Do you promise? Xiao Chen scratched his head. Can I say no? Lin Lan nodded her head with a serious face and said sweetly, of course you can. If you don't agree, I'll just break your legs. That's just the way I am. I like to reason with people. You know that. Xiao Chen. Okay, Arashi-san. Let's go. I do have complete faith in Sister Arashi's vision and character, which Sister Arashir also knows. 10 minutes later, the restaurant booth. Xiao Chen looked around. The restaurant environment was very good. It was definitely the kind of place where one would have to spend thousands of dollars to come in once. And Lin Lan drove a Bentley. Usually did not see her go to work. How is so rich? I heard Uncle Lin say that Sister Lan Lan has her own business outside. And I don't know what kind of business it is. Order your food, little Tatsu. Order whatever you want. Sister, I have plenty of money. Lin Lan smiled at him. That look full of desire. First of all, this is a private room. Secondly, the booths are very well soundproofed. In the end, she and Xiao Chen were the only ones in the private room, and she had specifically instructed that no one was allowed to come in without her word after the food was served. So, a lone man and woman sharing a room is too much maneuverability. The image of Xiao Chen being ravaged by her in her arms last night popped into her mind involuntarily. Those little abs, those waistlines, those strong as an engine thighs. Xiao Chen ordered his food, and when he looked up, he saw Lin Lan with both hands propped up on her face, staring at him without blinking. The corners of his mouth were still tinged with a goofy grin and his mouth was watering. The only thing that was shining was his two eyes. It's like they want to eat people. Arashi-san. What? What do you want? He said weakly. Lin Lan subconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth and said, want to eat people? Xiao Chen's throat rolled. Eating people is against the law. Lin Lan laughed. Brat, am I talking about that eating? There's no love interest at all. What are you doing so far away from me? Come here and sit on my lap. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen, who was sitting across from him, and wrinkled his nose as he slapped a fierce look on his leg. Xiao Chen wanted to ask if he could not sit down, but when he saw Lin Lan's eyes, he directly swallowed his words. If it was negotiable, then she wouldn't be a demoness. Just as he walked up to Lin Lan grabbed him by the waist and pressed him onto his lap. Xiao Chen felt quite helpless. Obviously he was a male, but he was always sitting on her lap. I don't know what this demoness was thinking. Bullying herself was so much fun? Lin Lan's hand exerted force and his body leaned against her. The softness pressed in recklessly. Xiao Chen's face reddened slightly. Lin Lan pinched his face. She loved seeing him like this. Little Tatsu. So shy. You don't like your sister, do you? Xiao Chen hurriedly said. You're talking nonsense. Lin Lan, then what are you blushing for? You've been sitting on my lap since you were 8 years old, and after all these years, you're still not used to it, and you're still blushing? Xiao Chen, can be the same as when I was a child and now? Lin Lan, what's different? You're still you and I'm still me. Xiao Chen, then when you were a child, you weren't this big yet. Lin Lan's head tilted. I'm not that big? Where are you talking about big? Xiao Chen subconsciously glanced right in front of her and muttered in a small voice. Everywhere is big. When Lin Lan lowered her head, a blush immediately rose on her face as well. Chapter 14, Made Sister Barbara Cry? You don't say. It's really quite big. Lin Lan looked at her body with a blush on her face. Technically, she wasn't a particularly large sort, at least not so exaggerated as to be overwhelming, but her scale with her figure was perfect to a fault. She had usually been casual with Xiao Chen, and pulling and nuzzling was a common occurrence. It never occurred to me that I was now of an age to talk about marriage, and she had the kind of body that was highly seductive. How many men can stand to be so close together? This kid, he won't do anything bad. Wait, isn't what I want him to do bad things? Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen and a bad smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She put one hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and smoothly reached through the opening of his collar. Xiao Chen's body shook and hurriedly grabbed her palm. Sister Lan Lan, what are you doing? Lin Lani stretched out her spirit root and licked her lips, winking at him before pulling her dress down a little more, revealing her milk-like delicate and white shoulders. The whole person's temperament immediately changed from pure and lovely to imperial. The allure of that is completely geometric. Xiao Chen didn't need to cover his chest to feel his heartbeat accelerating rapidly. This hateful demoness, does she really not know what she's doing? Little Tatsu, let me ask you, do you think I look good? Xiao Chen subconsciously nodded. Good looking. Isn't this nonsense? Can it be the dream of 900 million teenagers if it doesn't look good? Ferocious as it is, you have to admit that Sister Barbara is really good looking. Much better looking than any of the actresses. And the style can be changed at any time. Sweet or savory, pure or lustful. Lin Lan kept wreaking havoc under Xiao Chen's clothes with one hand, while the other was placed on his neck. So let me ask you, if I couldn't move now, what would you do to me? Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen with misty eyes, filled with anticipation. I'm such a delicate girl put in front of him. He'll definitely eat me without hesitation. Xiao Chen heard. What would I do if she couldn't move? That goes without saying. Run. Of course. If I don't run and wait to be tortured to death by her, I'm not stupid. So, he blurted out. Then, of course, run. For a moment, the anticipation in Lin Lan's eyes froze. Then the face started to freeze. Run? I'm such a big beautiful woman who can't move. And it's amazing that his first thought wasn't to do something to me, but to run. She ground her little tiger teeth, her eyes cold as she stared at Xiao Chen. Do I really annoy you so much that you want to run? Xiao Chen was startled by the sudden icy aura, and his heart rate rose like a rocket. No, Arashi-san. I'm not hating you. Lin Lan, if you don't hate me, why did you run? Xiao Chen, that's because I'm afraid. Lin Lan got even angrier. I'm so pretty. What are you afraid of? Xiao Chen whispered, beeping. You are pretty, but that doesn't affect your ability to slap a cow to death. You're good looking, but I don't want to be a ghost in vain. Of course, the words were only in his mind for a moment, and he didn't say them out loud. Lin Lan's anger weakened by 3 points upon hearing this. Wanted to retort, but couldn't find a counterpoint. There's no way to weasel out of it. Her curd-like nose wrinkled as she said, Humph, that's because I was born with godly power. Is it my fault? And don't I usually look very ladylike? When did you see me slap and break something? I'm in good control, okay? It was said with a defiant slap on the table. And then, catching dash, beneath her palm, a crack emerged from the marble table, and then with a snap, a corner fell to the floor. The room was instantly Yavu silent. Xiao Chen looked at the corner of the marble that had fallen and felt his entire body go cold. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Ha, Same as seeing her slap a brick when she was 8 years old when she blocked a corner and snatched a lollipop. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. It hasn't changed at all. Lin Lan looked at the shattered marble desktop, and her face, which had bin furious just a moment ago, immediately solidified into an iceberg. After a few seconds, she pointed to the table and said, "Complain. I want to complain. I want to complain. Who supplied this? Why is the quality so poor? A tofu dreg project. You're a tofu dreg project. Xiao Chen, little Tatsu. Would you believe me if I told you that it was its own bad quality?" Xiao Chen, I dare not believe it. Soon, the restaurant waiters arrived and were wide-eyed at the sight of the shattered table corners, then immediately promised to give a different booth and said he would pursue the matter with the vendor, who has a marble table that can be smashed with a slap. It's definitely the quality of the table. Xiao Chen looked at the waiter, then at Lin Lan, and finally said nothing and shifted his position. Mentally sympathize with the vendor for 3 seconds. After changing the room, Lin Lan stopped talking and only lowered her head to eat, completely different from her usual immobility and flirting with Xiao Chen. But the more she did, the more panic Xiao Chen felt in his heart. It's over. She must be thinking of some way to torture me. I'm still young. I'm the successor of socialism. The organization hasn't come to pick me up yet. I can't die before I go out. Let's go for a while. That, Lan Lan's sister. Sorry, well, just now I said the wrong thing. You do not be angry, okay? Xiao Chen said tentatively. Lin Lan didn't raise her head and said coldly, I'm not angry. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was finished. I'm not angry is the ultimate killer move. So it seems that it's hard to escape. He was well aware that in Lin Lan's mouth, I'm not angry is the same as I'm going to blow up the sky. Sister Erasure, I really didn't mean it. I actually don't hate Sister Erasure. You don't have to say anything. You're afraid of me. I know, and since you hate me so much, I won't pester you anymore in the future. After this meal, I'll never bother you again, and I'll let you live the life you want. I made a fool of myself before. I'm sorry for the intrusion. It will never happen again. Lin Lan uttered a whole bunch of words, and then, tears snapped down her face, but there was no crying out, just one tear falling down his face. Xiao Chen's hand, which was holding the chopsticks, immediately froze. Looking at Lin Lan with her head bowed in tears, for some reason, she suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart. The feeling was worse than if he had cried himself. Sister Erasure, don't cry. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks and stood up, walking over to Lin Lan's side, somewhat at a loss for words, but still subconsciously going to wipe her tears. Lin Lan, however, avoided his hand and said while shedding tears, I don't want you to care. Xiao Chen's hand stiffened in the air, but he didn't know why. But at this instant, he felt his heart jerk violently. That feeling is like, it was as if something that he couldn't let go of had suddenly been pulled out from inside his heart. Chapter 15, Fiercely Beating Up Sister Barbara. This feeling made Xiao Chen suddenly feel very uncomfortable. Also found it creepy. This feeling is so hard. Am I heartbroken, Erasure sis? How come? She's a she-devil. She's never been the one to bully me. I have to escape her clutches. That's the ultimate goal I'm fighting for. Heartache her? Xiao Chen, have you got it wrong? Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart, but he realized that this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. And seeing Xiao Chen's hand stiffen in midair, he did not do anything. Lin Lan instantly felt aggression welling up in her heart and cried out with a wow. Stinky brother, I don't want to care about you anymore. Go away. Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. She suddenly stood up and just pushed Lin Chen outside. Sister Erasure, wait. I didn't mean it just now. I really didn't mean it. Listen to my explanation. Sister Barbara. But Lin Lan didn't listen and pushed him straight to the door, closing it with a bang. Leaning against the door with her mouth agape, Lin Lan felt even more aggrieved. Tears snapped and fell like rain. With a tilt of his head, he caught sight of the wine sitting on the wine cooler next to him. She was a national medical saint, a northern war god, but she had a poor capacity for alcohol, not to mention a cup down, a sip down. So normally she never drank, but in this moment, she felt like drinking. So with one reach, he grabbed a bottle in his hand, and with a gentle squeeze of 2 fingers, he crushed the spout, pouring a glass. He tilted his head back and drank it. He was about to pour a second glass when he suddenly frowned and sat down on the floor. Not good. Drunk. Surprisingly drunk. How is it that after all these years, you haven't grown at all in your drinking? Outside the door, Xiao Chen was pushed out by her, but did not leave. When he thought of Lin Lan's pearly appearance, Xiao Chen's heart was a burst of regret and self-blame. If you think about it, actually, Arashi-san isn't that scary. She's strong and occasionally vicious, but he's still fine these past 10 years, too. And Sister Lan Lan is so beautiful. Wait, what am I thinking? She's been bullying me for 10 years. And I'm defending her? Even if she cries, it's definitely not for me. At most, she's only crying because she doesn't have me as a human sandbag for her to torture in the future. She kicked me out. So I'm just going to go. I'm not just trying to avoid her. Such a good opportunity to slip. Xiao Chen patted his head and hurriedly stopped himself before turning around and preparing to leave. But he lifted one foot. But before he could even drop it, he stopped again. But, Lan Lan's sister cried as if she was very sad. She has never been so sad. Uncle Lin even asked me to take good care of her. And I promised Uncle Lin. As fierce as she is, she's vulnerable in a lot of ways. She can't drink. And if she does, she gets drunk right away and throws up wildly. Doesn't know how to cook. Is a bit of a fool sometimes. And is a super roadie who can get lost 50 meters from home. If we leave her here alone, she might not even find her way back. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. And Xiao Chen immediately turned back again. I'm doing this to keep my promise with Uncle Lin to manage her. Definitely not heartbroken. Definitely not. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, gathered his courage, and pushed the door open again. As soon as he poked his head in, he saw Lin Lan holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, red-faced and confused. Looking toward him, her face was flushed and a bit of dark red wine still lingered at the corner of her mouth. It gave her whole look a languid and ineffable sensuality. But at this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't care less about her beauty. And when he saw the wine in her hand, he immediately rushed over. Sister Lan Lan, what are you doing? You can't drink, you don't know. Give it to me. Lin Lan's mouth dropped and tears fell down her face as she pushed his hand away. I don't want you to care. You go. You go. Xiao Chen said bitterly. Sister Lan Lan, it was me who said something wrong just now. Is it not okay for me to apologize? You can't drink. When you do, you get drunk and throw up wildly. It's bad for your health. You do as you're told and give me the wine. Lin Lan shook her head. I don't. Aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? I don't want you to care. Go away. Dead Xiao Chen. Stinking Xiao Chen. I never want to see you again. Wha? Looking at the stubborn and sad Lin Lan, Xiao Chen felt another heartache in his heart, much stronger than before. Without speaking, he reached out and grabbed the bottle in Lin Lan's hand to take it away. Lin Lan, however, wouldn't let him, and pushed him again to go. Xiao Chen's face suddenly darkened, and he didn't know where the courage came from, but he actually knocked a chestnut on her head. Fierce God said, Lin Lan, that's enough. Do you have any idea what you're doing right now? What kind of body you have, don't you know? How hard it is for you to drink something like alcohol, have you forgotten? At 8 you stole my dad's booze and threw up until you had gastric mucous membrane damage. And at 12 you stole Uncle Lin's booze and threw up again until you were hospitalized for 3 days. You're lawless and capricious. Do you know how much wine I've hidden over the years to keep you from sneaking a drink? Do you know that I promised Uncle Lin that I would take care of you? I'm a man and I'm going to keep my word. Who are you to tell me to leave it alone? Yes, you're a demoness. You're not afraid of anything. And you don't care about your body. But if you don't, I do. You say let me go, I will go. You bullied me for 10 years. Why now you say not to bully? You asked me over the consent? Give me the wine. Against you. Lin Lan's neck shrank when Xiao Chen yelled at her, and her hands actually did let go. Dazed and confused, his mind was filled with surprise. No, isn't the stinky brother usually bullied by me? How dare he talk to me so loudly? But, I think he just said he's heartbroken about me. He hearts me? And questioned me as to why he didn't agree with me when I said I wouldn't bully him? This brat. So bossy. Love it. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he threw the bottle into the trash can as soon as he turned back to take another look at Xiao Lan. Immediately, he was weak. My God, what have I done? I can't believe I've been mean to this demoness. I've done what I've never dreamed of doing? When she sobers up, she won't kill me. Whatever, let's just kill her. She doesn't know how far she'll throw up after drinking. I promised Uncle Lin I'd take care of her. I can't leave her behind. Men, they are meant to keep their promises. Besides, she breaks down when she drinks, so maybe by the time she sobers up, she'll have forgotten all about it. It's rare to be so bossy for once, and there's a chance to be mean to her, so it's not a bad idea to be mean. Thinking this way, Xiao Chen again put on a ferocious look, coldly walking to Lin Lan. He said, what are you looking at? Come here, I'll carry you to the car. After saying that, he wrapped one hand around both of her legs, put one hand on his back, and picked her up in a princess hug. Turning around and heading out the door, Lin Lan lay in his arms, one hand on his chest, feeling the firm pecs. A contented giggle appeared on her red, sky-filled face. Stinky little brother. He's so fierce, he'll charm the hell out of anyone. Chapter 16, Principles of Love, Undecided on Matters. Selling out. Xiao Chen carried Lin Lan out of the restaurant. Lin Lan herself wasn't heavy, plus he worked out all year round. Cradle it in your hand without any pressure. Soon to the car. Xiao Chen gently put her in the back, and then coldly put on a ferocious look and said, "You give me a good sit in the back. Wait for me to drive you back. Do you hear me?" Lin Lan somewhat fondly removed her hand from his chest, with a little girl mannerism. "Oh, I know." After putting Lin Lan away, Xiao Chen then got into the car and hurriedly took Lin Lan home. He knew Lin Lan's physique very well. When she dabbled in alcohol, she would vomit, and she would vomit a lot. Xiao Chen could not help but frown at the thought of her possible miserable appearance. Lin Lan saw the lump in his brow through the rearview mirror and felt a little bit of beauty in her heart. "Bastard. You say you hate it, but your body is still very honest. That's starting to worry about me and feel sorry for me. I didn't waste my time bullying you. No, it's not in vain that I've been aching for you for 10 years. This drink is, well, worth it. Wretch, you." While she was happy, suddenly her stomach lurched and she was about to throw up. Lin Lan was beaming with joy just a moment ago, but the next moment she was frowning with sadness. "Oh, I'm going to throw up. It's so hard." Thinking about that time a few years ago when she threw up in a blackout, Lin Lan felt some shadows coming up in her heart. She didn't usually have a crooked mind, but she was just curious. That's why he went to Xiao Chen's medicine when he was a child, and would also try some strange and weird things. Wine, too, is one of them. It wasn't that she liked alcohol, she was just curious about the taste of it and why adults always went for it when it clearly didn't smell good at all. So there was the experience of stealing white wine from Xiao Chen's house for the first time when he was 8 years old. After one failed attempt, she suspected that white wine wasn't good, so at 12 she stole her dad's red wine again. It tasted better, but the result was the same. The image of that vomiting blackout is still fresh in my mind. What to do? When Tiny Tatsu was still young enough to not think I look bad when I throw up. But now he's going to think I'm ugly and not like me if I throw up that wildly. So how can I let him see me in that mess? Lin Lan covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyebrows twisted into lumps. "Ha, am I not a national medicine sage? This bit of wine is easy for me to solve." Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she remembered the vest that was her national medical saint. When she was a teenager, she was still young and not very good at medicine, but now she was able to live and die, and still let that bit of wine toss her off. Lin Lan's heart was immediately beautiful again, and she immediately applied her energy and forced out the alcohol. Soon the stomach stopped churning, and even the spirit cleared. "That's good. Won't make a fool of myself in front of little Tatsu," she thought prettily. "Arashi-san, we're home." Xiao Chen's voice rang out and the car came to a steady stop. Xiao Chen hurriedly got out of the car, opened the back door, and picked up Lin Lan. When he looked down, he saw that the redness on Lin Lan's face was already much less, and her eyes were not so confused. 10,000 question marks appeared in his head. "Sister Barbara, why do you look as if you're fine?" Lin Lan's heart stuttered. "No good, just focusing on not embarrassing myself in front of him, forgetting that if I hadn't been drinking, my stinky brother probably wouldn't have even cared about me on this one. It's so hard to have this opportunity, how can we let him get away? What to do? How?" Lin Lan's little brain was racing. 3 seconds later, she covered her chest with one hand and made a face of distress. "Wah dash, little Tatsu. I'm going to throw up. I'm so sick. Don't go. Don't go. Pretend." There's no other way to do it at this time. Only pretend. Xiao Chen always felt a bit strange. "That's not right. Sister Lan Lan, you used to go straight to unconsciousness when you drank. Why are you still so sober today?" Lin Lan looked at him and blinked, her eyes suddenly becoming silly and stupid. "Ah, who am I? Where am I? What have I done?" "Xiao Chen. Sister Barbara, although I don't know if you're drunk or not right now, your acting skills are really quite bad." Xiao Chen spat in his stomach, but he still didn't throw Lin Lan away. "In case she's really struggling, what will she do if I leave her alone now? And how can you let go of such a good opportunity to murder her, when you might have to wait another 10,000 years if you miss it?" "Okay, Arashi-san, stop talking. I'll carry you back to the house to rest." Xiao Chen quickly walked into the cell, opened the door to his room, and placed Lin Lan on the bed. Then another trash can was brought over, just in case Lin Lan spit it out. But as a result, Lin Lan just grunted, not looking like she was going to throw up at all. Xiao Chen was strange. This was out of character. Lin Lan was lying on the bed, looking like a petite body. "Little Tatsu, my stomach hurts so bad." Xiao Chen immediately went over and picked her up again, leaning into his arms. "You can't lie down if you want to throw up. Arashi-san, lean on me and take a moment. Is there anywhere else you're uncomfortable?" Lin Lan immediately pointed to her stomach. "There, bellyache," he said, and frowned, looking like he was in pain. "Xiao Chen, doesn't drinking wine give you a stomachache?" How can you get a stomach ache? Lin Lan, my physique reacts greatly to alcohol. It's reasonable for my stomach to hurt a bit, right? Xiao Chen, oh, doesn't seem unreasonable. Wait a minute. I'll rub it for you. He set Lin Lan down and reached out a hand to place it on her stomach, gently rubbing it. It was soft in his hands, and that feeling was nothing like the feel of his hard six-pack abs. The blush on Lin Lan's face also increased. This stinky brother. His technique is not at all inferior to that era. Because of her curiosity, she was always a messy eater, and as a child she liked to get tummy aches. Thus, the bullied Xiao Chen became her massage specialist from a young age. Over time, Xiao Chen's technique has become skillful, coupled with her guidance. He is also proficient in how to massage for exhaust, how to massage for the relief of uterine cold, menstrual cramps and so on. This is a time when the massage is nothing less than professional. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen's face as he earnestly lowered his head for the massage, and her heart was happy. Sure enough, what you raise yourself is the best. After massaging for a while and hearing that Lin Lan had stopped screaming, Xiao Chen said, Sister Lan Lan, feeling better? Lin Lan, it's better. I regretted saying it. Well, he won't be able to massage it, so how is this going to seduce him into committing a crime? But I'm still sore here, so why don't you rub me too? With a quick turn of her brain, Lin Lan again looked like she was having a hard time and pointed at her chest. I was very proud of myself. My little brother always thinks I'm stupid, but most of the time I'm witty as hell. This is one of the principles of love, the 36 stratagems of seduction. Xiao Chen looked at the location Lin Lan was pointing at and was instantly in a difficult position. Are you sure? I can massage this position? He scratched his head. Arashi-san, can't you hurt in a different position? Lin Lan immediately sputtered. Ah ha ha, I'm just hurting here. I'm just hurting here. Little Tatsu, do you think I'm annoying and don't want to care about me anymore? I'm so hard to bear. Little Tatsu, don't leave me alone. Relationship principle number 2, be indecisive and cute. Looking at Lin Lan who was about to cry, Xiao Chen directly softened his heart. Okay, Sister Barbara, be good. Don't cry. I'll rub it for you, okay? He blushed and held out his hand. Warm, soft. Lin Lan leaned against Xiao Chen, slightly closing her eyes and burying her face in his neck. The corner of his mouth, however, revealed a smile. Humph. Stinky brother, you've fallen for your sister's cunning plan. Chapter 17, The Darned Little Pervert. Xiao Chen's face was red, and the movements of his hands were gentle. He tried to keep his eyes and nose out of his head, but the touch that came from him still made his mind wander. Damn it, I'm usually so afraid of Arashi-san's bullying that I didn't even notice that she's so big. I'm also at the age of blood. This is totally tempting me to commit a crime. Lin Lan didn't say anything and buried her face in Xiao Chen's neck, feeling the force coming from Xiao Chen's hands. Gradually, it became obvious to her that the force was getting stronger. Humph, the damnable little pervert. With that in mind, her hands didn't stop it, instead letting him loose. Xiao Chen also stopped talking, trying to control his thoughts, not even noticing that his force was getting stronger. After only a few minutes, Lin Lan suddenly let out an scream. He only woke up with a start and hurriedly pushed Lin Lan gently away from his body, asking with a panicked face, What's wrong? Sister Lan Lan, where are you uncomfortable? Tell me now, or I'll take you to the hospital. That nervous look warmed Lin Lan's heart. Instead, she just blushed and frowned. You pinched and hurt me. Xiao Chen froze for a moment and suddenly reacted. 2 seconds later, a face became a straight red sun rising early. Not to mention the damn hand, but the sweaty hairs on that hand. He felt like there was nowhere to put them. Ah, yes, I'm sorry Arashi-san. I didn't mean it. I really didn't. It's over. How can I explain this? I'm sure Arashi-san will kill me to vent her anger. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen, who was at a loss for words, and felt a pang of resentment in her heart. This guy, he's really not understanding. At this time, according to common sense, shouldn't he be coming up to himself to do a little more hard work and force himself into submission? And then he pretends to say, No, brother, da-ba. It was just a half-hearted attempt to make it raw. It all seems so natural. However, the stinky brother panicked and didn't have the slightest intention of giving an inch. Am I really that terrible? No, we can't just let him go. Little Tatsu, my head hurts. I want to sleep. Don't go away. Will you sleep with me? Relationship principle number 3, if he doesn't submit, then sleep him off. Lin Lan made a face like she was having a hard time and seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Smoothly, she made a trip into Xiao Chen's arms and was about to fall into bed. Xiao Chen sighed in relief. Sister Lan Lan didn't seem to care? Forgot about it? This is a blessing in disguise. Sister Barbara, let me help you press your head. Lie still and don't move. Xiao Chen gently put down Lin Lan and pressed her head again. As his fingers jumped over her scalp, Lin Lan felt a rush of comfort as her scalp tingled. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's fingers slid to the base of her ear and touched the earlobe. Lin Lan's body involuntarily shuddered, as if he had been electrocuted. Oh no! The base of my ears and earlobes are my most sensitive places. Brat, don't touch them. But the more she thought about it, the more Xiao Chen's fingers traced over the roots of her ears and earlobes very disobediently. One after another. One after another. After a while, Lin Lan's body tensed up, blushing and breathing heavily. Can't stand it. Really can't stand it. Damn smelly brother. The technique is so good. It's totally seducing me. Tiny Tatsu. I don't feel a headache anymore. So don't press it. Surrender first, then think of another way. Xiao Chen nodded. Doesn't it hurt anymore? That's good then. Let me go and pour a cup of hot water for your sister Lan Lan. Just about to get up, his gaze suddenly saw Lin Lan's ears unexpectedly red. It was as lovely as a peach blossom in full bloom. Also relying on the fact that Lin Lan was drunk, he actually reached out and placed his hand on Lin Lan's earlobe and pinched it. Arashi-san, you have lovely ears. At the pinch of his fingers, Lin Lan's body tensed up. Suddenly it felt as if a volcano had erupted in his body, and as if there were waves. Xiao Chen, however, didn't know anything about it and got up to go pour water. As a result, just as he turned around, he was hugged by one of Lin Lan's hands. The next thing he knew, the sky was spinning, and with a thud, he fell onto the bed. Lin Lan's brilliant peach blossom face appeared before his eyes. Arashi-san, what are you doing? Well, Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's face near his eyes, the pair of watery eyes, and the waves in his eyes. The mind went blank. What's the situation? Isn't this demoness drunk? How can she still make such difficult moves? Lin Lan pressed down on Xiao Chen, and without any further ado, it was a frantic attack. Xiao Chen was in pain and was about to twist his head, but Lin Lan didn't even give him a chance to twist his head in struggle. Two hands cupped his face fiercely. Wanton, bold, rampant, rampaging. He didn't know how long it took before Xiao Chen felt the force on Lin Lan's hand lessen and found the opportunity to pull his head out of her overbearing control. While breathing violently, she said, "It hurts, Sister Barbara. It hurts." Lin Lan's face was scarlet, and it took this knockout punch to make her feel like the raging waves in her body had calmed down slightly. Looking at Xiao Chen, who had a weak and pitiful appearance at this moment, his sanity had regained some calmness, and he could not help but feel a slight heat on his pretty face. Just now she clearly felt a beast inside her body about to rush out. Although it's not once or twice that I've forcefully kissed this stinky brother, but I've never craved for it as much as I do today. Ah, that's simply. What's more, she's still theoretically in a drunken state. And how can she be this strong when she's drunk? No good. It's not going to show. Hurry up and lie down and keep pretending. Thus, Lin Lan obediently rolled off of Xiao Chen again and looked at him with a very dumbfounded look. Little Tatsu, I just had a nightmare. I think I dreamt that a little puppy was biting my mouth. Xiao Chen, little puppy? Who are you looking down on? I'm a little wolfhound. He seriously doubted that Lin Lan was lying. Just now her eyes were so bright. How could it be a nightmare? However, Arashi-san does have a habit of talking in her sleep and sleepwalking to a small extent in severe cases. He remembered that a few years ago, Lin Lan went to his house to rub his nose in it and slept there at night. When he slept in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt difficulty in breathing, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that it was Lin Lan who had gagged him. That was when he realized that Lin Lan still had the habit of sleepwalking. As for talking in your sleep, that's more of a common occurrence. Lin Lan was lying on the side with a confused look on her face, but her heart was beating a drum. She remembered going to little Tatsuya's house for dinner when she was 18 and sleeping there at night. As a result, he didn't hold back, slipped into his room in the middle of the night, and another one didn't hold back, saw that face of his, and did something shameful. However, she was caught by the little Tatsu who woke up, so she had to pretend to be sleepwalking. To round out the lie, she followed it up with several incidents of self-induced sleepwalking. Maybe, what if my stinky brother would take my word for it? The air was filled with silence as the two men looked at each other. Lin Lan's heart, stinky brother will believe me. Right, I'm such a good actor. In Xiao Chen's mind, Sister Lan Lan should be sleepwalking. After all, she sleepwalked many times before. Chapter 18, Little Tatsu. Give me a hug. The air in the room, all quiet. Xiao Chen could hear his own heartbeat, while Lin Lan felt her heart thumping as if it was beating a drum. I mustn't let little Tatsu find out that I'm pretending, or else how will he look at me? I'm the gentle and kind-hearted Barbara-san. Lin Lan's face was forced to be calm, but her heart was in turmoil. Seeing that he was about to be unable to hold back, Xiao Chen suddenly smiled and said, "It's all right, Sister Lan Lan. You just sleepwalked. Where did the little puppy bite your mouth? Oh, it's you who pinched it, la." It's okay, go to sleep. Resting and getting well is the most important thing. Lan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like my acting skills are really very good. Stinky brother didn't even notice at all. It's really a shame that the Oscars don't give me Best Actress for such a great performance. Anyway, it's played out this far, so how can we let the stinky brother off the hook? She opened her hands and held Xiao Chen's waist and then twisted, saying, "Little Chen, I'm hard. I'm afraid of the dark. I don't dare to sleep alone." Xiao Chen looked outside. Sister Lan, it's still noon. Daytime. Lan, I'm afraid I'm going to have another stomach ache and chest pain later. And what if you're not here and I have an accident? Didn't you promise my dad you'd take care of me? Little Tatsu. I'm cold. I want a hug. Will you hug me? Lan looked up at him with a pitiful innocent face. That look was truly heavenly. Xiao Chen couldn't believe it. What's going on? Sister Lan is actually pampering me? She has such a sweet side? The demoness has turned into a white rabbit? Seeing Xiao Chen's surprise, Lan immediately increased her strength and directly wrapped her entire body around her. Little Tatsu, can't you bear to see Sister Barbara feel bad? How uncomfortable I am when I drink. Have you forgotten? We're childhood sweethearts. 2 kids. Xiao Chen felt a faint body fragrance drilling into his nostrils, and his body immediately tensed up. This goblin. Okay, Sister Erasure. I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. Don't hold me so hard. I can't breathe. Lan smiled in her heart. Brat, I knew you couldn't escape me. Instead, she had a soft, pouty look on her face. I don't. What if I let go and you just suddenly run away? I'm so unwell right now, and I can't catch up with you, and I can't stop you. Xiao Chen had a black line on his head. With your physique that can even hang a cow, you're telling me that you can't catch up with me and stop me? I can't run as fast as you can break my legs, okay? However, looking at Lan's well-behaved and cute appearance, Xiao Chen did not feel like leaving. This is the first time I've seen Arashi-san in this state. It does feel a bit sorry for her to just leave. I'm not craving for Arashi-san's beauty. Swear to God. Xiao Chen lay down along with Lan, who merely bailed him out with a cheeky grin. Then he dove headfirst into his arms and rolled over, turning his back to Xiao Chen. Both legs lifted upwards and curled up in Xiao Chen's arms. Tiny Tatsu. Hold me tight. Xiao Chen opened his hands and hugged Lan from behind. The entry point was soft, and when Lan moved slightly, Xiao Chen could feel her rubbing against her. Unable to help but blush, his heart raced. This pose, it's so foul. Sister Barbara works out a lot, but she's very firm and shapely. Lan grabbed Xiao Chen's hand that was placed in front of her to hug her, and a contented smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Through her clothes, she seemed to be able to feel Xiao Chen's bright muscle lines. If this is a real battle, this kid calf-like physique, how can it be yo? Those 2 legs, they're still like engines. No, the engines aren't even as good as his 2 legs. I've heard that certain areas continue to develop after massage, so I'm not getting any bigger, am I? It's not impossible, it's just that if it gets any bigger, I'm afraid the proportions won't match. What would be a good name if we had a baby? Lan frowned slightly, seemingly stumped by the question. Xiao Chen hugged Lan, and his heart was also in shock, so he could only try to look at his eyes and nose to keep himself from imagining things. As a result, the 2 people just lay there and didn't know how long, but they slowly got to both fall asleep. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he smelled a body odor drilling into his nostrils. Looking down, Xiaolan had, at some point, turned around and hugged him face to face. His hand circled past Lan's neck, and Lan shrunk slightly, curling up in his arms like a cute little kitten. A few strands of hair fell down the side of her face and scattered around the corner of her mouth. The slanting sun poured in through the window, the golden sunlight falling just on the side of her perfect face. It made her look as if she was radiating a golden glow. Too lovely and pretty for words. Xiao Chen couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. It's amazing that there are such good-looking girls in the world, and the girl was still lying in her arms, being held by herself, asleep like a cute little kitten. He couldn't help but reach out and gently flick a few strands of hair away from the corner of Lan's mouth. The cheeks that looked like peeled eggs appeared in full view before his eyes. Lan didn't know what kind of dream she was dreaming about, and a faint yet somewhat satisfied smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth, then gently bit her lower lip. Those bouncing, soft lips became incredibly flirtatious all of a sudden. Exudes a tantalizing scent. The knot in Xiao Chen's throat rolled as he suddenly developed an impulse. Looking at Lan's soft lips, he slowly lowered his head. No, I can't do that. If Arashi-san finds out, she'll beat me to death. Halfway through the process, Xiao Chen stopped again, thinking of Lan's terrifying power. He hastily made himself dismiss the thought. But, Sister Lan has kissed me so many times and so hard. If I kissed her once, At most it would be considered revenge and not a mistake, right? I really didn't mean to take advantage of the opportunity to get horny. However, looking at Lin Lan's soft lips, Xiao Chen felt how he could not hold back the impulse in his heart. Finally biting his teeth, his head tilted and kissed towards Lin Lan's lips. But coincidentally, it was at this exact moment that Lin Lan opened her eyes. With confused eyes, like a little piggy that had just woken up from a nap, he looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. Xiao Chen's lips were no more than a few centimeters away from hers, but they were stiffly frozen in the air. Looking at Lin Lan's opened eyes, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly shrunk and he hurriedly stepped back. I'm sorry Arashi-san. I didn't mean to do anything to you just now. Really? Lin Lan's eyes quickly sobered up, looking at Xiao Chen's flustered appearance and thinking of his face that was close by just now. One moment it was clear what was happening. He's gonna kiss me? And it's still active. Am I waking up early and missing out on a great thing? She reached out and cupped Xiao Chen's chin, twisted his face over and said in a serious manner, Little Chen Chen, if I tell you that I'm sleepwalking right now, do you believe me? Chapter 19, Can I sit next to you? Sleepwalking? Xiao Chen's heart pumped slightly as he looked at the serious Lin Lan. Sister Barbara, have you really never considered that your acting really sucks? What kind of person sleepwalks and tells others they are sleepwalking? What's the difference between you and a drunk saying you're not drunk? Oh, Arashi-san, I suddenly remembered that I have classes in the evening, so if you're not feeling sick anymore, then I have to go to school. 36 plans, walking is the best way to go. Xiao Chen immediately jumped up from the bed. Can't afford to mess with it and still can't hide from it. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen, who looked like he was avoiding the situation, and immediately wrinkled her small agaric nose in anger. What's the matter with him? I gave him a chance, and he's running away? Humph, deserter. However, this time she didn't pull hard on Xiao Chen, because she knew that Xiao Chen really liked finance. This was his dream, and although she liked him, she could never stop Xiao Chen from pursuing his dream in the name of love. Otherwise it wouldn't be love. It would be just plain controlling. However, not stopping him from leaving and waiting for him to come back in the evening and give him a good education is possible. Bah. Lin Lan gave a bad smile. Little Tatsu, just wait. I'll see you at night. Xiao Chen brought his books and flew to the school. Just as he arrived at the classroom door, Zhang Ziyuan shook his stupid little fat face and came up. Tatsuer, what took you so long to get here? You weren't struck by the news on the internet, were you? Listen to my father's advice. Those words are the nonsense of a beggar like me. You must not take it to heart. Xiao Chen looked at him with a confused expression. News on the internet? What news on the internet? Zhang Ziyuan was also dumbfounded. You still don't know? They've already made a lot of noise under the school's official blog about you and Goddess Lin Lan. The school's official blog first deleted the previous comments, but there were still people who kept bringing up the tempo, and in the end, the official blog closed the comments, and those people have moved to the school's posting bar. Xiao Chen then remembered that his affair with Lin Lan had been blown up on the internet, so immediately took out his cell phone, opened the Jiangzhou University bar to look at, and saw that the bar was hot. The topic of discussion was almost exclusively about him and Lin Lan. So now in the end, is it true or not? Ah, Goddess Lin is really with Xiao Chen Xiao Chao? It's hard to tell if it's true or not. The people from the finance school said they saw Lin Lan picking up Xiao Chen for dinner together. And then someone else said that Xiao Chen denied that the two were in a relationship and that the picture was PD by him. It's urgent. What are the people in the finance college doing? They can't even find out this information clearly? Latest news. It's suspected that Goddess Lin Lan and Xiao Chen are not a couple, but just ordinary friends. Melon seller, do you keep this melon ripe? It's not fidelity, but I have a friend in the School of Finance, in the same class as Xiao Chen, so it's not too far off. Probe again. Report again. Looking at the messages in the posting, Xiao Chen was speechless to the extreme, roughly divided into 3 categories. One is simply eating melon to see what's going on, and the other is thinking that he picture rumor. In fact, Lin Lan is not a couple with him. There was also a category of people who felt that the two were completely unrelated, and those in this category were either Lin Lan's fans or his own fans. Zhang Ziyuan looked at Xiao Chen with an expression of a melon eater. Chen tell me honestly, are you and Goddess Lin a couple or not? Between us, there's nothing we can't talk about. Xiao Chen said, Sister Lan Lan and I really aren't a couple. We just grew up together. He was going to say, I was bullied by her, but the words didn't dare come out. After all, this fat ass has a mouth like no other. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes widened. A childhood friend? I'll go. This news is also very powerful. Xiao Chen, a childhood friend, but not a couple. Zhang Ziyuan, really not? Xiao Chen, it really isn't. At least not right now. Zhang Ziyuan rolled his eyes. Come on. Then I'm kind of dead to this. It seems that in the future, I can only be a man that Goddess Lin can never get in this lifetime. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Xiao Chen gave him a blank look. Don't put gold on your face, even if I'm not Sister Lanlan's boyfriend. It's not your turn. Saying that, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of a problem. If Arashi-san did find a boyfriend, what kind of person would it be? Suddenly, he felt his heart suddenly sink downward. An indescribably depressing feeling welled up. What's wrong with me? Why does it seem like I don't want Arashi-san to find a boyfriend? With a sullen face, Xiao Chen walked into the office. Zhang Ziyuan followed up and said, Chen why is your face suddenly dark? Xiao Chen, no. Zhang Ziyuan, doesn't my father know you well enough? You definitely have a problem. Your face has darkened like this, Xiao Chen said in a nonchalant manner. What's wrong with black? The darkness gave me a black face, and I use it to find the light. Zhang Ziyuan. As time passed and the classroom became more and more crowded, Xiao Chen could clearly hear people around him talking about him and Lin Lan. Still isn't someone pointing fingers, obviously talking fire, yet still sneaking around. He frowned and ignored it. The more he thought about Lin Lan finding a boyfriend, the more uncomfortable he felt. Xiao Chen, can I sit next to you? Just then, a sweet voice suddenly rang out from the side. Xiao Chen raised his head to see that a girl in a white dress with a pretty face and a sweet smile was looking at him with a smile on her face. The girl was much inferior compared to Lin Lan, but when placed in the classroom at this time, she was the well-deserved center of attention among the girls. Xiao Chen recognized that the girl's name was Su Lingling. She was the flower of the finance college, and was also the object that many boys in the department were chasing after. But he hadn't usually paid much attention to it, and he hadn't expected her to come to him out of the blue. He stammered a little and said, Oh, no, there's no one. The answer is not what was asked. Su Lingling smiled, her head tilted, and she said somewhat playfully and sweetly, Since there's no one, I'll sit here. Yo, you don't mind me, do you? Xiao Chen shook his head. Of course not. Feel free. Su Lingling sat down, and even intentionally placed the book a bit towards him, and leaned her body towards him a bit. Xiao Chen turned his head around and resumed lying on the table. Su Lingling is also pretty and sweet looking. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that he couldn't raise any interest in Su Lingling, and when he looked at Su Lingling's face, his mind instead remembered the open-mouthed Lin Lan. Although both of them belonged to the sweet type in front of others, the feeling Lin Lan gave him was more real and natural. Su Lingling, on the other hand, was more than a little pretentious. It's very somewhat deliberate. Unlike Lin Lan, angry is angry, like is like, and a strong kiss is just pressing him against the wall. Xiao Chen's eyes froze and he immediately pinched his face. What the hell? I seem to miss the feeling of being held down and forcefully kissed by Arashi-san? Crap, I seem to be sick. Chapter 20, The Houseflower Applies to be Sent Home. Xiao Chen leaned over the table, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. He's missing being abused by Arashi-san? Not only are you sick, you're pretty sick. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it quickly. You'll become a psychopath at this rate. Xiao Chen shook his head to stop himself from thinking about those things. Trouble enters my ears. Shake my head and shake it out. He was so focused on his own little thoughts that he didn't notice that Su Lingling, who was sitting next to him, had been staring at him with her head tilted. All of his movements fell into Su Lingling's eyes. Seeing Lin Chen's handsome and somewhat cute face, Su Lingling felt her heartbeat accelerate. It's really worthy of being number one on the schoolboy list. He's really handsome. It must be very dignified to go out and meet people if I can make him my boyfriend, she thought to herself. Why is he frowning? As if he has something on his mind. He's not going to be disorganized by my arrival, is he? And if he is, I've got a good chance. Su Ling bit her lip, playing her own little game in her heart. The surrounding people, on the other hand, all cast envious gazes towards Xiao Chen. Everyone could see that Su Lingling was clearly trying to deliberately approach Xiao Chen. First, he was rumored to be with Goddess Lin, and now the hospital flower is taking the initiative to hit on him. Can good-looking people really do whatever they want? However, Xiao Chen didn't pay any attention to anyone and just thought about what was on his mind. Soon, the class bell rang, interrupting his thoughts. Xiao Chen immediately collected his mind and began to take the lesson seriously. To the Su Lingling next to him, it was as if he had forgotten about it, not drawing attention to it at all. Su Lingling, on the other hand, had been paying attention to him, and when she realized that Xiao Chen actually did not even care about her at all, she could not help but frown slightly. And he won't even look at me? Damn it, how can he be like this when people have taken such initiative? No, I have to find a way to get close to him, to get him to notice me, to get him to like me. Only if a boy like Xiao Chen becomes my boyfriend will I have face and I will be envied. Su Lingling gritted her teeth, her heart's little calculations clanking. In the blink of an eye 3 classes were over and the time was already 9:20 p.m. Xiao Chen collected the book and was ready to go back. At this time, however, Su Lingling suddenly came to him, revealing a sweet smile that she herself was most satisfied with. Said, Xiao Chen, do you live outside? Xiao Chen seemed to have just reacted to the fact that there was a Su Lingling beside him. Nodding, he said, yeah, how? Su Lingling immediately pouted and made a petulant and pitiful face. I live out there too, but it's far from the school, and the roads are kind of dark over there, so I'd be scared to go back alone. Can you send me back? Xiao Chen froze for a moment, not expecting Su Lingling to make such a request. It doesn't seem to be a difficult task to send a girl home, especially this girl was still Su Lingling, the academy flower of the finance academy. Instead, Lin Lan immediately surfaced in his mind, and then a thought popped up. Will Sister Lan Lan be upset if I send Su Lingling back? But on second thought, he thought, why should I care if she's happy or not? She's not my girlfriend, but it's already so late now, and Arashi-san is afraid of the dark, so it's better to go back earlier. It's not that I'm worried about her. It's mainly because I promised Uncle Lin I'd take care of her. How can a man not keep his word? After thinking for a moment, he said, I have to go back to study. Do you see? If you can take a taxi? Su Lingling froze for a moment, never expecting Xiao Chen to refuse. The school bully who took thousands of girls by storm is a straight man of steel? But, taking a taxi can be dangerous. I see that there are girls who have had taxi accidents online. It's so late. I'm a soft girl and so pretty. What if someone gets up to mischief? Xiao Chen, just send me back. Okay, please. Su Lingling refused to give up and grabbed both of Xiao Chen's hands and began to pout. Xiao Chen was a bit embarrassed, but suddenly his eyes lit up and said, you're just afraid of going back alone and encountering dangers. So as long as someone sends you on your way, I'll have Zhang Ziyuan send you back no problem. Yuaner, why don't you send Su Lingling home for a while? Xiao Chen's sentence came out and Zhang Ziyuan, who was standing behind him, froze. Su Lingling, who was standing in front of him, also froze. Zhang Ziyuan stared wide-eyed, thinking, there is such a good thing? Su Lingling was dumbfounded, and in her heart, there's such an operation? What kind of straight man of steel is this? No, it's come to this. I have to let him take me back no matter what. So, Su Lingling grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and wouldn't let go, saying with a look of being so anxious that she was about to cry, Xiao Chen, I'm really scared. Zhang Ziyuan, he, of course, could have given me a ride, but where does he compare to you with this physique? If I really meet a bad guy, what can he do to help me? Just send me back, please, okay? If you don't send me back, then I'll cry. As she said that, Su Lingling's eyes started to tear up, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Xiao Chen was in a dilemma, and at this moment, the gazes of the people around him were all focused on him. He also didn't want to be treated like a monkey and Su Lingling said that her home wasn't far away, so hurry up and send her away before running back. Lan Lan's sister might not be angry. Okay, let's go then, but I'm in a hurry, so I might have to be quick. Su Lingling immediately turned her tears into smiles and excitedly pulled Xiao Chen's hand and headed out. Thank you brother Tatsu, let's go. In a second, the name calling had changed. Xiao Chen was pulled by Su Lingling and ran out. When she felt the gazes around her, a smug smile surfaced on Su Lingling's face. Yes, that's what it takes. All eyes on the world. When the two of them left the school, Su Lingling deliberately picked the furthest and most dimly lit road. Along the way, she also pulled Xiao Chen's hand, and when Xiao Chen pulled away, she pulled on it again, still looking as if nothing had happened. The pace underfoot slowed. Xiao Chen glanced at his cell phone and realized that he had forgotten to charge it in the afternoon, and it was already down to only 3% power, and the weather forecast indicates that thunderstorms may be coming. Su Lingling, can we hurry up a bit? I still have some things to do at home. Sister Barbara is afraid of the dark, more afraid of thunder. Su Lingling, however, was not slow and wrinkled her nose to show a smile that she thought was sweet. I'm already walking fast. The lights are so dim. What if I fall? How about you carry me? Xiao Chen frowned and still refused. Arashi-san will be angry if she finds out. Su Lingling was a little disappointed, and continued to walk unhurriedly, and suffered for more than 10 minutes before she reached the outside of the neighborhood. Xiao Chen sighed in relief and said, alright, now you can go back on your own. Right, I'll leave first. But before he could turn around, Su Lingling hugged his hand. Xiao Chen, don't go away. Look over there, there's a barbecue for sale. I like eating kebabs the most. Let's go eat kebabs together. Okay? Chapter 21 Little Tatsu. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Xiao Chen didn't expect Su Lingling to pull on him. Glancing at the barbecue stand not far away, he took out his cell phone again and looked at it. It was down to the last 1% of charge. The sky was heavy and low with black clouds, and it looked like it might actually be a thunderstorm. If her cell phone suddenly dies, Arashi-san will be unreachable. If you're afraid of the dark, you can turn on the lights, but if it's thundering, turning on the lights won't solve the problem. No, I really have things to do, so go eat by yourself. Denial. Xiao Chen. Just stay with me, it won't take long. Really, and my parents have things to do now that they haven't gone back, and I'd be bored going back by myself. Su Lingling hugged his hand but refused to let go, pouting and lying. Actually, her parents went back a long time ago. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, she shouted again towards the barbecue stand over there. Auntie, I want 10 meat skewers. Brother Tatsu, look, I've already ordered. I'll be embarrassed if you leave now. Everyone here knows me, and you don't want me to lose face in front of my friends. Xiao Chen was a bit anxious in his heart, but he had a shortcoming, and that was a soft heart. Embarrassing people is something he generally doesn't do. Looking at Su Lingling's entanglement, he thought for a moment and said, then, 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes and a cab ride back. The battery should last until I get home. Su Lingling immediately nodded her head. Aha, thank you Brother Chen. You call me by my name, Brother Tatsu. I'm not used to it. Inexplicably, there was some distaste for the title. Su Lingling, however, wrinkled her nose and smiled, saying with a straight face, I'm going to call Brother Chen. Xiao Chen was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. While waiting, he looked over in the direction of Lin Lan's house. The weather is getting dreary, and it's starting to get windy, and it really might rain soon. He stared at the clock, feeling like 5 minutes had never been so long. Finally, 5 minutes passed. He hastily pulled his hand out of Su Lingling's and said, time's up, I have to go back. Su Lingling, however, did not let go, pointing to the skewers still on the grill and said, Brother Chen, the skewers aren't even ready yet. You wait until they're ready to go. Xiao Chen forced a smile. Sorry, I really have to go. No la Brother Tatsu, it's only for a few minutes. Why do you have to leave? You're going to embarrass me. I'll cry if you leave now. Can you really bear to see me cry? Xiao Chen looked at the smile on Su Lingling's face, and a sudden wave of disgust arose that could not even be concealed. With a flutter of his hand, he forcibly pulled his hand out of hers and said in a deep voice, I said I'm going back. Su Lingling was slightly disoriented by his sudden indifference, but quickly came back to her senses, continuing to pout. Brother Tatsu. I said don't call me Brother Tatsu. Xiao Chen suddenly raised his voice. You said it would only take 10 minutes to bring you back, but you were gone for almost half an hour. Another barbecue. We said 5 minutes. Now it's 10. Can't you keep your word? If it were Arashi-san, there wouldn't be as much as you. Xiao Chen finished, nodded and left. Su Lingling froze in place, completely not expecting Xiao Chen, who had always been very good-tempered, to suddenly become so angry. And who was the last person he mentioned? Sister Erasure? He seems to care about this Arashi-san. It's Lin Lan? Looking at Xiao Chen's back as he left, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Damn it, to leave me hanging like this, it's too humiliating for me. How could it be like this? Next time we must find a way to make him stay longer. I'm not going to admit defeat. Xiao Chen shook off Su Lingling and immediately ran wildly towards his home. Rumble. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning lit up from the sky, illuminating half the sky. Then there was a thunderclap that rumbled down, deafening. A few seconds later, the wind gusted as if it was going to blow people away. Xiao Chen's heart thumped. It was really a thunderstorm. Sister Barbara has been afraid of thunder since she was a little girl, and she must have been scared to be home alone with such a big explosion. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message to Lin Lan, but just as I unlocked it, the screen went black. It's dead. Damn it. Xiao Chen was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. Why did he turn it off at this time? Sister Erasure is afraid of thunder, and when she hears the thunder she will definitely send herself a message. And if her cell phone is dead and Sister Erasure can't find herself, she will definitely go crazy. No, we must hurry. Take a cab back. Xiao Chen made a snap decision and immediately ran towards the road with a lot of traffic. But the result was that it didn't run far, and the pouring rain came down in torrents. He hurriedly put his cell phone in a plastic bag, his clothes getting soaked in almost seconds. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the wind was blowing like it was going to be the end of the world. Cabs immediately became the most sought-after thing. By the time he ran out into the road, all the cabs on the road were lit up with the word "Have a customer." Also because the rain was so heavy and the traffic lights were long, it quickly created a traffic jam and made it even more difficult to get a cab. Xiao Chen was anxious. Looking around, there was not a single empty car, and it was jammed to death. How long will it take to get a cab at this rate? The sky exploded with thunder one after the other, almost without pause. Can't wait. We might not get a cab for half an hour at this rate. Arashi-san must have been scared out of her mind to run back. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, recognized the path, and plunged headlong into the pouring rain. Both legs seemed to be like engines, spinning rapidly. His feet made a huge splash on the ground, and the water was thrown out of his body a long way. The rain ran down my face as if it were a stream, but he couldn't care about that at all. And he didn't care about image or anything else. He only had one thought in his head: hurry back. So, in the middle of the pouring rainy night, people walking in a hurry on the road with umbrellas saw a boy running wildly away in the rain. No one knew who he was, but everyone could see that he was in a real hurry. Rumble. Another blast of thunder rang out, and it sounded as if it pressed down from the roof, shaking the glass. Ah! Linlan was cowering inside the quilt with tears in her eyes, her face a little white with fear. She took her cell phone and kept dialing Xiao Chen. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. But all that came out of the phone was a mechanical and cold voice. Stinky brother, why don't you answer the phone? Why don't you answer the phone? Doesn't he get out of class at 9:20? Why isn't he back this late? Is he avoiding me on purpose? Little Tatsu. I'm so scared. You pick up the phone. You quickly pick up the phone. He must have turned it off and ignored me on purpose. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Rumble. Once again, the electric light was like an old tree with roots, intertwining into a huge web in the air. Thunder boomed as if it were exploding in her ears. She clutched her hands to her knees as a sudden horror appeared before her eyes. On the night of a thunderstorm, a car suddenly sped away, accompanied by a loud crash and shattering sound. Lights broken. She let out a squeal and immediately the tears in her eyes flowed down like a levee. She clutched her hands to her knees, her body shivering and her face pale. Little Tatsu doesn't want me. Doesn't he want me? Lin Lan bit her lip, her face terribly pale. As the thunder rumbled once more, her body shook and she felt almost faint. It was also at this moment that the sound of hurried footsteps came running wildly. The next second, the covers were lifted from her. Arashi-san. A hastily panicked and worried voice rang out. She turned her head, and saw Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of her with a big mouthful of gasping breath, as the water on her body flowed down like a stream. For a moment, she burst into tears. Not even caring about his soaked clothes, she jumped right into his arms. Feeling Lin Lan's trembling body, Xiao Chen's heart contracted violently. Heartache, like a tidal wave, pressed on his chest. Chapter 22, Still say you didn't see it? Sister Barbara's face was so pale and her eyes so frightened. Even his fingers, already pale from squeezing so tightly. This is his sister Lan Lan, who can split bricks at 8 years old, violently beat up hooligans at 10 years old, and is not afraid of the sky or the earth. Xiao Chen hugged Lin Lan tightly and felt the trembling of her body. Worried, sad, panicked, blaming yourself. All sorts of emotions swarmed over him as if they were going to rip his heart out. No fear, Sister Barbara. I'm back. No fear, good boy. How could I not want you? You're my sister Lan Lan. I promised Uncle Lin to take good care of you. You're still my landlord. I haven't even paid my rent yet. If I run away, you'll find me and break my legs. Sister Barbara. Don't cry. Don't cry. He gently patted Lin Lan's back, comforting as he did so. He tried to make his voice sound calm and warm, knowing that Arashi-san was most afraid of thunder. Uncle Lin said that night. His heart tightened violently, and the strength of his arms holding Lin Lan increased a few more points. It was as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would fall out of her grasp, down to the ground, down to the abyss of 1,000,000 feet. How can he put it down? Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen tightly, first bursting into tears, and the clothes on her body, too, were drenched clean by the water on Xiao Chen's body, but she couldn't care less at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in her head. That was to hug Xiao Chen and never let go again. No matter what, you don't let go. Even though Xiao Chen was covered in rainwater, she felt warm. Even though Xiao Chen was usually bullied by her, she felt incredibly safe. After a while, her emotions finally slowly smoothed out. Looking up at Xiao Chen, the corner of her mouth turned downward. She said with a face full of aggression, "Why didn't you answer my call? I thought you didn't want me." Xiao Chen felt a pang of self-blame in his heart. He obviously could have come back directly, but because of his soft heart, he sent Su Lingling back, and so long delayed because of weakness. If he could have been a little tougher, Arashi-san definitely wouldn't have been scared like this. I blame myself. Why didn't I look at the weather forecast in advance? If I knew there would be a thunderstorm, he should have come back first. Xiao Chen, how could you be so careless, leaving Sister Lan Lan alone during a thunderstorm? With a million self-reproaches in his heart, Xiao Chen struggled to show a smile on his face. He gently cupped Lin Lan's face and said, "Sister Lan Lan, it's all my fault. I forgot to charge my cell phone in the afternoon and that's why you couldn't find me. I swear, there will never be a next time. Don't be angry or scared. How could I not want you? I won't be able to get used to it without Arashi-san bullying me. Besides, Arashi-san is so pretty and cute. And because of your prettiness, I won't leave you behind. Lin Lan bristled, but her face looked much better. Hugging Xiao Chen, she whimpered again, but there were no more tears in her eyes. Just his mouth kept breaking. Damn little Tatsu. Stinky little Tatsu. How dare you leave me alone in the house? I'm going to bully you 10 more times and show you what happens when you leave me behind. Xiao Chen said. 10 times is 10 times. 10 times is 10 times. I'm not afraid of 10 years. I'm still afraid of 10 times. Well, look at you. Your clothes are all wet. Change into something quick. Don't catch a cold. Xiao Chen said with a smile, his tone having an unprecedented gentleness. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose in a milky, fierce manner. Humph. It's all your fault that you're all drenched, causing me to get soaked and my clothes to become transparent. Xiao Chen hadn't realized it until she said it. And when she did, he noticed that Lin Lan was wearing a very light t-shirt. After such a close encounter with him, the t-shirt on his body had long been soaked through, turning translucent at the moment. Underneath the clothes, the luscious petite body was hidden, wholly as light. The hidden white lace, like the feathers on the angel's wings, gives a feeling of lightness and purity, a special kind of seduction that radiates. Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Lin Lan's face slightly reddened, and she said with a milky ferocity, "Stinky brother, where are you looking?" Xiao Chen hastily withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Didn't look anywhere, didn't look anywhere. Lin Lan, what color? Sean, white, round and white. Lin Lan's pretty face turned even redder, grinding her small tiger teeth. Is this what you mean by not looking anywhere? Xiao Chen's face reddened. Oops, looked away and spilled the beans. Arashi-san, the floor is wet. I'll go change first. The devil has awakened. This place should not be stayed for long. Xiao Chen turned around and ran, rushing headlong to the bedroom, grabbing his clothes and going straight to the bathroom. Looking at Xiao Chen's flustered back, and the water that splashed around as he ran, Lin Lan had another big smile on her face. Just now, as she hugged Xiao Chen, she could clearly hear his violent and fast heartbeat, and his breathing was unusually ragged. Obviously, he should have run back furiously in the rain, and the distance was not far. Otherwise, with his physical fitness, he would not be so tired. In other words, in order to dare to come back as soon as possible, this stinky brother didn't have an umbrella at all and didn't care about his body at all. He was worried about her. Unable to help it, Lin Lan felt a warm current flow through her heart, and all the coldness brought on by fear was swept away at this moment. Even the rain on his body seemed to warm up. Humph, stinky brother, you say you hate it on your lips, but you're still honest in your heart. She stood up and got a clean dress from her locker and changed into it. Then she walked out of the room, made her hands into little fists in front of her, and walked softly, as quietly as a kitten, toward the bathroom. A well-proportioned figure emerged from the frosted glass door. Lin Lan looked at that figure and thought of the feeling she had when she touched the muscle lines on Xiao Chen's body. A question popped into my head. It seems I haven't fully seen little Tatsuya's body yet. This brat, he's grown so big, and I don't know if his body is developing well. I'm a national doctor. As a doctor, it's reasonable to give him a checkup, right? So she bit her lip and catapulted herself outside the bathroom. Xiao Chen didn't even notice what was going on outside, quickly drying off his body, changing his pants, and picking up his clothes in his hand. He reached for the door. Opening the door and putting on a blouse while walking was a very boyish habit. I guess. Nothing wrong with it. Sister Lan Lan, wait for me. I'll make you a bowl of ginger soup. He shook out his clothes and prepared to put them on, all the while assuming that Lin Lan was in the bedroom. So he shouted in the direction of the bedroom. Good. But in the next second, he heard Lin Lan's voice coming from the side. Turning his head, he saw Lin Lan staring at himself with two sparkling eyes. He also opened his mouth and sucked on something shiny in the corner of his mouth. Chapter 23, How can you call it peeking in the open? Xiaoyi subconsciously took 2 steps back. Looking at Lin Lan's flamboyant look, she said, Sister Lan Lan, why are you here? Lin Lan looked at his abs and didn't blink. Why can't I be here? It's my house. Where can't I be? Xiao Chen said. Sister Lan Lan, you're not peeking at me, are you? Lin Lan's face straightened and said, Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Your sister Lan Lan? How can I call it peeking when I'm clearly looking right at it? Xiao Chen, it always felt a little wrong, and I couldn't tell what was wrong. Looking down, he realized that he had forgotten to put on his clothes, blushed, and hurriedly put them on. Lin Lan smacked his lips a little fondly. It's good. It does look good. That waistline, those little abs, it's fascinating. There are also the lines on the arms, which are very well developed, and the muscles on the legs, which are even more angular. with a slight push. It was as explosive and hormonal as granite. She was also inexperienced, but she had reviewed some of the information ahead of time. Know that many experienced people have stated that arm strength is more important than physical strength. The legs are the engine, and it's all about the waist that gives the power. With an arm like tiny Tatsu's, surely arm strength won't be a problem. Not to mention the legs. She'd believe you if you said those were two perpetual motion machines. Those little abs, not to mention the doubtful waist and abdominal strength. If I use it, I'm just afraid I won't break it. The only downside is how a nice smelly brother prefers to wear clothes. Arashi-san, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. You got cold just now. I'm going to cook some ginger soup. Don't run around. Xiao Chen avoided Lin Lan's eyes, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and walked to the kitchen. Found a piece of ginger, smashed it, put it in a pot, poured on the Coke and simmered it. It was just a very common thing, but he did it carefully and meticulously. Lin Lan was lying on the kitchen door, looking at Xiao Chen's serious eyes and biting a finger in her mouth. Sure enough, serious men are the most handsome. After the ginger soup was cooked, Xiao Chen poured it back into the bowl and after it cooled down some, he brought it out and put it on the table. Arashi-san, drink the ginger soup later. No pouring. But he knew that Sister Lan Lan didn't like the spicy flavor of ginger soup. When he used to catch a cold and he cooked ginger soup, Sister Barbara always poured it out secretly. It's stupid to dump it, and it's stupid to always dump it in the same pot. As a result, within a few days, the flowers in the pot withered, and she insisted on sophistry, saying that it was the pot itself that drank the medicine, not her who poured it. Lin Lan beamed, somewhat reluctantly, and said, just a small sip, okay? Xiao Chen shook his head. No good. To drink it all. Lin Lan grunted and tilted her head in a reluctant manner. My mouth is on me. I won't drink. What can you do to me? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and said with a milky ferocity, Sister Lan Lan, you must listen to me in this matter. Your constitution is very susceptible to cold. If you dare not drink it, then I'll have to force it into your mouth. Lin Lan laughed. Ha ha ha. It's just you, and you're pouring it into my mouth. Can you do it? Xiao Chen felt like he was being belittled. How can a man be belittled? Sister Barbara, don't push me. Xiao Chen revealed a fierce look. Lin Lan didn't care. So what if I force you? You bite me. Stinky brother, just love to see you looking at me and not being able to me over. Ouch. How cute. Lin Lan smiled, and deliberately and very provocatively bit her lip and shook her head in front of Xiao Chen. He also reached out his hand and pinched Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen usually didn't dare to make a move with Lin Lan, but seeing Lin Lan's emboldened appearance, he didn't know where he got the courage. Suddenly stepping forward, he picked up Lin Lan with one hand and roughly pressed him onto the sofa. Lin Lan thought that Xiao Chen would definitely not dare to really move her. Where did she think that this stinky brother would dare to get his hands on her? His mind went blank for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he was already being held in Xiao Chen's arms with one hand circling his neck. Xiao Chen picked up the ginger soup with his other hand and passed it towards Lin Lan's mouth. Sister Barbara, drink up. Lin Lan gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Chen with milky ferocity. Stinky brother, you really dare to irrigate? Xiao Chen, I'm a real man. What wouldn't I dare to do? Drink up. Lin Lan, however, suddenly laughed, biting her lip and said, I won't open my mouth. I'll see how you can dunk it. Xiao Chen tried a few times, but Lin Lan really didn't open her mouth and threw a provocative look at him. Who can stand that? Xiao Chen's brain was hot, and he didn't know how. But suddenly his mind recalled a classic dog blood scene that he had seen in a TV series. So he picked up the bowl and dried a large mouthful of ginger soup directly in his mouth. With one kiss, he kissed Lin Lan on the lips. Lin Lan simply did not expect stinky brother will be so bold. Put flat, he simply cannot do it. The mind went blank again, and then the lips subconsciously opened. A warm stream flowed into his mouth, and Lin Lan's pupils gradually dilated. Is kinda sweet, although there was a spicy flavor. But looking at Xiao Chen who was close by, she felt that the spicy flavor was much weaker all of a sudden. What I didn't like to drink has become good to drink. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything at all, she had already finished drinking on her own. He even had to lick his tongue somewhat uninterestedly, and it just happened to touch Xiao Chen's lips. Feeling that warmth and softness, Xiao Chen immediately sobered up. A pair of eyes went wide. Holy, what have I done? I can't believe. This time it was Xiao Chen's turn to go blank. He didn't even understand how he dared. Sister Lan Lan, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Listen to my sophistry. Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Lan clasped his head in one hand. Her face was scarlet, and her whole body exuded an aura of wildness and lust. Come on, no more explanations. Feed me. Oh, my God. Stinky brother dares to feed me medicine. Or this way. Don't you dare say it's not an anti-tease? Since you have started to tease, how can you give up halfway? You have to tease all the way to the end. Xiao Chen did not expect Lin Lan to react this way and froze on the sofa with wide eyes. Lin Lan passed the ginger soup in front of him. Brat! What are you gawking at? Quickly feed me. You're not a real man? A real man can't give up halfway. Come on. I'm looking at you. Xiao Chen. Shall not be allowed. It seems to have triggered some unspeakable switch for Arashi-san. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen put down the bowl. His heart still beating wildly. Lin Lan had a red face and her blood was boiling. She swore that at first she had really just wanted her stinky brother to feed her medicine, and definitely hadn't meant to kiss him furiously. She also swore that when she started kissing him, she hadn't thought about opening that door to him. She could even swear that after opening that door, she hadn't thought about pressing Xiao Chen onto the couch and up and down, either. It was all because her own hands were out of control, private, and she had to touch her stinky brother's abs. And after this private action, the flood of power in her body was a bit overwhelming. Her body tensed, she bit her lip, and with a sudden shudder she felt. In the next second, she slowly turned her head, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Xiao Chen. A hand on his neck, a look of lust to the extreme, said, "Little Tatsu, do you want to play some adult games with Sister Lan Lan?" Chapter 24, Near Misses. Do you want to, play some grown-up games with Arashi-san? Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen with that look of lust to the extreme, directly causing Xiao Chen to feel the hormones in his body erupt in a blowout. That stinking Barbara, does she know what she's doing? Doesn't she have the slightest idea of her own beauty? This looks like, it's easy to get out of control. Arashi-san, don't tease me. I'm scared when you're like this. No way. How could the ferocious by nature Arashi-san want to play this kind of game with me? She must be deliberately lying to me to lure me in. If I'm not careful, she'll break my legs. Xiao Chen, you have to be strong. You have to be brave. You have to be sensible. Don't fall for her trick. Xiao Chen bit his tongue and gently exerted himself, telling himself to never be impulsive. This was the test of the demoness. The consequences will be unimaginable if they are caught in the trap. Think about the 12-year-old. Those were broken without trace of the street skate. Cannot resist, that is the end. Thinking of the miserable cries of those few street skaters, Xiao Chen immediately felt as if he had poured a splash of cold water, and his sanity calmed down quite a bit. He stood up with a flourish and said with a righteous look, "Sister Arashur, I'm going to go study now, so rest by yourself." Meh, women. It only affects how fast I can learn. How can I fall for the same trick twice? Lin Lan's little agaric nose wrinkled at once. I want to play adult games with him and he tells me he's going to study? Am I the dream of 900 million teenagers? Not as much fun as studying? Lin Lan bit her lip and reached out to grab Xiao Chen's hand, pushing him down onto the sofa in the process, bulked up and pressed against his chest. Fierce said, "Stinky brother, haven't I had any fun learning yet?" Xiao Chen's throat rolled. "No, Sister Lan Lan, I don't mean that, but I do still have to study. You know, I don't know." Lin Lan interrupted him with a domineering tone. A hand pressed down on his chest, and his hair hung low, touching Xiao Chen's neck. The orchid's breath was then gently exhaled on his earlobe. "Stinky brother, am I so unattractive that you don't even want to play games with me? Or, are you simply not erect?" Xiao Chen's face reddened. "Do you want to hear what kind of tiger and wolf words you have? How can the most important dignity of a man be provoked like this? Your bull asterisk 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 ting. Sister Barbara, I'm very good." Xiao Chen had a red face, but his tone was firm, showing no weakness. "Joke, this kind of dignity. How can you don't provoke and remain indifferent? It's not like I'm a loser who just gets people spitting in my face." Lin Lan said, half petulant, half provocative. "Powerful? Then why don't I see it? If you're really powerful, why don't you dare to play games with me? You don't even play when I give it to you. Brat, so useless." Xiao Chen got angry at once. "I'm useless? I've been. Every morning. You have no idea." Watching Xiao Chen's originally fair and handsome face redden with anger, the muscles and veins on his neck bulged out. Between the rolls of his throat, a strong aura of hormones made Lin Lan feel his heart and mind swirl. Whoever said white boys don't work? This one in my arms can be really milky and fierce. The main focus is an all-rounder. I can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, and I can hold a gun and stabilize a bed. Humph. You're still not convinced? If you're not convinced, try moving one of me. Lin Lan saw that the treacherous plan was already going to succeed, and immediately added fuel to the fire. This is relationship principle number 4, the art of desire radicalization. Why? You don't dare. Humph. I knew you wouldn't dare. Useless little thing. Xiao Chen couldn't hold back any longer. I'm useless. And a small thing? I'll show you today what it means to be big. With a clench of his teeth, he backhanded Lin Lan into a hug and in turn pinned her to the couch. Ah! A quick change of offense and defense caught Lin Lan off guard and let out a scream. Inside the slightly parted red lips, the pink aurora leapt. Xiao Chen's brain was hot, and he took a bite. A little soft, a little tangy, a little sweet. Lin Lan's heart was bursting with excitement. Brat! Just by you. How can you escape from yourself? Come on, push, don't ever pity me. It was unknown how long it had been before Xiao Chen felt a softness in his hands. One arm was wrapped around Lin Lan's waist, and the other hand was already on her neck. Lin Lan, on the other hand, had already been extremely dishonest and put both hands out long ago. Fiery fire, a touch of fire. But it was at this time that the phone suddenly rang. Oh GG Bone, be a hero in a fairy tale. Oh GG Bone, hot blood flows in your heart. Oh GG Bone. Xiao Chen's mind cleared up in a flash, and he almost exploded in place as he looked at Lin Lan, who was being held in his arms with so much lust. Jesus, Xiao Chen, you beast, do you know what you're doing? This is your sister Lan Lan, how dare you treat her? Panicking and picking up his cell phone to take a look, Xiao Chen froze even more. Only 3 words memo appeared on the screen, Uncle Lin. It's Arashi's dad. Lin Lan was exasperated. Who was so inconsiderate? Not calling earlier or later, but calling at this time turned his head and froze. Dad? That hateful, stinking man. On purpose. Xiao Chen hurriedly stood up from the sofa and tried to keep his voice calm before answering the phone. Hey Uncle Lin, what should I do? Uncle Lin has always treated me like a son. In his eyes, I'm Sister Lan Lan's younger brother. But I can't believe I have failed Uncle Lin. If I let Uncle Lin know that I have done such a beastly thing, Uncle Lin will surely blame me, right? How can I face Uncle Lin in the future? Xiao Chen, you're not busy lately, are you? A bright man's voice came out of the phone with a few smiles. It was Lin Lan's father, Lin Mingchuan. Xiao Chen shook his head. Not busy, not busy. College life? Actually quite a lot of time. Lin Mingchuan, oh, that's good. I'm clear about your character. Your studies will certainly not be wasted. I called you today mainly to ask you for something. Before, Lan Lan never let me tell you. In fact, she is also in Jiangzhou University. If you have time, you can contact her, so you can take care of each other. As you know, that Arashur girl, she doesn't know how to take care of herself at all. And I've been so busy with business all these years that I haven't had much time to take care of her. Thanks to you, she's alive and well. Look, Uncle Lin, this request, can you fulfill it? Xiao Chen was slightly silent. This is already living together. You ask me if I can fulfill it? What? Xiao Chen, are you unwilling? Hearing that Xiao Chen did not speak, Lin Mingchuan immediately pursued the question, his tone slightly worried. No, Uncle Lin, I'm not reluctant. It's just that. It's just how should I tell you that I've been living with Barbara-san. Also, it almost went off just now. You treat me like a son, but I almost became your son-in-law. Chapter 25, Little Tatsu and I have other things to do. Listening to Lin Mingchuan's words, Xiao Chen did not know how to reply for a moment. Lin Lan's small tiger teeth ground together, and she snatched the cell phone from his hand as soon as she could. Humph, this damnable dad. If he doesn't tell me what's going on, he calls his stinky brother first. Lin Lan looked resentful and took the phone and said, Dad, I'm such a big man, do I still need you to worry about this? Lin Mingchuan's eyes widened for a moment when he heard Lin Lan's voice. Ha, Lan, what's going on? Why are you next to Xiao Chen? Lin Lan said in a nonchalant manner, because we're living together. Lin Mingchuan raised his eyebrows and realized that things were not simple. Live together? You don't mean, you live in the same house, do you? Lin Lan laughed. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by living in the same house? Let's be professional about this. It's called illegal cohabitation. Lin Mingchuan laughed when he heard this. Oh, illegal cohabitation, that's quite good. That means Xiao Chen is with you. That's a relief. Lin Lan, no, Dad, what do you mean you're relieved? Aren't you afraid that this brat will do something out of the ordinary to me? Lin Mingchuan laughed. It's good that he can protect himself in front of you. And he even did something out of the ordinary. Give Xiao Chen your cell phone. I need to talk to him. Lin Lan hummed and handed Xiao Chen his cell phone. Lambert. Xiao Chen took the cell phone somewhat sheepishly. Lin Mingchuan was greatly pleased and said, Xiao Chen, since Lan Lan is living with you, I am relieved. I just have to instruct you a few words now. You know what kind of temper Arashur is. You're a boy. You must protect yourself. Besides, if Arashur falls in love, you'll have to watch my back. The other guy has to be as handsome as you are, as good a cook as you are, as considerate as you are, and as no nonsense in the caring department as you are. Lin Lan rolled her eyes. They're all the same as him, so isn't he the one who fits the most? Lin Mingchuan froze. This makes sense. Come to think of it, the son-in-law he wanted. Wouldn't that be Xiao Chen like this? But before he could think about it, Lin Lan snatched the phone over and said in a very disgruntled manner, "Alright Dad, I'm not going to nag at you anymore. Little Chen Chan and I have other things to do. See you later." Hang up. Lin Mingchuan held his cell phone and raised his eyebrows again. Something else to do? What else could there be to do at this late hour? A sudden light flashed in his head. This isn't going to be a grandfather, is it? Lin Lan threw her cell phone on the table and clasped her hands in front of her chest with an exasperated look. Xiao Chen scratched his head. That, Lan's sister. Don't be angry. Uncle Lin just wants me to take care of you for a bit. Nothing else. Lin Lan glared at him. I'm angry that he didn't mean anything else. Do you understand? Oh, Xiao Chen was speechless. It's quite late. Why don't you rest? Lin Lan's heart burst with resentment. Dad interrupts such a good rhythm. And this stinky brother doesn't get it at all. You're just going to take a break? Pissed off. Humph. Lin Lan grunted and turned to walk into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Xiao Chen shrunk his neck. A little naturally dull and a little strange. Why is Sister Barbara angry again? But it's good. It looks like Arashi-san won't let herself be a human pillow today, so she can finally get a good night's sleep. Grab a book, dive into the bedroom, and lean back on the bed. Xiao Chen was satisfied and started reading. Watch for a while and lie down to rest. But he felt a bit unable to sleep. And somehow, his heart actually missed the feeling of hugging Sister Lan to sleep. That's soft, sticky. On the other side, Lin Lan was lying on the bed, waiting for a while, but not waiting for Xiao Chen to come in. Can't help but be upset. This brat, won't he come to me of his own accord? Humph. If he doesn't look for me, then I won't look for him. It's not like I can't sleep alone. Half an hour later, Lin Lan sat up from the bed with a disheveled and sultry look on her face. Surprisingly, I can't really sleep. Why don't we go over to him? No, if I go over to him now, won't that make me look like I'm begging for it, and make my stinky brother look bad? Lin Lan pulled the quilt with both hands and lay down on the bed again, pulling the quilt over her body, beaming and letting out a long breath. Spooky and angry. I couldn't sleep, so I took out my cell phone and played with it. Suddenly, she thought of that day when she went to Xiao Chen for lunch at noon. Xiao Chen said something about thinking she was angry because of the information on the internet. I think she also heard someone say something about the official blog of Jiangzhou University. So, she opened her Twitter account and clicked on the official blog of Jiangzhou University. The official blog of JNU closed the comment section for a day and now it's open again. As soon as he opened it, he was immediately screened again by the matter of Xiao Chen and Lin Lan. Lin Lan pulled down a bit and immediately widened her eyes. What? Little Tatsuya got caught with the wallpaper of me kissing him and posted it to the official blog? He personally debunked the rumor that it was his pee? So many people don't believe that he and I are a couple? Lin Lan looked at the various eye-popping comments in the comment section and puffed her cheeks up high. Anger. Humph. Kissed me and said it was peas. This brat. This is lifting his pants and denying it? If you won't admit it, I'll make you admit it. Don't you guys like eating melons? Then I'll let you guys have enough. Just use this opportunity to properly declare your sovereignty over the brat. I'll see who else is not long enough to snatch someone from me in the future. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose as her fingers flew to type a line on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Lin Lan. I have to explain about this matter. Please don't misunderstand my relationship with Xiao Chen. I'm here to solemnly declare that Xiao Chen and I have no adulterous relationship. We're just in a normal relationship and I want him to be my boyfriend. That's all. Typed it and sent it out casually. There wasn't a second's hesitation. Looking at her comment, Lin Lan had a smug smile on her lips. Humph. Brat. Let you refuse to take the initiative. This time I'll see how you can still explain yourself clearly. You just jumped into the Yellow River, but you can't wash it away. He. Putting down her cell phone and thinking about the upcoming sensation she was about to cause with these words, Lin Lan was so excited that she couldn't help but roll back and forth on the bed. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The more excited you get, the more you roll. He ended up pulling the covers over his face and bouncing on both legs as he rolled. And then, bang! Lin Lan touched her head, feeling the coldness of the floor, and cocked her head to look at the edge of the bed above her head. Froze for 2 seconds. Ouch! That hurts. Chapter 26. Do I like Sister Erasure? JNU official blog. After Lin Lan's words were sent out, they quickly attracted the attention of the people who were eating them. Then, in just 10 minutes, there was an uproar. The gourd eaters sniffed at the news, and each one of them flew to find it as if they had antennae on their heads. No way. Is this really Goddess Lin Lan? Lin Lan wants Xiao Chen to be her boyfriend? Is this a personal announcement of a relationship? My god. What a big melon. Goddess Lin Lan even came out in person and admitted her romance with Xiao Chen. Didn't they say that Xiao Chen plotted it? Could it be that the picture is real? So the question is, if the picture is real, then why did Xiao Chen say it was peas? It's not like he rejected Goddess Lin Lan, right? Seeing this meaning, why do I feel as if Goddess Lin Lan is chasing Xiao Chen backwards? All sorts of comments swept through the comment section at a rapid pace, stacking up hundreds of floors in the blink of an eye. Lin Lan scratched her head and got up from the floor and sat back down on the bed, puffed up like a little puffer fish. The mood that was just beautiful was immediately not. Looking at the comforter on the bed again is extra annoying. Damn quilt, why are you pink? The colors are so bright. Who are you trying to seduce? Tie quilts. After sitting in a huff for a while, thinking of the message under the official blog of Jiangzhou University, the mood was only a little better again. Then you open the official blog and immediately it's a 99+ message. Is this really Goddess Lin Lan? Goddess Lin Lan chasing after Xiao Chen backwards? No way? So is Xiao Chen's wallpaper P or not? Are they in love or not? Looking at the various questions, Lin Lan's head tilted and her little finger flew up and tapped on the screen. I am Lin Lan Ben Lan O. The photo is proof. Post a selfie in passing. Of course the wallpaper is real. I'm using the same wallpaper. Did we have a relationship? Guess. Lin Lan picked some questions to answer, but didn't give an accurate answer as to whether or not she was actually in a relationship. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she wanted to see how Xiao Chen would react after seeing these messages. She couldn't help but smile at the thought of Xiao Chen possibly panicking. Then roll all over the bed. Then pull the covers over your eyes and continue to roll around. And then two big long legs bouncing around. And then, bang! Ouch! That hurts. Lin Lan rubbed her head, feeling the cold floor and looking at the edge of the bed above her head. Speechless. The night passed quietly. Xiao Chen rolled over in bed for half the night before falling asleep. He rarely plays with Twitter, so he has no idea what's going on up there. What's more, he didn't know that the current him had become the hottest topic of conversation in the entire Jiangzhou University. The next morning he got up as usual and made breakfast. Lin Lan wasn't up yet, so he walked to the bedroom door and knocked. Arashi-san, it's time for breakfast. It took 2 minutes before Lin Lan opened the door sleepily in her pajamas. When she saw Xiao Chen, she immediately acted like a small lazy worm without bones and directly pounced on him. The body slid down as it was attached to Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen had already known all about her getting up state, and before she could start sliding down, he had already reached out and hugged her. Arashi-san, can't you stand properly? Look at you standing without standing, sitting without sitting. Do you know what you look like now? Lin Lan cocked her head at him. Like what? Xiao Chen, like a piggy worm. Immediately, a fat, tender, green-colored little meatworm came out of Lin Lan's head. The next moment he puffed out his cheeks and slapped him across the chest. You're the one who looks like it. I'm supposed to look like a vixen anymore. Xiao Chen nodded his head. Right. Sister Lan Lan is a vixen. The most beautiful vixen in the world. If Sodaji lives, she'll be compared to Sister Erasure. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose and reached out to squeeze Xiao Chen's face. That's more like it. After eating breakfast, Xiao Chen grabbed his books and prepared to go to school. Since Lin Lan no longer had classes and there was nothing else going on at school, she didn't tag along. Xiao Chen went to the school on his own, and just as he arrived at the entrance, he felt the gazes of the people around him constantly throwing themselves at him, and every now and then someone points as if they're saying something new. He had a strange look on his face, but he didn't bother to ask and headed straight for the classroom. Unsurprisingly, the little fatty Zhang Ziyuan soon appeared in front of him. As soon as Zhang Ziyuan ran over, he immediately looked at Xiao Chen with a face of adoration, his big eyes flashing with envy. Chen, you're awesome. You actually took down Goddess Lin without a word. Such a significant matter. You didn't even say anything to my father. It's too much like treating me as an outsider. Xiao Chen looked at him with a strange look. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? Haven't I already said that Sister Lan Lan and I are not a couple? We just grew up together. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Zhang Ziyuan took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Still lying to me? Chen, look for yourself. Goddess Lin Lan has personally come forward to speak. Don't tell me you don't know. Xiao Chen picked up Zhang Ziyuan's cell phone and glanced at it, and his eyes widened. What's the situation? Why is Sister Erasure personally down there? Although he didn't play Weibo, he remembered Lin Lan's ID, and with just one glance he recognized that this was indeed Lin Lan Ben Lan. Zhang Ziyuan said, Chen, do you still want to argue now? Other Goddess Lin Lan has personally admitted that she likes you, so don't tell me that you don't like Goddess Lin. If you say that, then I'll just have to cut you off as father and son. Xiao Chen's mind went blank for a moment. He knew that Sister Barbara liked to play around with him and flirt with him, but that's how Arashi-san has treated him since he was a kid. Even though some aspects were a bit over the top, He had always felt that Lin Lan was deliberately teasing him. But now, Sister Barbara said she likes him? The demoness who had bullied herself for 10 years, robbed her of 10 years worth of pocket money and snacks, and pressed herself against the wall at the drop of a hat. She likes me? What a joke! In her eyes, am I not one of her slaves? Who am I to make her like me? No, Chen. What kind of expression is that? You're not really going to tell me that it's not Goddess Lin that you like, are you? Zhang Ziyuan looked at Xiao Chen's dumbfounded appearance and felt like he was getting anxious for him. What kind of reasoning is this? That is the Lin goddess. So the public spread dog food. Xiao Chen even a look of uncertainty. What a fool man who doesn't know how hungry he is. Xiao Chen came back to his senses, and Zhang Ziyuan's words caused him to fall into deep thought. Do I like Sister Erasure? Chapter 27, Su Lingling, are you bored? This one question made Xiao Chen suddenly feel in a daze. He realized he hadn't been thinking about it. He grew up with Lin Lan and was bullied as a child, and in his eyes, Lin Lan was like a mountain that he simply couldn't overcome. It was only occasionally when Lin Lan was not feeling well that he had a use for him. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the fact of the matter was that he looked like a little follower of Lin Lan. When Lin Lan told him to go east, he usually didn't dare to go west. The reason I say average is because once in a while he's bold. Take for example the matter of making Lin Lan drink ginger soup. But does he like Lin Lan? It was a question to which he could not find an answer for a moment. He felt that his fear of Lin Lan was innate, and that he took care of her because he had feared her since he was a child and didn't dare to disobey. Besides, he had promised Uncle Lin. He couldn't go back on his word. But putting those reasons aside, is he still willing to take care of Lin Lan? On the other hand, don't I like Arashi-san? Would I mind if Erasure finds someone else to be her boyfriend? Never mind. As soon as this question appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, in less than a second, there was a very strong answer. Never mind. Very much so. Even the thought of Lin Lan being with other boys seemed to make him feel sad, angry and unacceptable. But, wasn't I scared of her? She's a demoness who bullied me for 10 years. Tatsuya? Zhang Ziyuan poked Xiao Chen, who came back to his senses and gave a dumbfounded ah. Zhang Ziyuan, what are you thinking about? So out of focus. Hurry into the classroom. Class is starting. Only then did Xiao Chen take the book and walked into the classroom with Zhang Ziyuan. As soon as he entered the classroom, he felt the eyes of the classroom fall on him in unison. Envy, jealousy, resentment, all kinds of expressions. There was also a pair of extremely sultry eyes, a look that belonged to Su Lingling. Su Lingling saw the message sent by Lin Lan herself early in the morning and cried in anger then. Lin Lan was actually Xiao Chen's childhood friend, and she even took the initiative to chase Xiao Chen. Thinking about the scene last night when Xiao Chen was dying to go back, with her girl's intuition she knew that it must have something to do with Lin Lan. Didn't they say that Bamboo Horse can't defeat Skyfall? Is he going to be the first Skyfall to lose? I'm not convinced. So angry, but Xiao Chen simply ignored her, found a seat and sat down, and began to teach the class silently. But in his mind, he was still echoing the question he had just asked. The morning's class ended, and when class ended, Xiao Chen subconsciously glanced toward the door. And yet, he didn't see Lin Lan come to him. Tatsuer, let's go. Let's go to the second floor of the cafeteria for fried chicken today. My treat. Zhang Ziyuan patted his shoulder and headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Xiao Chen, however, hesitated for a moment before saying, Yuaner, you can go eat by yourself today. I still have things to do and have to go back first. Zhang Ziyuan looked at him. No way, Chener. This is going to go back to live with Goddess Lin in the days of love and affection. You can't be so oblivious to the world. Xiao Chen's heart shook for a moment, but his mouth still said, don't be ridiculous, I really have something to do. Okay, trust you on this one. Zhang Ziyuan didn't pester him and gave him an encouraging look. Parting on that note, Xiao Chen walked out of the classroom and was about to go back when a figure suddenly ran over and blocked in front of him. It's Su Lingling. Xiao Chen, you don't have any classes this afternoon. I've heard that you're particularly good at sports. I just happen to want to join the badminton club. Do you want to join in with me? So you can give me some pointers when the time comes. Su Lingling beamed, revealing a smile that she thought was sweet. The effect of her move was always still strong. At least she hadn't seen a boy who didn't eat her move. However, Xiao Chen looked at Su Lingling in front of him, but he only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Two words come straight to mind, do-over. Although Lin Lan had a ferocious side, when she was sweet, she definitely wasn't faking it. That feeling was completely different from Su Lingling. What's more, it was because of her that Arashi-san was scared so badly last night. Forget it, I'm not interested in badminton. You should invite someone else. I have things to do. So I'll go first. Outright refusal. Su Lingling was so angry that she secretly stomped her feet, but she still ran up to stop him again. Xiao Chen, Then do you have any other favorite sports? Well, you tell me. As long as you are willing, I can accommodate you. Xiao Chen frowned. I don't need others to accommodate me, nor do I like to accommodate others. Having said that, something didn't feel right. Mentally, he added silently, except for Arashi-san. Su Lingling still wanted to pull him back, but Xiao Chen finally became a little impatient. Su Lingling, are you bored? After saying that, he walked straight over bypassing Su Lingling. Su Lingling froze in place, her face reddening all of a sudden. She was surprised to be rejected so dryly. After the embarrassment came a surge of anger. What the heck? I want to chase you just to have face in front of my friends. Instead of appreciating it, you even made me so embarrassed in front of so many people. Xiao Chen, you're too ungrateful. Su Lingling gritted her teeth and watched Xiao Chen's back as he left. Burning with jealousy, Xiao Chen left Jiangzhou University and quickly went back. For some reason, he felt like he wanted to see Lin Lan quickly. It's still early enough to go back and make your own lunch. Sister Lan Lan likes to eat fish-flavored shredded pork and braised pork ribs. It just so happens that both shredded pork and pork ribs are available, so let's make these two dishes for lunch. On the way back, he had even thought about what to eat for lunch. With Arashi-san's attribute of being a rice bucket, she would be very happy to eat these two dishes and would surely laugh a lot. The thought that Lin Lan would be smiling happily on his face, he couldn't help but smile happily as well. Arashi-san, I'm back. Opening the door, Xiao Chen shouted. But a few seconds passed and no one responded to him. Arashi-san? Xiao Chen was strange and shouted again. Still no one responded. He changed his shoes and walked to Lin Lan's bedroom door, gently pushing it open. The bedroom was empty and there was no Lin Lan. That's strange. Where did Arashi-san go when she wasn't home? He took out his cell phone and called Lin Lan, which was quickly answered. Stinky brother, miss me? Lin Lan's usual arrogant voice came out of the phone. Xiao Chen said, Sister Lan Lan, where have you been? Why aren't you at home? Lin Lan, oops, I forgot to tell you in advance. Someone just happened to approach me this morning and asked me out to talk about something. I'm sorry, stinky brother. Don't be mad at me, okay? Xiao Chen was immediately relieved once he heard that Lin Lan was fine and was only out with someone to talk about things. As long as Arashi-san is okay, how could I be angry? You went to dinner with some girlfriends. Lin Lan shook her head. Not oh stinky brother, it's one of my seniors, now graduated. Before he graduated, he was also the schoolboy of Jiangzhou University. The smile on Xiao Chen's face instantly froze when he heard Lin Lan's words. Senior, male, the former schoolboy of Jiangzhou University. Ka-ching. His hand holding the phone contracted so violently that the phone nearly crushed. Chapter 28, Is Little Tatsu jealous? Male, senior, male. The two words kept appearing in Xiao Chen's mind, as if they were a nightmare that lingered. An unspoken emotion flew over him. It was impossible to say whether it was anger, or jealousy, or some other emotion, but in short, he felt his heart, all at once, being washed away. A heart sank hard. Is Arashi-san even dating another man? The words dating once again put another mountain on his already low heart. Stinky brother, why don't you say something? What's wrong? Lin Lan was strange. This wasn't little Tatsuya's style. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, held his tongue for a few seconds, and stifled out a cold sentence. Then you can eat with your senior. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In the restaurant, Lin Lan looked at her cell phone and was confused. Why do you feel that your brother is angry? But what is he angry about? Lin Lan, what's wrong? Across from Lin Lan, a man in a shirt looked at her with a smile. His tone soft, the look in his eyes clearly carrying some adoration. He's the senior who asked Lin Lan out. Yu Luo. Yu Luo was indeed handsome and had a relatively shapely body. Just that compared to Xiao Chen, he was still inferior. But when placed in a crowd, it's definitely a crane in the air. Lin Lan waved her hand and said, It's nothing, a call from her smelly brother at home. Yu Luo was strange. A younger brother? How come I've never heard that you have a younger brother? Lin Lan explained. It's not a real brother. Oh, it's my dad's friend's kid, who just happens to go to Jiangzhou University as well. We grew up together. Oh, that's right, then I'll have to meet him sometime. Yu Luo laughed, looking unconcerned. Lin Lan nodded, biting her chopsticks in her mouth but frowning. No, little Tatsuya's tone just now was definitely angry. But why is he angry? Lin Lan's little brain raced. That's when I told him that I was out meeting with my senior, and that we were still talking about things, the kind of things that we really had to talk about. He just suddenly got upset and his tone was so icy. Is it because of Yulo? She sat up straight with a sudden heartbeat. No way. Stinky brother is jealous? Lin Lan bit her chopsticks, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. But soon she shook her head again. Nope. Darn little Tatsu has always been afraid of me. It's only by the threat of force that I take care of me. And if he's really jealous, that means he likes me. But does he like me? He's been avoiding me more than he can handle. I've been so proactive and he's still not getting it. How can he be jealous because I'm out to dinner with other guys? Lin Lan frowned, suddenly feeling in an unattractive mood. Yu Luo noticed the change in her expression and said, Lin Lan, do you have something on your mind? Lin Lan came back to her senses, thought for a moment, and said, I'm sorry Yu Luo. I remembered that there's something else going on at home. I have to go back. As an older sister, when your stinky brother is angry, you still have to go back and check on him for whatever reason. What if it's really because of jealousy? In such a hurry? Yu Luo was a little disappointed. Lin Lan smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but I do have something rather urgent. Can you not be in a hurry about your stinky brother? Well, I'll take you back then. Yu Luo got up and left with Lin Lan, then drove and sent Lin Lan back. In the middle of it, Lin Lan called Xiao Chen and told him that she would be right back. Xiao Chen received the call and immediately ran out, guarding the road and squatting. He was always gentle, but at this time his face was like a layer of ice. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. The door opened and Lin Lan and Yu Luo walked out. Xiao Chen's two eyes immediately locked onto Yu Luo. Not as good looking, not as tall, not as fit. With just one glance, Xiao Chen immediately came to several conclusions. In fact, he usually paid little attention to these things, but at this moment, there was a strong urge that drove him to compare himself with Yu Luo. Seeing that Xiao Chen's face was obviously not right, Lin Lan came up and pinched his face and said with a smile, Little Chen, what's wrong? Xiao Chen reached out, and as soon as he did, he pulled her behind him, without any good humor. He said, You dare to run out alone? Aren't you afraid of being abducted? Lin Lan was stunned. Abduct me? What kind of a goddamned person has that kind of skill? Yu Luo was also stunned. Do I look like a trafficker? He, Lin Lan, he's that smelly brother you were talking about. Xiao Chen, right? Yu Luo glanced at Xiao Chen, and his heart immediately came to a conclusion as well. Face above me, height above me, body above me, a formidable enemy. It seems the only advantage is the capital underpinning I have accumulated by coming from society first. Lin Lan said, Yes, he is Xiao Chen. Little Tatsu, what are you up to? Eating dynamite? Xiao Chen didn't eat the dynamite, ate the atom bomb. Lin Lan, Yu Luo smiled, opened the trunk, took out a bouquet of lilies, and walked over to Lin Lan, with a look of a humble gentleman. He said, Lin Lan, I know that you've always liked perfume lilies the most, so I specially bought a bouquet for you. You know, I do know you well. Somewhat provocatively, he glanced towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step forward and grabbed the flower before Lin Lan. Said the man, Thank you for your kind words about my Erasure sister. But to be understanding, you really don't know much about my Erasure sister. My Barbie sister does like lilies, but her favorites are not perfume lilies, but wild lilies and daffodil lilies. Yu Luo was stunned. He only knew that Xiao Lan liked white lilies, and within white lilies, the most classic was the daffodil lily, known as the Queen of Lilies. So he subconsciously thought that Lin Lan liked perfume lilies and deliberately bought a bunch to say this. As a result, it was overturned by Xiao Chen. The key sounds professional. Lin Lan's eyes widened slightly. This brat, how did he understand so clearly? Yu Luo was speechless and stayed for a few seconds, so he could only look magnanimous and said, Alright, this time it's my negligence. I'm sorry Lin Lan. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. See you next time. No sending. Xiao Chen directly blocked Yu Luo with two cold words. Yu Luo sat in the car and his face sank for a moment. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen whose face seemed to be frozen like ice, but she was not half angry. Instead she was so excited that she smiled with her eyebrows. She pinched Xiao Chen's chin and said, Little Chen, why are you so angry? Xiao Chen tossed his head. I'm not angry. Lin Lan twisted his face back again, came to him, and said with a gas like a phantom orchid, Little Chen, don't you not be jealous, right? Xiao Chen's heart shook and he blushed, but the tone was very hard. I didn't. Chapter 29, Kissing and Hugging and Lifting Higher. Jealous? How is that possible? Lin Lan saw Xiao Chen's reaction in her eyes, and her heart was even more beautiful. Oh my god. Stinky brother really looks like he's jealous. He doesn't really like me. Does he? 10 years? This number. Raised? Lin Lan bit her lip, her eyes misting, indescribably pretty and cheerful. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's joyful face and with an angry look on his face, he actually let out a cold laugh. Oh, Lin Lan, you seem happy to be dating your senior. In front of Yu Luo, that's my sister Lan Lan. As soon as I turned my head, it was Lin Lan. Lin Lan listened to Xiao Chen's words, but she did not feel any anger. Instead, her heart grew happier and happier. Look at you. Look at you. You're like this. And you dare to say you're not jealous? Raised. This number raised ah. She directly came up and wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen, sticking to him like a vixen. Little Tatsu, don't be angry. There's nothing between me and you, Luo. We really just meet to talk about things. I'm not as happy with anyone as I am with you. You're my human pillow. Hearing Lin Lan's words and feeling the warmth of her body, Xiao Chen felt much more comfortable in his heart, but there was still a cold look on his face. Humph, don't lie to me. Didn't you look quite happy talking to him just now? I don't care to be your human pillow. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose. Not rare? Then I'm rare to you. That's not good enough. Don't be angry. Big deal. I kissed and hugged and lifted high. Xiao Chen immediately took a step back and said to Lin Lan, Sister Lan Lan, there are many people here. Don't come over. He suddenly remembered that he had quarreled with Lin Lan once in high school, and as a result, the bastard had run straight inside the school. A hand lifted him up beautifully in front of a lot of people, and then with a grin, I told him, I've already lifted you high, so don't get mad at me. Stinky brother. At that time, he was 16 years old, 150 pounds, skinny in his clothes, needy out of his clothes. Do you know what kind of big social defame scene it is when a 150-pound baby is lifted up by a girl in front of a lot of people? You must not know, but I know. At this time, looking at Lin Lan's smiling face, he didn't want to be socially dead once more. Lin Lan didn't care what he said. She rushed headlong, hugged him, and kissed him on the cheek. Then another press into his arms and a tight hug. Xiao Chen's strength was definitely not small, but in front of Lin Lan, it was simply no different from a 3-year-old child. In the next second, Lin Lan placed both of her hands under Xiao Chen's armpits and lifted them upward with force. Xiao Chen's figure jerked up. The surrounding gazes looked over in unison. Dozens of pairs of eyes, stiffening on the spot. Xiao Chen's face is red. Does this guy have to socialize himself to death? How about it, little Tatsu? Forgive me? Lin Lan laughed and looked at him with an emboldened look. Xiao Chen didn't dare to disobey and nodded his head vigorously. Forgive. Sister Erasure. I'm not angry with you at all. You put me down first. Really social death. Only then did Lin Lan put him down. Feeling the gazes around him, Xiao Chen could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. However, Lin Lan still looked like she was on cloud 9, not panicking in the slightest, but instead, she was still extremely social bullish as she rushed around to greet the people around her, raising her arms up in a bend, revealing her white arms. National fitness. From you and me, go for it. Xiao Chen. Believe it or not, I don't know her. I really don't. Slipped. Xiao Chen lowered his head and fled from the scene in a panic. But after all, there were people around who reacted quickly and took pictures long ago. It's only natural that such a startling scene would be posted online and shocked. Lin Lan ran back after him. Stinky brother, seems to be shy. That shy look is pretty tasty, too. As soon as she returned home, Lin Lan wrapped herself around Xiao Chen like a snake. Xiao Chen was still cold and unsympathetic. Okay, little Tatsu, I've apologized to you, and I've even given you a kiss and a hug and raised you high. Why are you still cold-faced? She wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's back and twisted behind him. I thought boys couldn't withstand this kind of action. He should have gotten soft even if he was tough. Being touched by Lin Lan like this, Xiao Chen immediately felt his blood speed up. This leprechaun. But for some reason, he felt something was wrong when it was clear that Sister Erasure was coaxing herself. But can't say what's wrong with it. Let go of me. Arashi-san. I don't blame you. Who you date is your freedom. I don't care. I'm going to study now. Xiao Chen felt that he really wasn't angry in his heart anymore. But when he thought of Yu Luo, he felt that his heart was soft and his mouth still had to be hardened a bit. Where else would this smelly sister learn her lesson? Lin Lan couldn't help but wrinkle her nose when she heard his words as well. Stinky brother, you really can't cajole well today, can you? Xiao Chen felt a murderous aura coming from behind him, but on second thought, she was the one who dated the other guy first. So pretending to be strong, she said, Sister Erasure, I just want to study, nothing else. Once Lin Lan heard this, she became a bit annoyed and let go of Xiao Chen, sitting on the sofa. Well, then you'll go and study. And you'll all go and study from now on. Seeing that Lin Lan seemed to be really angry, Xiao Chen's heart softened again. Sister Barbara, what are you? Don't you want to study? Go and study. Lin Lan was full of aggression and said with tears in her eyes. Then he walked straight to the bedroom, opened the door and entered, closing it behind him. Xiao Chen stood in the doorway and immediately regretted it when he thought of Lin Lan's tearful appearance just now. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? You'll lose Arashi-san. Standing at the door for a while, Xiao Chen still couldn't stay up and reached out to knock on the door. Sister Erasure, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made it just now. Don't be angry. Okay. Lin Lan lay down on the bed and pulled the covers up to cover her face. While rolling around, he said, I don't want you to care. Don't you love to study? Just go and study. It's my fault I'm dating another guy. You should be angry. You're not wrong. Xiao Chen. It's over. It seems to have triggered Arashi-san's unimaginable switch. What should I do? If I can't coax Arashi-san now, she'll definitely be upset. Blame yourself. Obviously Lan Lan's sister just went to talk to someone else about a matter. But you have to make. This is a mess. All of them are already 18 years old adults, not 8-year-olds. Why don't we just charge right in? I can't. Barbara-san will beat me to death. Well, why don't we wait until she's less pissed off? Even less so. And 10 years of experience can tell you that there's no way she's going to be pissed off if you don't coax her into it first. Looking at the bedroom door in front of him, Xiao Chen felt so anxious that his head was going bald. Jesus, if you're willing to help me, then you make a thunderbolt. Inside the bedroom, Lin Lan rolled around on the bed, furious, wrinkling her nose and biting her lip and grinding her tiger teeth. Dead brother, stinking brother, to fight me like that, I won't forgive you. Even if the sky falls, even if the world ends, I'll never care about you again. Rumble. Suddenly, a blast of thunder pressed down from the sky. Lin Lan's expression stared. Rumble. Another blast of thunder fell. Lin Lan kicked off the covers and ran down from the bed in a panic, opening the door and jumping headfirst into Xiao Chen's arms. It's thundering. It's thundering. Little Tatsu. It's thundering. Ooh. Chapter 30, Little Tatsu. Are you asleep? Xiao Chen held Lin Lan, who had suddenly rushed out from the room, and listened to the rumbling thunder outside. There was a look of incredulity in his eyes. Is it really thundering? Could this be both the legendary sincerity of the heart and the golden stone? Frowns and smiles. He hugged Lin Lan and gently patted his palm on her back. Not afraid. Not afraid. Sister Barbara is not afraid. I'm here. Not afraid. Lin Lan curled up in his arms, and the arrogance she had just felt instantly disappeared without a trace. What with the sky falling and the world ending? I'm not going to care about you. What was that? Did I say those words? How is that possible? Stinky brother and I were childhood sweethearts. It's so normal for us to play around. The number is going to be raised. You say ignore him? Then this number is not raised in vain. I'm not stupid enough to do it. Feeling Xiao Chen's sturdy and powerful body, Lin Lan immediately felt calmer in her heart. Over the years, the only person who could make her feel this way during a thunderstorm was this stinky brother. The days without Xiao Chen, she used super soundproof earmuffs. Then using his warlord skills, he isolated the thunder. Whimpering a few times, Lin Lan raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen with a pitiful look. Little Tatsu, you're not mad at me anymore? Xiao Chen scratched his head and looked ashamed. Sister Lan Lan, in fact, I'm not angry with you at all. What I'm angry with is that you luo alright. I was all set to make fish-flavored shredded pork and braised pork ribs for Sister Lan Lan for lunch, and he snatched Sister Lan Lan away from me. Lin Lan laughed at once. So that's why this stinky brother is angry. She turned Xiao Chen around and hugged him from the front again, looking up at Xiao Chen. So it's because of this then you said earlier, I will come back directly to eat with you. Stinky brother, you're so tough with your mouth, but you still like me in your heart. Xiao Chen, then who made you my sister? Lin Lan tilted her head. Sister? In your heart, do you really just treat me as a sister? Xiao Chen's heartbeat accelerated as the question hit the soul. Does he really just think of Sister Erasure as a sister? Why would she be so angry because she met with Yu Luo for a meeting if she was a sister? But if he wasn't being a sister, then wouldn't he be being an animal? Uncle Lin treats me like a son. Sister Erasure, it's lunch break time. Go rest. I'll watch you from the side. Words to hide the art of changing the subject. Lin Lan did not get the answer she wanted and hummed, but did not pester Xiao Chen. The look on the brat's face now had gotten under her skin. Now that we have a bottom, there's no rush. With a little vixen like me, can I get him? Little Tatsu, so big thunder it. I cannot sleep alone. How about you accompany me to sleep? Lin Lan tilted her head and looked at Xiao Chen. Although she had always been the one to bully Xiao Chen, she was actually nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Xiao Chen. From her angle, she could see the hard lines on Xiao Chen's jaw and the hormonal scent that was brought about amidst the rolling of his throat knots. The male dog's waist, held in his arms, was even more explosive. If this folds, TSK, people will break down, right? Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Sister Lan Lan, this isn't good. Isn't it fine for me to sit next to you? It's always been like this before. Lin Lan refused to comply and shook her head fiercely. I don't. I want you to stay with me. Don't you have no classes this afternoon? It's not like you're afraid to oversleep. Stay with me. Okay. I want to feel your abs. No, I want to hold your sleep well. You know, I am very afraid of thunder. Now the thunder is so loud. How can you bear to let me lie alone in the cold bed? Well, it's a deal. Go to sleep. Xiao Chen hadn't even thought about whether to say yes or no. Lin Lan had already wrapped one hand around his male dog's waist and threw his entire body onto the bed. Then he threw himself headlong into a hug and buried his face in his chest. Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. I knew that she wasn't discussing it with me at all. And it didn't even matter if I said yes or no. Even if you don't agree. Can you block his strange power that can kill a cow? It's just that today's Arashi-san isn't quite the same as usual, when she used to just pounce on him and throw him on the bed. Surprisingly, he even had to be polite with him today, without the usual dominance. This is still a little weird to get used to. Xiao Chen twisted his body a bit, suddenly feeling that he actually kind of missed the domineering and open-minded vigor of Sister Lan Lan. Realizing this thought, Xiao Chen's face instantly turned red. What the hell? Am I a masochist? Lin Lan buried her head in Xiao Chen's chest and arched forward again. Then the face passed the base of his neck and slid up against it. Xiao Chen could clearly feel her forehead's nose sliding past the skin of her neck. A feeling that was exquisite. The friction of the skin was like a match, easily igniting something inside. Lin Lan rubbed her head up from his neck like a pampered kitten. Then it smoothly arched further upwards again, and its entire body rubbed towards the top of Xiao Chen's head. Originally half a head shorter than Xiao Chen, this arch made Xiao Chen's head come under her neck. Xiao Chen moved slightly and the tip of his nose touched her neck. The faint scent drilled into his nostrils as if it were a flame to ignite the dry wood inside him. Looking down, Lin Lan's collar is slightly open. Sister Barbara, can you change your position? Xiao Chen felt a little unable to stand it, even though this position was what Lin Lan used to do before. But how can you compare as a child to now? Now that Barbara has gotten bigger, she's gotten bigger herself. Where's the big one? Where it's not so big? Lin Lan, however, smiled cheekily and said, what's the point of changing? I just like to hug your little head to sleep. Stop talking and go to sleep. With a push, she pressed Xiao Chen's head toward her. Xiao Chen immediately felt the warmth come to his face. The feeling. Lin Lan also suddenly realized something was wrong. This position, which the two were accustomed to when they were children, didn't even occur to her that she was now so old. Airports can park airplanes, but Mount Everest, how can that be parked? But, you don't seem to be resisting, do you? Lin Lan had a slightly red face, and noticing this, she simply didn't move, only slightly loosening her hands to facilitate Xiao Chen's ventilation. Xiao Chen didn't know how, but suddenly his brain felt quite tired. Well, it's really quite tiring. Too tired to move. Didn't Sister Barbara tell him to stop talking and go to sleep? I've always listened to Sister Erasure. How can I disobey her orders? Forget it. Then don't move. Let's suffocate. Let's die. What's the point of suffering for the sake of Sister Lan Lan? Neither spoke. Eyes slightly closed as if they were both asleep. After a while, Lin Lan's hand that was holding Xiao Chen's head pressed down slightly. She felt a little hot in her body. Little Tatsu, are you asleep? Xiao Chen didn't expect Lin Lan to ask him all of a sudden. His mind was a bit blank and he opened his mouth and came up with, well, fell asleep. The air was suddenly quiet. Chapter 31 Sister Barbara. Really seductive. Xiao Chen's face was red. What's with this ing mouth? Why is it so bad at talking? How can I still talk when I'm asleep? I'm not like Sister Lan Lan who sleepwalks and talks in her sleep. Lin Lan also did not expect Xiao Chen to come up with such a sentence. First he stared. Then he poofed a laugh. Oh, asleep ah? Then it looks like little Tatsu is talking in his sleep now. Then hurry up and don't say anything. Go to sleep and sleep. In my arms. You can sleep at ease. Oh yeah, I'm actually talking in my sleep right now. When he finished, he pressed again. She could feel Xiao Chen's face pressed against her body, clearly burning. It burns like hell. Couldn't help but smile in my heart. Flirting with this brat is fun as always. Xiao Chen held his breath for a while, and finally simply put his heart on the line. Forget it, it's useless to say more at this point, so it's better to just pretend to be asleep. The tenderness of Sister Barbara seems to be quite good. Neither of the two spoke anymore, and remained in this position, not knowing how long their hearts were in the right place, before they finally slowly fell asleep. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, the west-sloping sun had just fallen to the window, and the golden sunlight covered Lin Lan's fair face. It made her whole face look like gold, shining. The tiny sweaty hairs, even brighter, all looked lovely. Her eyes were still closed and she was sleeping just fine. It seemed to be having some kind of beautiful dream, and a silly, goofy smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen looked at this scene and suddenly felt a wave of goodness in his heart. Laughing. Actually, Arashi-san is really seductive when she's not being mean. Xiao Chen thought this in his heart, and after 2 seconds, added another sentence. Then again, when Arashi-san is fierce, she's actually pretty good. Although he thought he was a bit sick, today he really felt that he missed Arashi's fierce look. That feeling, it's just special. Looking at it, Xiao Chen suddenly felt his heart beating fast and had an urge to kiss it. He couldn't help but lower his head. Now that Lin Lan was still awake, as long as he was willing, he could definitely easily land a bite on her delicate cherry-like red lips. But, halfway through the fall, he stopped. Looking at Lin Lan, who was sleeping so quietly, he suddenly felt that it would be a sin in case he woke her up. Count your blessings. I'm a decent man, so I won't take advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen eventually resisted the urge, then gently got up from the bed and rolled down. Get ready to put on your shoes and go out. But just as the soles of his feet touched the slippers, he lifted them again. Then straight away he stood barefoot, took his slippers in his hand, and walked out without a sound. He closed the door with his backhand and made sure Lin Lan didn't wake up. Then he put his slippers on the floor and put them on. Looked at the time, 4:30 p.m. He didn't have class until 7 in the evening, so he could take advantage of that time to make dinner. And when Lin Lan woke up, he should be able to eat. He walked towards the kitchen, his slippers making a slight clack on the floor underneath his feet. The dishes were all already taken out at noon and put in the crisper, which is just thawing at this time of year. Xiao Chen gently took everything out, closed the kitchen door, and began to prepare. He had done these things a million times a long time ago, so it was light and fast. Lin Lan was still dreaming in her sleep, not having the slightest idea that at this very moment her smelly brother was already preparing to take care of her dinner. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly, a scent drilled into my nostrils. Lin Lan's nose twitched and she opened her eyes. The foodie attribute instantly ignited. She sat up from the bed at once and took 2 hard breaths in the air, distinguishing them immediately. Shredded pork with fish and braised pork ribs. So flavorful. Lin Lan stood up, slippers not even worn, and directly opened the door and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Chen is working on the last crucial step, collecting the juice. Suddenly, he heard the kitchen door open and turned his head to see that Lin Lan had licked his tongue and stuck his head in. Seeing the meal already prepared, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. Wow, really braised pork ribs? Let me have a piece. Without caring about her image, she walked over and stretched out her small white and tender paws to grab at the braised ribs in the pot. Xiao Chen immediately grabbed her hand and lightly hit it. Sister Lan Lan, are you stupid? The temperature in the pot is so high. Aren't you afraid of getting hot? Lin Lan beamed. I want to eat it. Xiao Chen, it's not like anyone's grabbing it from you. Wait for me to load it out and eat it when it's cold. Why are you still running out without shoes? Running barefoot on the ground is easy to catch a cold. Lin Lan looked like she didn't care. I'm not afraid. Just load out the ribs. Suck it up. Looking at Lin Lan, whose tongue was sticking out from the corner of her mouth with a look of impatience, Xiao Chen let out a helpless bitter smile. Sister Stinky Arisher is a snacker. He loaded up the ribs, added another piece with his chopsticks, and put it to his mouth to blow on it a couple times. Only then did he hand it to Lin Lan along with his chopsticks so that he could use them to bring it to his mouth. But as a result, Lin Lan directly reached out, pinched the ribs with 2 fingers, opened her mouth and brought them to her mouth. Ah, so hot, 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 hot. While shouting that it was hot, he had already eaten it with gusto. Xiao Chen was speechless. Arashi-san, can't you just use chopsticks? Lin Lan rationalized. Where are chopsticks as convenient as hands? Finish a piece and reach for another. However, he was slapped on the back of his hand by Xiao Chen and shrunk back in aggression. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, if you want to eat, you have to put your shoes on and wash your hands before coming to eat. Lin Lan stomped her foot. I don't. You stinking brother. You're my slave. How dare you control me? I want to eat now. What do you do? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan and suddenly lowered his head, grabbed her thighs and directly picked her up in a princess hug and walked towards the bedroom. Lin Lan, what are you doing? Put me down. Xiao Chen, I said. Put your shoes on first. If you don't then I can only carry you to put them on. Walking all the way to the bedroom and placing it on the bed, he picked up the slippers on the floor and put them on Lin Lan's feet. Then he picked her up again and went into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Looking at the hand Xiao Chen pulled towards the faucet, Lin Lan immediately said, wait. Xiao Chen looked at her. What is it again? My great lady? Lin Lan retracted her hand and glanced at her thumb and forefinger, which had been holding the ribs earlier, and there was still sweet red hot sauce left on them. With one opening of her mouth, she stuffed her finger into her mouth and sucked it clean before she put her hand in front of Xiao Chen. Wash it. Xiao Chen. Arashi-san, do you realize you're a foodie yourself? Lin Lan's face immediately turned serious, crossed her waist with one hand, and said in a serious and righteous manner, Nonsense. How can I be a foodie? I'm a rice bucket. Chapter 32, what's a good name for the baby? I'm a rice bucket. Linlon raised his head in chest, speaking with a straight face. Xiao Chen's face froze when he heard it. Other than that, I still admire Arashi's thick skin from the bottom of my heart. Shaking his head, he put Linlan's hand under the faucet and said, "Wash your hands, rice bucket sister." Linlan shook her head. "No, I want you to wash me." "Xiao Chen, how old are you? You still need me to wash you. You think you're still 8 years old." Linlan began to rationalize again. "If you can wash at 8, why can't you do it at 18? We're all adults. What are you ashamed of?" "Xiao Chen, I'm not shy. But you can wash yourself." "Linlan, of course I know I can wash it myself, but I want you to wash it for me now. It's like of course I know there will be other guys who want to move in with me, but I only want to move in with you right now." Xiao Chen's heart fluttered and he silently turned on the faucet. Alas, who made me no match for her either, and I was at her mercy. It was indeed the result of forceful suppression, and certainly had nothing to do with the matter of cohabitation. Wet with water, scrub with body wash, rinse and dry, a one-stop shop. Perfect. Looking at her cleaned hands, Linlan smiled cheekily, turned around and ran to the kitchen. "Eat meat." Xiao Chen followed close behind, and a few seconds later came his hateful voice. "Arashi-san, can you stop grabbing with your hands all the time?" 20 minutes later, Linlan put down the bone in her hand and burped contentedly. Xiao Chen looked at the red hot sauce on her white and tender fingers, and his face was speechless for a while. "Can kind of understand what it means to talk to a cow, so you have 2 hands just to grab meat?" Looking at the empty plate, Linlan was still a little bit unfulfilled, so she had to put her finger in her mouth again and sucked on it. Yum, yum, hiccup. Xiao Chen silently looked at Linlan, who had a satisfied look on her face, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although he didn't get a couple of ribs, he just felt quite satisfied. As far as he could remember, Sister Erasher had always been a big eater, and had been able to eat since she was a child. But the amazing thing is that no matter how much she eats, she never gets fat. And the waistline, tell me, is it aggravating? Well, don't stay seated when you're done eating, stand up and walk around a little. It helps with digestion. Take a walk after dinner and you'll live 99 years. You hear me, stinky sister? Xiao Chen came in a somewhat arrogant manner. Linlan, however, was unimpressed and sat in her chair with a big sisterly look. A small hand with the world. Nonsense. What walk after meals can live 99? Obviously after meals to lie down, can live 18,000. It's a great day to sit down after dinner. Lay down after a meal. I haven't thought about it yet for a lie down after dinner, so I'll let you know when I do. Linlan waved her jade hand and smiled cheekily. Xiao Chen was speechless and could only smile helplessly, collecting the dishes and carrying them to the kitchen, washing them. Linlan turned and sat back in her chair, placing both hands on the very back of the chair and resting her chin on her hands again, just quietly watching Xiao Chen busy in the kitchen. She felt that it looked like a two-way street, and he or she is the favored one. Stinky brother, so considerate. Ha! Looking at Xiao Chen's silhouette, her mind started imagining things skyward again. The first should be in a very romantic place, preferably with the ocean outside the window and a sunset shining in the room. He'll pick me up for sure. It's easy with those 2 arms of the stinky brother, isn't it? Well, if you get married, it better be on an island. Not too many people, not a million people, but it has to be beautiful. The baby's name, that's a real dilemma. It's not like I'm good at naming kids. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Linlan shook his head inside. Think it's a really big dilemma. Call it Zihan. It's too much. Call it Aotian. It's too douchey. Thinking about it, he started to launch himself. Xiao Chen walked out of the kitchen and saw Linlan with her head tilted, frozen on the chair. That droll look was like an atomic bomb on his aesthetic spot, blowing his mind. Ahem. That, Arashi-san. I have a class in the evening, so I have to go to class first. Linlan twisted her head to look at him, her eyes still a little dull. Ah, the child's name is Zimo? Wouldn't this be a little too popular? Xiao Chen. Sister Lan, what are you babbling about? What child? What Zimo? Ah? Linlan froze again. A scarlet blush surfaced on her face, and she hurriedly waved her hand. Ah, no, it's nothing. You mustn't think too much of it. I didn't mean that our child's name is Zimmer. Xiao Chen, is this the legendary desire to cover up? All thinking about the name of the child. Is Erasher's sister really like me? She can't be lying to me on purpose. I thought you were going to class. Why are you staying? Linlan looked at him strangely. Xiao Chen oh-oh twice, hurriedly went to get the book, said hello, and walked out with a red face. Zimmer, it does seem a bit messy. Still need to change it. It can't be too popular, but it can't be an out-of-the-way word either. Or he'll still be writing his name on the test after everyone else has done 3 multiple choice questions. Wait, what am I thinking? How am I being led astray by Arashi-san? But there's a question. If one is not of legal age to marry, then, do I count as breaking the law? Xiao Chen walked all the way towards Zhengzhou University, but his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. The heart is in the right place, and that's probably what it means. Chenner, quickly tell me, you and Goddess Lin Lan already are not already on track. I'm waiting for candy. When he arrived at the classroom, Zhang Ziyuan immediately arched over head first. The look was just like a white, fat piglet seeing pig feed. Xiao Chen gave him a blank look. I want you to care so much. Zhang Ziyuan, Chenner, this isn't something I alone want to know. It's something all the melon eaters at Zhengzhou University want to know. Alright. The posting bar is so hot right now. All discussing what kind of relationship you and Goddess Lin have. Goddess Lin has personally come out to put her word in. I say, how can you also have a show? You can't leave Goddess Lin hanging out there alone. Hearing Zhang Ziyuan's words, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Yeah, Arashi-san has come forward to speak personally, but he's been quiet about it. Isn't this making Arashi-san sad? He pursed his lips and silently downloaded a posting and searched out Zhengzhou University. So, to admit it, or not to admit it? Chapter 33, A Secret Love. It's really a bit bitter. Xiaoi couldn't help but widen his eyes a bit as he watched the fiery discussion in the posting bar. It was at this moment that he realized what it meant to be an eater. It was clearly a matter between him and Lin Lan, but now that neither he nor Lin Lan had said much, these people were discussing it with incomparable fervor. Even the people discussing it split into 2 factions, one siding with Lin Lan, thinking that Xiao Chen even didn't respond. He's a scumbag. Such a beautiful goddess chasing after him backwards. Why wouldn't he respond? Maybe he was using Lin Lan as a spare tire. This faction is almost exclusively male. There was also a faction of people who sided with Xiao Chen. Their point of view was, why should Xiao Chen have to like her just because Lin Lan expressed her affection for her? It's moral abduction. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen should have the power to make his own choices instead of being swayed by these people. Of course, this faction is basically all girls now. Xiao Chen knew that the matter between himself and Lin Lan was very hot in Zhengzhou University, but he did not expect the heat to be so high. It's all still ganging up. Zhang Ziyuan brought his head over and said, see, Chenner, it's hot right now. Goddess Lin Lan has a lot of fans. Tell me, what the hell were you thinking? As a brother, I must say, a good girl is not so easy to find. Cherish the person in front of you. Don't question me on what basis I can say that Goddess Lin Lan is a good girl. My father said that girls who look pretty are usually not as bad as they should be. Xiao Chen gave him a blank look. Is that why your father married 3 times and was cheated all 3 times? Zhang Ziyuan, get out. Xiao Chen did not gag with Zhang Ziyuan, but his mind kept thinking about it. What kind of feelings he had for Lin Lan. Originally, he hadn't noticed some of his little thoughts about Lin Lan, but after yesterday's incident with Yu Luo, instead, he realized that he seemed to actually have feelings for Arashi-san between a man and a woman. That means I like Arashi-san. She bullied me for 10 years and I fell for her instead. Which does sound and feel a little sick in the head. But, it's not surprising that something like falling in love is a little ridiculous. Xiao Chen was lying on his desk, his mind racing with thoughts. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'm going to chase after Sister Erishur. Anyway, she had been bullied for 10 years, so it shouldn't be hard to bully her for another couple of decades. After making this decision, Xiao Chen felt his heartbeat accelerating. It's a feeling that's pretty amazing. It was as if something that was inherently destined to happen had finally been seen by himself and then happened logically. I was excited, thrilled, and a little apprehensive. What if Arashi-san doesn't really like me? She just likes to tease me like she did when I was a kid? The source of the apprehension is where this problem lies. Thinking this way, Xiao Chen again felt his mood suddenly become a little low, and there was also some indescribable sadness. But if Arashi-san was really just teasing me and treating me like a little brother to be bullied, she wouldn't have done so many out-of-character things to me. Maybe, Arashi-san likes me too, so if I keep putting it off, won't I break her heart? Then on second thought, he thought he still had a pretty good chance. So the mood switched back and forth between these 2 different feelings. Smile at the thought of a big chance. When he thought that he might have misunderstood Arashi-san's feelings, he lowered his voice again. 3 lessons were spent in this tangle. Ugh, is this what a crush feels like? Sure is a little bitter. When the bell rang for the next class, Xiao Chen realized that the book in front of him was already 5 or 6 pages behind what the teacher had said. This had never happened to him, who had always been serious about his studies. Closing the book, Xiao Chen silently walked out. Xiao Chen, wait a moment. Just outside the classroom door, Su Lingling walked up again and blocked in front of him. Yesterday, when she was left behind by Xiao Chen, Su Lingling was very unhappy in her heart, but she still decided to try again. Maybe Xiao Chen had left her behind yesterday because of something else. Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked at Su Lingling and said, "What is it again?" Su Lingling looked like she was blaming herself and said, "Xiao Chen, I was wrong about yesterday. I didn't know you were in a bad mood. I apologize to you. Don't get angry with me, okay? I really wanted you to take me with you for exercise. Nothing more," Xiao Chen said. "Thank you for your kind words, but I'm not really interested in the sport you're talking about. So, sorry about that." Su Lingling immediately pulled him back again. "Then you can tell me the sports you're interested in. I can do your favorite sports with you well. I went to the doctor the other day, and the doctor said that my qi and blood are weak, and I need to exercise more to get better, or my body will get very bad." "Xiao Chen, you can't just leave me alone, please." Xiao Chen was wondering in his heart. "You don't need me to be responsible for your body either. Why do you need me to take care of it?" He pulled his hand out of Su Lingling's hand, and Su Lingling immediately reached out and grabbed it again, and with both hands together. "Xiao Chen, who is she?" Coincidentally, at this time, Lin Lan's voice came from the side. Lin Lan's watery eyes immediately turned ice cold as she looked at Su Lingling, who was grabbing Xiao Chen's palm. With her own woman's intuition, she instantly found a label on Su Lingling, green tea. "Damn it, if I'm not careful, I can't believe that my stinky brother has a green tea by his side. Can't I, a childhood friend, escape the fate of being snatched by a heavenly crossbow? It is not possible to fix it." When Xiao Chen saw Lin Lan, he immediately panicked and pulled his hand out of Su Lingling's hand again, hurriedly said, "Sister Lan Lan, listen to my explanation." Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Lan walked up and took him in a hug, pulling him into her arms. He himself stepped forward and blocked in front of Su Lingling, condescendingly looking down at Su Lingling. Her voice was ice cold as she said, "Who are you to ask my permission to hold my stinky brother's hand? This is a moment of dominance." The powerful aura scared Su Lingling so much that she subconsciously took 2 steps back. "I thought Lin Lan was a sweet goddess. Why is her aura so big? This is clearly queenly." The surrounding people were also attracted by the sudden appearance of Lin Lan, and seeing this domineering and powerful aura of hers, they were even more stunned. Goddess Lin Lan had personally come to look for Xiao Chen, and had even confronted Su Lingling. Is this an oath of sovereignty? A large Shura scene. Chapter 34, I don't know you well. Why do I need you to feel sorry for me? Xiao Chen also did not expect Lin Lan to suddenly appear here. This situation was too much of a surprise. Lin Lan looked at Su Lingling with both eyes without blinking. The eyes were all ice cold, and the powerful aura on her body made Su Lingling feel that she actually looked incomparably small. The surrounding people also looked dumbfounded. Was this still the goddess Lin Lan who was known for her sweetness? Xiao Chen immediately tried to explain. "Sister Lan Lan, listen to me. It's not your time yet. I'm asking her." Lin Lan directly interrupted him and turned around to give a warning look. Xiao Chen's neck shrank and he didn't dare to speak. He was more than familiar with this aura. Every time Sister Erishar emitted this aura, it was something that should never be messed with. Scarier than a little tigress. Su Lingling fixed her mind and looked at Lin Lan, who had a powerful aura, but suddenly lowered her stance and then put on a very soft appearance. Said, "I'm sorry Lin Lan. I didn't know about your relationship with Xiao Chen. I just wanted to pull Xiao Chen into exercising with me. It was all on my own initiative. It had nothing to do with him. You mustn't take it out on Xiao Chen. It's all my fault." One of the green tea skills, forcibly diverting conflicts and creating a soft persona. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shifted the conflict to Lin Lan and Xiao Chen, again emphasizing his innocence, and again taking the initiative to take the blame. That's a good hand to play. Lin Lan laughed. "Green tea is great? I specialize in green tea." "Oh, you took the initiative. So you're deliberately seducing my brother? At a young age. You haven't learned anything else, but you've learned to seduce other people's boyfriends. You've learned your skills quite well. Pretend with me, right? Then I'll just stick the knife into you and see how long you can pretend." The main focus is a straight and fast heart. Su Lingling immediately shook her head. No, Lin Lan, I didn't mean that. Nor did I think of having anything to do with your boyfriend. It's just that Xiao Chen has also never personally admitted that he is your boyfriend. So that's why I looked for him. Blame me if you want. Never blame Xiao Chen. He's a good boy. Lin Lan sneered in her heart. The technology is quite good. In these few words, Xiao Chen first took Xiao Chen's failure to personally admit that he was her boyfriend as a shield. Make it sound like she's being unreasonable. Then he continued to take the blame, and had to make a passing compliment about Xiao Chen being a good boy. If it were any other man, I'm afraid that with just these few words, he would directly have to lose the battle and side with Su Lingling. Any other woman would have just stormed off. But Lin Lan just laughed and said, "I'm definitely blaming you. How can I blame my stinky brother? What are you thinking? Wasn't it explained clearly in the last question? It was you who seduced my stinky brother first. So wouldn't I not be able to tell right from wrong if I didn't blame you and still blame him? As for him being a nice boy, of course I know that. What makes you think that the few days you've known him are worth the 10 years I've known him better? Su Lingling froze for a moment. Lin Lan's words were single-minded, and she didn't avoid or evade them, but it was such a direct and brutal way that instead, she was caught in a logical self-contradiction, and she digs holes, and Lin Lan doesn't jump into any of them, so she grabs her self-contradictions and talks about them to death. It's literally sobering on earth. It's not easy to deal with. Looks like we'll just have to use a mid-level kill move. Su Lingling's mouth turned away and 2 lines of tears fell out. With a very apologetic and aggrieved look, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'm sorry Xiao Chen. I didn't know that Lin Lan was so fierce. I just wanted to exercise with you, but I got you involved. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'm the one who interrupted your relationship with Lin Lan, but I really didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to feel sorry for you. If you don't like it, I'll never look for you again, okay? Lin Lan frowned at the good green tea. Tears are falling out of your eyes, and you still feel sorry for my stinky brother. Who do you think you are? My stinky brother needs you to feel sorry for him? Su Lingling's face was soft, but her heart was already fuming. She'd used this trick so many times. She'd tried it so many times. There wasn't a guy who wouldn't fall for it. According to past experience, this time Xiao Chen should have softened his heart, and then put in a good word for her. And then Lin Lan would definitely get upset and question why Xiao Chen was helping her. Then she would continue to add fuel to the fire and keep arching the fire. And the conflict between Xiao Chen and Lin Lan would be constantly magnified. This corner is dug open. Ah, good. Then you won't come to me again. However, just when she was full of confidence, the moment Xiao Chen opened his mouth, it caused her to directly freeze. She looked at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. What did you say? Xiao Chen, I said yes. Don't you ever come to me again. I don't like it when you come to me. Su Lingling. Xiao Chen. I just want to feel sorry for you. Xiao Chen, I don't know you well. Why should I need your heartache? Su Lingling. I'm sorry Xiao Chen. It's all my fault. Xiao Chen, just know it's your fault. Su Lingling froze in place, feeling like her brain was burning with smoke, and didn't understand which part of the process had gone wrong. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. How come she never realized that this stinky brother even had the hidden skill of recognizing green tea? The people around were even more dumbfounded, and some of the girls couldn't help but give a round of applause. This dislike of green tea technology, absolutely worthy of boyfriend in-depth implementation of learning some. Su Lingling froze for a while and stifled a sentence. I'm sorry Xiao Chen. I'm the one who interrupted. But can I ask you a question? Can't. I don't have time for this. I'm going back for a snack with Arashi-san. Without waiting for Su Lingling to finish, Xiao Chen bluntly refused. Su Lingling people are stupid. I haven't even released this ultimate move yet. But he rejected it? What a vicious tactic. Lin Lan also watched with glowing eyes. She had just been worried that Xiao Chen would not be led astray by Su Lingling. I didn't realize that when this stinky brother opened his mouth, he was even more powerful than her. Every sentence hit the nail on the head, poking Su Lingling straight in the heart. Who says men can't resist green tea? Without waiting for Su Lingling to react, Xiao Chen took the initiative to pull Lin Lan's hand and said, Sister Lan Lan, let's go. Su Lingling stiffened in place and just watched Xiao Chen and Lin Lan walk away hand in hand. A face then turned red, itching to find a hole in the ground. She was surprisingly disliked hard by Xiao Chen. When he fought with Lin Lan, he didn't fight, and when he fought with Xiao Chen, he ended up almost being buried alive. This is so embarrassing, isn't it? It is not said that good-looking boys do not have much bad intentions. How Xiao Chen is so capable of disliking The surrounding people all revealed envious eyes as they watched Xiao Chen and Lin Lan leave. Although the two still haven't explicitly expressed their relationship, this scene, no doubt, says enough. Lin Lan's domineering look impressed them. Xiao Chen's hardcore dislike of green tea is even more enviable to the girls. If this were his boyfriend, he would still be envious of those demonic yes. My god. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen is too handsome. Even disliking green tea is so handsome. On this day, Xiao Chen was happy to be given a new nickname at Zhengzhou University, Green Tea Nemesis. Chapter 35, I'm the only one who can have my stinky brother. Walking out of Zhengzhou University, Xiao Chen was still a little apprehensive in his heart. Every now and then, he twisted his head to look at Lin Lan next to him. Although Lin Lan was shorter than him, his aura was much more powerful. Xiao Chen knew the frightening nature of this goddess and hesitated for a while, looking like he wanted to say something. Lin Lan didn't return her head and said, if you have something to say it, with a touch of ice. When Xiao Chen heard this, he said that it was not good. Sister Lan Lan was angry. Sister Lan Lan, I have nothing to do with that Su Lingling. Don't misunderstand. Lin Lan smiled. I didn't misunderstand. I know you have nothing to do with her. Xiao Chen's heart sank again. Not good. Getting worse. If Sister Barbara has this attitude, that means there's a big problem. Sister Lan Lan. Then, can you not be angry? Lin Lan laughed again. I haven't seen you in the blink of an eye. And there's more green tea. Do you think that if I'm not careful, you'll be surrounded by all green tea? Looks like I'm going to have to lock you up just to make sure you don't get hurt by all this green tea. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a bad smile. It was a bit icy, and Xiao Chen couldn't tell if she was really angry or if she was faking it. But in his experience, it was undoubtedly best to be really angry at this point. If the bet is wrong, the consequences can be unimaginable. He still remembered that in middle school, a girl wrote him a love letter, which was discovered by Lin Lan. Good lord. This guy just blocked the girl in the grove and broke a tree with his fist right in front of the girl. The girl was so scared she didn't dare go to school for 3 days. The key girl told someone else and no one believed her yet. How can a girl who is 2 years older, pretty, and usually gentle and sweet break a tree with one punch? It's not funny. Arashi-san. I was wrong. I'll never have this kind of entanglement with another girl again. You really shouldn't get angry. It's not good for your health. Tell you what, I'll buy you a midnight snack, okay? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan with sincerity all over his face. Lin Lan tilted her head to look at him, before her nose wrinkled, seemingly fierce and evil, but also with some playfulness and said, seeing as you're so sincere, reluctantly agree to you brat. Xiao Chen then smiled heartily. Since Sister Lan Lan had agreed, it wouldn't be a big problem. It seems that I handled today in the right way. At least Arashi-san really wasn't really angry. The fact that she was upset should be because of Su Lingling's pestering, not the way he responded. As long as Arashi-san isn't angry, then everything is fine. Xiao Chen suddenly felt his mood brighten up, and even the sound of the ghost fire motorcycle, which he usually found to be very noisy, felt like it sounded much more wonderful than usual. Lin Lan said, Brat, what are you smiling about? So happy? Xiao Chen, I'm happy that Sister Lan Lan isn't angry. Lin Lan, oh, does the brat care so much about me? Xiao Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. Yeah, do I care so much about Arashi-san? It's amazing how much her happiness or lack thereof affects my mood. And it's not because of intimidation. It's not because of the threat of force. Do I really like Arashur, sis? Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen's frowning and contemplative appearance. Her heart was happy. Even though the stinky brother didn't tell him exactly what he thought, he didn't say no. There was no rejection. So that's a step in the right direction. Not to mention that the way the smelly brother disliked the green tea today, he could put himself at ease quite a bit. At least she had a much higher place in his heart than those green teas. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Xiao Chen on his head. Xiao Chen glanced at her and said with some grumbling, Sister Lan Lan, don't keep touching my head. You won't grow taller. Lin Lan laughed and smiled. You're 18 years old and you're still trying to grow taller? Xiao Chen, my mom said that boys can grow into their 20s. Lin Lan, then your mom is lying to you. The two fought their way to a place that specialized in barbecue. And this store also allows you to bake your own. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Lan licked her lips and selected a large pile of meat skewers before pushing them in front of Xiao Chen. Eyes on him. She can't bake. She's just in charge of the food. Of course, the stinky brother is the best at such things as kebabs. Xiao Chen skillfully placed the meat skewers one by one on the grill, brushed the oil, rolled them, and controlled the fire. The movements are skillful and precise. It didn't take long for the scent to waft out, and Lin Lan was already salivating at the smell. Stinky brother, the craftsmanship is as good as ever, Xiao Chen said with some pride. That's right. I've been grilling meat skewers for Sister Lan Lan for 10 years. Lin Lan's heart warmed as she listened. Looking back, she realized that many of Xiao Chen's habits were indeed accumulated because of her. Their parents are very close, so they've known each other since they were kids. When Xiao Chen was 8 years old, she began to be bullied by her, and she remembered that when she ate barbecue as a child, she insisted that Xiao Chen grill it for her. Originally, I wanted to flirt with my stinky brother, but I didn't realize that after 10 years, this stinky brother's handiwork was so good that he could kill the old barbecue restaurant employees outside. There are also sports also. Although it is afraid of their own lustful power, stinky brother only exercise. But in the end it is also because of their own to insist on it and cooking, and being considerate of her. And, even when she went back for summer vacation from college, she had to rub her nose in Xiao Chen's house for 2 months. And during that time, it was basically Xiao Chen who cooked. She didn't dare to think that if Xiao Chen really ran away with another woman one day, what kind of life would she have to face that would be worse than a pig or a dog? She suddenly realized that 80% of her security in this world, it seemed, came from Xiao Chen. Giving him up to other women? No way. Absolutely not. Lin Lan was eating a meat skewer in her mouth, and both of her eyes stared at Xiao Chen without blinking, her eyes flickering with a determined and resolute light. Definitely can't let anyone else get ahead of me. Well, it's decided. I'm going to officially confess to him. This stinking brother can only belong and must belong to me. Lin Lan fumed and pulled off a piece of meat. Xiao Chen touched her eyes and said, Sister Lan Lan, why are you looking at me with such eyes? Lin Lan, what's in my eyes? Xiao Chen, it's like, want to eat people's eyes. Lin Lan laughed, holding the meat skewer in one hand and patting it on his leg with the other. Stop baking. Come here. Sit down. Xiao Chen looked at the people around him and was a little embarrassed. This is not very good. So many people. I'm an 8-foot man. I want to save face. Lin Lan's nose wrinkled. So what if there are so many people? I've never been afraid of people watching when I do something. Saying that, he directly pulled Xiao Chen over with one hand and pressed him onto his lap. Xiao Chen was slightly uncomfortable, but quickly relaxed again. This kind of dominance from Sister Barbara, for some reason, instead made him feel relieved, soothed, and still at peace in his heart. Lin Lan's behavior was also seen by the surrounding foodies. One by one, they all cast stunning eyes. After seeing Lin Lan's beauty and Xiao Chen's handsomeness, a flurry of envy that almost flew. Feeling the envious gazes of the people around him, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that it wasn't actually a bad thing to be hugged by Sister Lan Lan. Look at all those single dogs, who aren't so envious that their eyes are flying out of their heads. After a late night snack, both of them walked out satisfied, holding hands and walking down the boulevard. The evening breeze was slightly cooler, and a moon hung in the sky, falling over the treetops. As Lin Lan walked, her head suddenly lulled and she leaned on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen twisted his head to look at it, and a contented smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It just feels like the moon is extra nice and the wind is extra gentle. Even the car exhaust seems to have become fragrant. Chapter 36, Sister Barbara is a little vixen. Back at home, Lin Lan lunged straight for the couch. Ah, it's so cozy. Lin Lan plopped down on the couch, buried her face in the top of the couch and rubbed it, then rolled over. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was in the back, shaking his head and smiling bitterly as he juxtaposed the shoes that Lin Lan had casually thrown on the ground. In my heart, I thought, alas, this stinking Lan Lan sister really can't clean up at all. If there is no me, how can she live, yo? Little Tatsu, come here. Lin Lan's heart just warmed as she looked at Xiao Chen, who had put all her things away. In my heart, I couldn't help but think, alas, I don't know a single one of these things. How could I live without my stinky brother? So, no matter what, I can't let my stinky brother fall into the hands of another woman. Even if he's tied up in 5 different ways, he's got to get him first. Of course, it would naturally be best if the two of them could be in love. You and I, and then dry fire. Xiao Chen put his things away and walked over to Lin Lan. What's wrong, Arashi-san? Lin Lan smiled cheekily and suddenly reached out, pulling Lin Chin over with one hand, and pouncing on the sofa in one smooth motion. Stay still and lie down for a while. Lin Lan felt warm as she hugged Xiao Chen. She couldn't help but think back to the days when she used Xiao Chen as a human hand warmer bag when she was a child. It was cold in the winter, and she was far more skinny than the average girl, and always liked to be out in the wild. She rolled around in the snow while the other girls dressed warmly in their homes by the fire. While the other girls looked out through the glass, she dragged Xiao Chen all over the street. So from time to time, he freezes his 2 hands red, then runs next to Xiao Chen, and as soon as he holds him down, he shoves his hand through his collar. Xiao Chen often screamed from the cold, but there was nothing he could do against her strange power. The feeling, she remembered, was warm. Later, Xiao Chen carried a hand-warming bag in the winter in order to suffer less, but he never used it himself. He always kept it for her, and from that time on, she never got frostbite on her hands again. It's not that Lin Mingchuan didn't buy her a hand-warmer bag, but the hand-warmer bag that Lin Mingchuan bought her, that dog memory of hers couldn't remember to bring it with her at all. But Xiao Chen will never forget. No matter what time of the day, when she was tired of playing and her 2 hands were freezing, Xiao Chen always pulled out the hand-warmer bag from his body and handed it to her. Sister Barbara, warm your hands. She couldn't help but smile at the thought, feeling a little sorry for little Tatsuya as a child. But the guilt was more indeed warmth. Warmth that went deep into the soul. Then the hand that hugged Xiao Chen became even harder. Where can I find such a warm, smelly brother? Xiao Chen looked at her strangely. Sister Lan Lan, what are you smiling about? Lin Lan, I laugh at the fact that I have a little puppy. Xiao Chen was even more surprised. Is there another dog in the house? How come I didn't know? Lin Lan, yes. Don't you realize? He's a good-looking guy. Handsome and cute. Warm and all-around great little puppy. Xiao Chen, where is it? I don't see it. Lin Lan reached out and cupped his face. It's not being held by me. Xiao Chen understood at once. I'm a little milk dog? How is that possible? He immediately looked at Lin Lan very reluctantly and said, Sister Lan Lan, I'm not a puppy, and even if I am, I'm not a little puppy. Lin Lan, oh, what's not a little puppy? Xiao Chen raised his head and tensed his body. It's the little wolf dog. Lin Lan was immediately amused and backhanded him underneath her. Oh, then wolf one for me. Come on, be fierce. Ow dash. Fierce? Aren't you a little wolfhound? Xiao Chen was speechless. It's true I'm a little wolfhound, but you're a little tiger. I don't feel like I'm tired of living when a little wolf dog is being mean to a little tiger. Okay, Arashi-san. It's late. Time to take a bath and go to bed. Xiao Chen hastily changed the topic. Lin Lan laughed and nudged his nose. Yo, the little wolf dog admits defeat but what a useless little wolf dog. Xiao Chen twisted his face. Che, I'm just not getting on your bad side. I'll spare you today. Lin Lan let go of him and leaned back on the couch. I'm going to take a comfortable bath today. So little Tatsu, you put the water in the tub for me and get me a set of pajamas. Okay? Lin Lan winked with a fawning look. Xiao Chen felt his heartbeat immediately accelerate. This female demon turned into the bathroom and turned on the hot water, then took this time to go to Lin Lan's bedroom to find a set of pajamas. Lin Lan's pajamas were ruthless, and Xiao Chen took a look at them and selected a white skirt at a glance. The dress is so light and soft that it is able to fall right along the curves of the body in a very figure-flattering way. Xiao Chen originally wanted to choose the next set, but after seeing this set, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Then, eye to eye, he removed it and put it in the bathroom. Arashi-san, the water is ready. Take a bath. Lin Lan lazily stood up and walked into the bathroom, reaching down to take off the clothes on her body. Xiao Chen's face brushed red. Arashi-san, can't you wait until I'm out before you take it off? Lin Lan, stinky brother, still shy? Then how come you weren't shy last time when you peeked at me? You see this bathtub is so big, why don't you wash it together? Xiao Chen immediately ran out. Treacherous plan. It's all a treacherous plan by Sister Erasure. If I'm to be from her, God knows how she'll torture me. I'm a good, law-abiding citizen, and I wouldn't do such a criminal thing, but then again, since it was Arashi-san who took the initiative to invite me, it shouldn't be a crime for me to break the law. Xiao Chen stood outside the bathroom and suddenly shook his head. What how could I have such a shameless idea? Non-molestation. I'm a decent man. I'm a decent man. Am I decent? Xiao Chen walked over to the sofa and looked in the direction of the bathroom, and for a moment, felt like rushing over, but in the end, he held back. Lin Lan soaked in the bathtub and looked at her luscious body, then a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a body this perfect, he can hold back? Don't worry too much about Lin Lan. The stinky brother will be you sooner or later. After taking a shower, Lin Lan dried her body and picked up the pajamas that Xiao Chen had found and prepared to put them on. One look at the pajamas and her eyes let out a little light. This is the most figure-flattering of all my pajamas. Sexy and flirty. The little mom dress that kills teenage boys. The brat even chose this one? What a little pervert. She put her pajamas back on and looked in the mirror again. The little halter slipped naturally from her shoulders and the dress fell completely against her body. With a slight bend, the curves of her back were flawlessly revealed. Lin Lan looked at herself in the mirror. This look, not to mention men, even she herself felt moved. The key to this dress is that it's still picked out by the stinky brother. She opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look and froze for a moment. Both eyes looked at Lin Lan, and their pupils instantly dilated. At this moment, Lin Lan was wearing the little halter nightgown he had found. Her white and delicate neck and shoulders were exposed. It prohibits delicate skin that truly looks like the blow-dried kind. The curves of the body were perfectly framed, and the hemline underneath played to the advantage of just covering the thighs, and up at the knees. Long, straight, white legs stuck out from the hem of her skirt and glowed with holiness. The two little feet stepped on the ground as if they were as agile as two elves. Even though Xiao Chen had already thought about how Lin Lan would look in this dress in his head, he realized that he was still conservative in his thinking. Lin Lan's real appearance was far better looking than he thought by several times. That wild and lustful imperial sister temperament is simply a living little vixen. Chapter 37, Hug Me, Little Brother. Xiao Chen stared blankly at Lin Lan, only feeling that he just looked good and couldn't take his eyes off of her. Even the eyes forgot to blink. Lin Lan looked at the dumbfounded Xiao Chen and was very happy in her heart. Humph. That's the reaction I want from my stinky brother. It seems that my temperament still fascinates him. Lin Lan walked over towards Xiao Chen and extended a jade finger to point on his forehead. Brat, if you look again your eyes are going to fly out. Yo. Only then did Xiao Chen come back to his senses. Looking at Lin Lan who had already walked in front of him, his face swished red into a red Fuji. Oh my god. What am I doing? I can't believe I'm staring at Arashi-san. She came over and didn't even notice. She'll think I'm horny. Not waiting for him to think of something to say, Linlan changed her domineering behavior from before when she had asked him to sit on her lap without moving. Instead she pressed his head towards the back of the sofa and then sat down against his thighs. The little mom dress was as thin as a cicada, and Xiao Chen was wearing athletic shorts. He could completely feel Lin Lan's body temperature, and he could even feel the soft and delicate texture of her skin. It felt so good that he couldn't find a word to describe it. Is this a leprechaun? No wonder so many of the previous emperors were dimwits, he asked himself. If he were the emperor and had a concubine like Lin Lan, he would want to be a dimwit as well. The spring night is short and the day is high. From now on, the king does not have an early morning. That is definitely his true portrayal. What world? What kingdom? Whoever wants it. A red smile is no less mesmerizing than these things. He even suddenly understood a little bit of King Yu of Zhou's little mindset of beacon fire playing with the lords. Lin Lan sat on Xiao Chen's lap and just leaned on his chest, then pulled up both of his hands again and looped them over the side of both of her waists. Smiling back at him, she said, "Stinky brother, hug me." Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing left in his mind but this turning back smile of Lin Lan. In such a moment, he suddenly understood what it means to smile back 100 winks. 6 palaces without color. Red-faced scourge. If this were in ancient times, Sister Lan Lan would be a veritable red-faced scourge. It can be a blessing and a curse. He wrapped both of his hands around Lin Lan's waist and exerted a slight force, and a soft touch came over. Although it wasn't the first time he had hugged Arashi-san, but Arashi-san taking the initiative to sit on his lap, this was definitely an unprecedented first time. Although he had long had experience, Xiao Chen still felt that the fire in his heart was flourishing like never before. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen's flustered and fallen eyes and couldn't help but be puzzled for a second. Was the killing power that great? She then laughed and deliberately twisted a few times on Xiao Chen. Then, she felt a trace of abnormality coming from Xiao Chen's body. Like granite. Seeing as how Stinky's brother isn't usually in the habit of using Thumbelina, no wonder the yang energy is so strong in a day. It turns out that after 18 years, the habit is still maintained so well. What a hardened child's body. Little Tatsu, am I soft? She tilted her head and looked at Xiao Chen, half wild and half flirtatious, like a little wildcat, and like a little fox. Xiao Chen coughed dryly. Sister Lan Lan, you don't call this soft. You call this a scourge of the country and a red face. Lin Lan laughed. Ha. So tell me, how red-faced is it? Xiao Chen, if the longevity monk had met you instead of the king of the daughter kingdom, I guarantee he wouldn't have been able to get the Western scriptures. Lin Lan reached out a hand and placed it on his neck, from bottom to top, and touched his face. The Tang monk couldn't get the Western scriptures, so if it was you, did you get them? In Xiao Chen's mind, how could it have been achieved? It is the opposite of going up to the Western paradise. This Western scripture I will not take, but he held back. If he said this, he was afraid that Lin Lan would get an inch again. He wasn't really the Tang monk, so how could he possibly hold back? Arashi-san, I'm going to take a shower, so go ahead and go to bed. Xiao Chen hurriedly stood up, somewhat falling away. Lin Lan laughed daintily, but grabbed his hand and said, "Wash faster. I'll wait for you to warm the bed." Oh, Xiao Chen's heart trembled at the tip. Rushing into the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, turned the cold water up to maximum and doused himself with it. The cold water ran over his body before he felt his heart slowly calm down a bit. When she thought of Lin Lan's behavior just now, she couldn't help but whisper a curse. Sister Lan Lan can be such a little vixen. How can she be so good-looking and so seductive? If he hadn't been quicker, he really wasn't sure he would have been able to hold his own. Lin Lan looked at the bathroom door and let out a small laugh. Stinky brother, can't top that? You're going to get it later. Xiao Chen stayed drenched for several minutes before his mood completely calmed down. Then, a thought began to dawn on him. It seems that I really like Arashi-san. Being bullied by her for 10 years and then falling for her is a bit ridiculous. But, what's wrong with being in love and being ridiculous? Arashi-san has already publicly shown her affection for me, so whether she's teasing me or not, I should seize this opportunity. Then it's decided. I'm going to confess my love to Arashi-san, and I'll start preparing from today. Xiao Chen suddenly laughed. He felt lighter instead after sorting out his thoughts and having a decision. He's going to confess his love to Lin Lan. Whether he succeeds or not, he's going to give it a shot. If Lin Lan agreed, then they would be a true couple, and there would be much more room to expand then. What's more crucial is that if Sister Erishur agrees, I'll have an absolute reason to take care of Sister Erishur and treat her well. And unlike now, how can I justify being so close to Arashi-san without a name? We're saying that we have to ask Erishur for her rightful place in the world. Outside, Lin Lan stared at the bathroom with a crooked head, suddenly feeling the thoughts in her head become incredibly clear as well. It's been 10 years since I've nurtured my stinky brother. How can I give him a name? Otherwise, how can I introduce him to people in the future? What kind of sister hugs her brother and kisses and hugs and lifts him up high all day long? These things have to be in the name. So, it's decided. Confess to the boy. It starts today. Get ready. Lin Lan ground her baby tiger teeth, suddenly feeling much more cheerful. It was as if something that had been bottled up for a long time had finally been figured out. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen walked out. As soon as he came out, he saw Lin Lan sitting on the sofa with a big smile on her face, looking very happy. When Lin Lan looked up, she also saw that Xiao Chen's mouth was clearly covered in a bright smile, looking very happy. Sister Barbara, what are you so happy about? Stinky brother, what are you so happy about? Almost simultaneously, two people asked the same question. Then both men froze. Xiao Chen inwardly, I'm going to give Sister Lan Lan a surprise. I can't let her notice the end. Inside Lin Lan, I can't let my stinky brother find out my little mind. I'm going to surprise him. Nothing, it was just fun. So, the next second, the two men said it again, almost in unison. Then the two just stared at each other blankly. Are my stinky brother, Arashi-san, and I so in sync? After staying for several seconds, Lin Lan stood up and waved at Xiao Chen. Little Chen, come here. Let me ask you, do you want to sleep in my bedroom? Or yours? Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, but still said, Sister Lan Lan, I'd rather sleep in my own bedroom. Lin Lan nodded. Okay, then go to sleep. Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. According to the general situation, Sister Lan Lan was going to get angry at this time and drag him to her bedroom. Why the change of heart today? But he didn't dare to ask, and walked straight to his bedroom, and was just about to close the door when Lin Lan reached out and blocked it. Xiao Chen looked at her. Sister Lan Lan, what's wrong? Lin Lan gave a bad smile. I've also decided to sleep in your bedroom tonight. Xiao Chen, Sister Barbara, you really know how to put on a show for yourself. Chapter 38, drawing 100 little tatsu to keep me company, and a warm comforter. In the room, Xiao Chen silently sat on the bed. Lin Lan followed behind with a smirk on her face, completely used to the feeling. Taking a look at Xiao Chen's bed, it was very neat. The sheets were pulled neatly and the quilt was folded and placed at the head of the bed. Not at all like her room, which is a mess every day. Lin Lan walked into the room and made a flying leap straight onto the bed, pulling the small quilt over with her hand. 2 rolls on the bed and the covers were scattered all over the bed. She revealed a head from the covers and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Little Tatsu, what are you waiting for? Sleep. Xiao Chen's lips mumbled for a moment, and in the end, he didn't say anything. It's not the first time. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just, the pajamas he found for Arashi-san today were just too nice. He was really afraid that he would accidentally become an animal. That, Arashur's sister, can you sleep well today and not move around? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it if you move around. The second half of the sentence, of course, he did not say. It's so humiliating. Lin Lan's face straightened and she said, Little Tatsu, I've changed my ways now, and I swear I'll sleep well today. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Xiao Chen looked at the serious Lin Lan and had already begun to laugh bitterly in his heart. Gotta. Then I don't have to worry about it at all. Lin Lan's brow furrowed and she slapped it in front of herself with some displeasure. What are you still waiting for? Come up. Can't you see I'm ready to sleep with you? Ready for bed. So close. Almost told the truth by accident. Xiao Chen laid down and Lin Lan immediately hugged him, pressing his head in front of her. Xiao Chen watched his eyes and told himself that he must meditate and concentrate. I haven't confessed my love to Arashi-san yet. It's not a good name. Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen with a bad smile at the corner of her mouth. Bastard always looks like he's forcing himself to be calm. You think I can't tell? The two just held each other, neither saying anything, but both were in shock. After a while, Lin Lan said, Little Chen, you're not falling asleep, are you? You're not allowed to fall asleep before me. Xiao Chen murmured. No, I won't fall asleep before you. Go to sleep. Arashi-san is so mean. She has to fall asleep first every time. He remembered countless times as a child when he fell asleep and then was woken up by her. The reasoning was that she had to do it before he fell asleep first, or else she'd be bored alone. And the result is often that Sister Arashur is twice as spirited, and he ends up looking like an eagle that has been boiled by Lin Lan. So when he slept as a child, Lin Lan was literally his nightmare. Little Tatsu, you didn't fall asleep, did you? After a while, not surprisingly, Lin Lan's voice sounded again. Xiao Chen, no. Sister Lan Lan, go to sleep. Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen and only felt how her heart could not be quiet, especially after her hand went through Xiao Chen's collar. She felt even more sleepy. But I can't sleep. Xiao Chen, then count the sheep. Lin Lan, why can't we count the dogs? Xiao Chen, You can count them if you like, whether they're sheep or dogs. Lin Lan, oh. 1 dog, 2 dogs, 3 dogs, 4 dogs, 5 dogs, 6 dogs, little black dog, little white dog, little puppy, little wolf dog. Listening to Lin Lan's gradually changing style of painting, Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. Ms. Lan Lan, you're counting this dog. Is it serious? Lin Lan suddenly froze and said, Little milk dog, isn't that you, little Tenzin? Xiao Chen, Sister Lan Lan, let me reiterate. I'm a little wolf dog. I'm so fit and healthy. How can I be a little puppy? Who are you looking down on? Lin Lan was not amused and held his head in place, saying, Humph, when I say you're a little puppy, you're a little puppy. Come on little puppy, give your sister a woof. Woof, 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 ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you're happy, and that's something to be happy about, but I have to sleep. Arashi-san, I have class at 8 tomorrow morning, Xiao Chen said with some grudges. Lin Lan skimmed her mouth. Alright, I won't talk to you. I'll keep counting the dogs. Little black dog, little white dog, little puppy, little wolf dog, little Chen. Ha, by the way, why do I have to count the dogs? I can count the little tats. 1 little tatty, 2 little tatty, 3 little tatty, 4 little tatty. Lin Lan suddenly felt that he was simply a genius, that he could think of such a wonderful method. Draw a little tatsu with me, and a warm comforter, and a house where all seasons are not a worry, and we are born together and live together. No, draw 1, draw 10, draw 100 little tats to keep me company and a warm comforter. Lin Lan sang in her heart, thinking of Xiao Chen's tantalizing body. She felt the blood circulation in her body speed up. His nostrils were hot, and he was even closer to spurting out a hot stream. 100. My God also. So who can stand it? Ha! Lin Lan couldn't help but let out a giggle. That picture. It was too beautiful. Xiao Chen was about to fall asleep when he was woken up again by Lin Lan's laughter. Couldn't help but give Lin Lan a sultry look. Arashi-san, are you still sleeping or not? Also, you're going to slobber all over my face. Lin Lan hastily wiped the corners of her mouth and glanced down at Xiao Chen again, smiling even more foolishly. 100 of them. Can you not drool over that? It's just that just looking at it can make you look that way, right? Xiao Chen looked at the giggling Lin Lan and said, Sister Lan Lan, with this look, you're not having an aphrodisiac dream, are you? Lin Lan, nonsense. Where is the excitement in a spring dream? Xiao Chen, it's over. It's as if I know something unimaginable. After giggling for a while, Lin Lan quieted down and continued to count the little tsundere in her head. With each little tattoo she counted, she felt as if there was one more really little tattoo in the room. Then, he himself was surrounded by countless little tats. Giggling and giggling and giggling, I actually fell asleep. Without Lin Lan giggling, Xiao Chen also fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen still woke up early and lightly went to make breakfast. When Lin Lan woke up, breakfast was already on the table. Arashi-san, I have classes all day today and won't be back for the short lunch hour, so remember to go out to eat yourself. Before leaving, Xiao Chen carefully instructed Lin Lan. Lin Lan's head tilted. Not coming back for a day. Ha, humph, you're really cruel. Xiao Chen, that's not for the sake of learning. Only when you learn the skills can you earn a living. Lin Lan smacked her lips. Earn money. Earn what money? If you want, I'll support you. Xiao Chen, Che. Don't want it. It's me who will raise you. Just after he finished speaking, Xiao Chen realized that there was something wrong with those words and immediately turned around and went out. I'll go first, Arashi-san. Looking at Xiao Chen's flustered back, Lin Lan wailed in excitement. Raise me? Hey, brat. That's what you said. Yo. Chapter 39, the stinky brother just left, and I'm missing him. Lin Lan lay on the door and watched Xiao Chen leave. First, when he thought of Xiao Chen's words, his heart was happy and excited for a while. Then sitting alone in the house, it suddenly got lonely. Humph. It's going to be a whole day without seeing the brat, which is really kind of long when you think about it. What to do? He obviously just left and I miss him already. It's true that there are some things you just can't get. You don't think that way until you get them, and once you get them, you can't do it at all if you want to be apart for a long time like you used to be. Stinky brother, damn it, what's with the classes? It's not like I can't afford you. Lin Lan propped her face up with both hands and skimmed her mouth, puffing out her thoughts. After a moment of huffing and puffing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, I can prepare what I'm going to use for my confession while my stinky brother is away. I'm such a little wit. Lin Lan laughed again and pulled out her cell phone. So she started looking for something to use for her confession. The other side. When Xiao Chen arrived at school, he took out his cell phone and shopped at the e-commerce mall while classes were still in session. Since I've decided to confess to Arashi-san, I have to prepare ahead of time, or else I won't be able to get myself a title from her until the monkey's age. If you want to confess your love, you have to prepare a lot of things. Although it was also his first time and he wasn't very good at it, he still had to try his best to do it well so that he could stand up to Arashi-san. In this way, Xiao Chen spent his free time preparing all kinds of things while watching some of the nightly confession cases to learn a bit. When the bell rings, take the lesson seriously. Love and study at the same time. After the morning class, Zhang Ziyuan pulled Xiao Chen straight to the cafeteria. You're not going back today anyway. I'll treat you to fried chicken. I've long been sick of looking at the abs on your stomach. I have to give you a further step into the 99. Zhang Ziyuan hemmed and hawed with a treacherous look. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. You think a few fried chicken legs will make me gain weight? Think about what? Although the dream of defeating Sister Erasure should never come true, Sister Erasure clearly loves abs, waistlines, and male dog waists. I'm going to break for something like that? In the cafeteria, the two picked a seat and sat down, and Zhang Ziyuan cheerfully went to order 2 fried chicken legs. There were complimentary fried chicken wings, Fat House Happy Water, and a large marinated skewer. Serve it over and it smells great. Xiao Chen took a bite and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as well. He usually rarely ate them, and once in a while, he had to admit that they were indeed delicious. Only, after a few bites, he suddenly froze. I'm eating a chicken leg here. I wonder if Arashi-san has eaten yet. With that dog's memory, it's common for her to forget to eat, and it's not like I'm around. The more I thought about it, the more worried I felt. And the fried chicken leg in my mouth suddenly didn't smell so good. He picked up his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Lin Lan. Sister Lan Lan, have you eaten yet? A minute passed, but Lin Lan did not return. Xiao Chen was a bit anxious and hurriedly sent another message to Lin Lan. Sister Lan Lan, what are you doing? Don't forget to eat. Still no return. Xiao Chen couldn't help himself and picked up his cell phone, directly making a call to Lin Lan. The reason why he didn't call directly was because he knew that Arashi-san didn't like to answer the phone. Because answering the phone means being disturbed, and Arashi-san grew up not liking to be disturbed. But if you do forget to eat, you have to interrupt. The phone quickly connected, and it took a full 30 seconds before a lazy voice rang out. Hey little Tatsu, what's going on? Xiao Chen knew as soon as he heard it that Lin Lan was definitely alone and bored and fell asleep again. This guy is a bundle of energy once he gets into something, but when he gets bored, he loves to doze off. I'm sure she'll be bored at home alone. Arashi-san, did you forget to eat again? Xiao Chen said somewhat lowly. Lin Lan froze for a moment and said, Dinner, is it already time to eat again? It's really here forget it, one does not want to eat, and cannot think of what is good to eat. No more no more. Lin Lan shook her head, suddenly feeling a little upset. I can't say what I'm upset about, but I'm just upset. Without my stinky brother's cooking, I don't even feel like I have an appetite. Xiao Chen's face sank. No, the meal must be eaten. You didn't eat much in the morning. How can you stand it if you don't eat at noon? I'll order you takeout right away. Remember to pick it up when it comes to your door later so you don't fall asleep again. Lin Lan propped up her face. Oh, putting down his cell phone, Xiao Chen opened the outside platform and prepared to order takeout for Lin Lan. Next to him, Zhang Ziyuan looked at him with wide eyes. No way Chener, you were just talking to goddess Lin Lan on the phone and had to order takeout for her? Xiao Chen, what's the problem? Zhang Ziyuan, big problem alright. You ordered takeout for goddess Lin Lan, so you must know where she lives even her address. That's a lot of information okay. Xiao Chen, until the residential address and so what? I and Lan Lan's sister also, still living together. But the second half of the sentence also he stopped. If this is said, once it gets out, it will definitely cause another bloody storm Zhang Ziyuan was instantly mesmerized and hurriedly grabbed him. Chener, you should finish, how else? You say. Xiao Chen shook his head. Let's not talk about it and eat. Zhang Ziyuan people are anxious, how can you not say it? My gossip heart has been burning up. You do not say will suffocate me. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this Yuaner? You help my father with a favor, and I'll tell you when you're in place. How about that? Zhang Ziyuan immediately patted his chest. Father, you tell me. My son will share my father's worries. Xiao Chen, I'll be buying some things lately and I don't have any place to put them. Can you help me put them in your dormitory first? I'm going to use it in a few days and move it out. Zhang Ziyuan, this is nothing. But what are you buying? So mysterious. Xiao Chen, then you don't care. If you do me this favor, if you want to hear it just now, I'll tell you after it's done. Zhang Ziyuan had a bitter face. No, it means I have to wait a few days to know the answer? Chener, you really are a pitiful person. But never mind. My father won't bother with you so much. To be two for a brother, that's my nature. Xiao Chen smiled. Although Zhang Ziyuan talked a lot, his character was still trustworthy. With his help, the supplies for confessing to Arashi-san would be guaranteed to stay out of Arashi-san's way. After taking care of this, Xiao Chen went back to ordering takeout for Lin Lan. More than 40 minutes later, Lin Lan was at home, bored out of her mind, when there was a knock on the door. "Hello, takeout has arrived." Lin Lan opened the door and took the takeout, somewhat disinterested. "Takeout isn't as good as Stinky Brother's cooking." Slowly opening the box, it was a serving of braised pork, and Lin Lan's eyes couldn't help but light up a little. It's one of her favorite dishes. Picking up a piece of meat and tasting it, Lin Lan's eyes immediately widened. "Yummy. It surprisingly tastes a bit like what Stinky Brother made, eh?" Lin Lan immediately felt in a beautiful mood. School cafeteria. Xiao Chen saw that the outside has been sent home. Smiled. "This restaurant's braised pork is the most similar in flavor to what I make within the ones I've eaten, so Arashi-san should be able to eat it." Chapter 40, Sister Erasure is a big dirty turtle. Xiao Chen had a smile at the corner of his mouth before sending another message to Lin Lan. "Arashi-san, at dinner yet?" Lin Lan's mood became even more beautiful when she saw the message. "In Edo, Stinky Brother Goodwell ordered takeout to my liking. Praise you a word. You do not be proud." Xiao Chen finally put his heart down. Sure enough, that's the flavor Arashi-san likes. Luckily, he had memorized the flavors of these stores before, or else with Arashi-san's foul temper, he would definitely play hard to get and not eat. Wait, why do I remember the flavors of the dishes inside these stores? Xiao Chen suddenly realized a problem. Then, to his surprise, he realized that it seemed one inadvertently compares the dishes of the restaurants one has eaten to the dishes one has made. And the reason for the comparison lies with Lin Lan. "I've been poisoned by Arashi-san," Xiao Chen thought in his head as he gnawed on a chicken leg. After eating and sending lunch, there is still more than an hour from the class. Xiao Chen did not waste time, went to the library to find a place, found a book on finance and read it. Now he suddenly felt that he had an additional goal, which was to earn a lot of money and support Sister Barbara. Although the two were not in a bad family situation, he wanted to give his sister Erasure a better life. Assuming, of course, that the confession is successful. The afternoon class ended promptly at 4:20. Xiao Chen collected his things and immediately rushed to his home. For some reason, he felt like he always wanted to get back home quickly, especially when he thought of Sister Lan Lan. The pace under his feet couldn't help but quicken. "Arashi-san, I'm back." When he arrived at the door, before he opened it, Xiao Chen shouted first. The voice was pleasant and audibly happy. Nor did he wait for him to open the door. And inside, Lin Lan immediately catapulted to start and rushed headlong to open the door. "Stinky Brother, finally back. I feel like I'm going to die of loneliness if I don't come back." Lin Lan rushed out and hugged Xiao Chen in a bear hug, directly burying her face in his chest and rubbing it fiercely a few times. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Sister Lan Lan, you're not wiping your nose on me, are you?" Lin Lan looked up menacingly. "You're the one wiping your nose. If you're going to wipe, it's going to be a spit wipe, alright. Don't ask why you're wiping your mouth. Asking is craving." When the two of them entered the house, Lin Lan was wrapped around Xiao Chen like a little puppy. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa, and Lin Lan fell down smoothly, so she rested her head on his lap. 3,000 strands of green silk were scattered casually, and the white neck exuded a fragrant scent. She was still biting her lip, her cute little tiger teeth peeking out of her lips in a slightly playful way. It seemed like a groundhog coming out of a hole and standing straight up. Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh as the emoticon of the groundhog standing on a rock with an ah appeared in his head. Lin Lan raised her eyes at him. "Stinky Brother, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen said. "Sister Lan Lan, your little tiger teeth look like a groundhog." Lin Lan wrinkled her nose. "Humph, are you saying it's not good looking?" "Xiao Chen, groundhogs are obviously cute, alright." "Lin Lan, cute? Can it be any cuter than a little puppy is cute? Little puppies are the cutest." Xiao Chen was speechless. How does that always sound a little off? Am I being too right on my own? Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Lan understood what was going through his mind. Humph, this kid, he must think he's a little wolfhound again, and he's really tough talking. "Hey little Tatsu, call you a little puppy and you still don't want to?" Xiao Chen coughed. "Sister Lan Lan, you can't think I'm a little milk dog just because I'm handsome. Okay, Lin Lan, heh, don't believe me yet. When I say you're a little puppy, you're a little puppy. How are you going to be a little wolf dog if you can't even wolf up? If you're not convinced, show me a fierce one. Can't it, obediently be my little puppy. Don't worry, Sister will love you, this little puppy." Lin Lan reached out and pinched Xiao Chen's face with an air of determination. Xiao Chen looked down at Lin Lan, who was resting on his lap, and suddenly felt that his dignity as a little wolf dog had been provoked. "I can't be mean? Okay, I'll show you." Looking at Lin Lan's emboldened appearance, Xiao Chen didn't know whether it was a brain fart or a long-planned outburst. Suddenly lowering his head, he kissed Lin Lan on the lips with a single bite. It also contained a lip and a slight bite. Lin Lan's two eyes immediately widened as she felt the pain coming from her lips. Incredulously, he looked at Xiao Chen. This stinky brother. How dare you bite me now? A few seconds later, Xiao Chen also suddenly reacted with a rumble in his head. No way. I actually bit Arashi-san? Who gave me the nerve? He hurriedly let go of Lin Lan and twisted his head to the side. Arashi-san, I can't be blamed for this. You asked me to be mean to you. Lin Lan's mind went blank. The stinky brother was actually fierce. That's a mouthful. That's really wolfy. He also has the attributes of a little wolfhound. This. It's too much money. The family, who understands, after 10 years of raising a stinky brother, is milkable and wolfable. It's a big profit. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen in a daze, suddenly feeling that this stinky brother was even more charming. Double attributes. Who wouldn't want that? Usually a sister's little puppy. On special things it's a little wolf dog. It's wonderful to think about. Thinking of Xiao Chen's strong little body, Lin Lan suddenly thought, it seems that in the future, you have to buy a sturdier bed. But it's not just the bed that has to be sturdier either. The couch has to be sturdier too. Maybe even the table. Lin Lan's face flushed and she hastily reached out to cover her face. My God. What the hell was I thinking? Such tigress-like thoughts can come up. I thought. Not clean anymore. Lin Lan covered her face and rolled over, burying her face into Xiao Chen's leg and shaking it a few more times. The heart was beating as if it was going to fly out of his chest. So much for the couch. Shame about the table. Arashi-san. What's wrong with you? Xiao Chen looked strangely at Lin Lan, who had suddenly and inexplicably gotten up, with a puzzled expression. Is Arashi-san mad at me for biting her just now? But if you're angry, why are you still blushing and looking so shy? Sister Barbara is still shy? It's up to you. Lin Lan covered her face and said something, only to turn around again after a moment and put her hands down. Her face was still a little flushed, and the more she looked at Xiao Chen's handsome face, the more she felt alarmed. Isn't it on the couch now? Which isn't unforgiving. Stop. Lin Lan, do you know what you're thinking? How can you be so dirty? You're just a big dirty turtle. Lin Lan hurriedly covered her face again, feeling like she was going to commit a crime if she looked at Xiao Chen one more time. Chapter 41, Even a wolf is not as wolfy as her. Xiao Chen was puzzled. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't Arashi-san be ferocious to herself at this time? Then molest yourself, and then you might also hold yourself down for a pummeling. But today Barbara's sister did not have a single one. But instead, she covered her face for a while and blushed, and all sorts of shyness. That's weird. It took a few moments before Lin Lan put her hands off her face again and sat up. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen's face again. It was too easy to get evil thoughts from looking at it. I'm telling you Lin Lan, it's not right in name only for you to lay your hands on him now. But if he agrees to your confession, then it's all in the name then. Not to mention the couch and table, or the office. So what? Lin Lan bit her lip and couldn't help but let out a giggle, a glance of the eyes, then at the couch and the table, and suddenly everything in the house became tainted, even the chair. Then she felt her body tighten a little, out of control. She rushed headlong into the bathroom and washed her face. The more I looked at myself in the mirror with a flushed face, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that my thoughts were just too spontaneous. Compared to her, Xiao Chen was not a little wolf dog. He had to be a little puppy, no more wolf than she is. When she walked out of the restroom, she didn't look at Xiao Chen, but silently opened Jitterbug and swiped the short video. After a while like that, it finally calmed down. Wow, this puppy is so cute. Lin Lan suddenly squealed, looking at a snow-white fluffy puppy on the screen with a look of love. The way it looked, you could just as soon fish the puppy right out of the screen and hold it in your arms and rub it hard a few times. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Xiao Chen. Little Chen, shall we also raise a puppy dog? Keep this kind. Furry and small and cute and so pretty. Xiao Chen took a look and said, this puppy is a Pomeranian. And it is indeed quite cute. Lin Lan came to him at once, blinking her big eyes. Then let's have one. Look, this dog is so much like you. Milky and fierce. Xiao Chen, Arashi-san, can't you change the comparison? Lin Lan, then you buy it for me. Okay? Xiao Chen, alright, I'll just buy it for you. There's a place nearby that sells puppies. It just so happens that there's still time now. Why don't we move now? Lin Lan jumped up and down with joy. Yeah, now then. 10 minutes later, the two were out the door. Lin Lan excitedly pulled Xiao Chen's hand and jumped around. And that appearance, in turn, made Xiao Chen feel that she was like a cute puppy. Less than half an hour later, Xiao Chen brought Lin Lan to the place where the dog was sold. Not one of those specialized pet stores, but a vendor who sets up on the street. but there are quite a few breeds, and because they sell dogs on this street all year round, they have a relatively good reputation. Once they arrived at the place, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. Wow! What kind of dog is this? It's amazing. It has white eyebrows, like a little old man. Xiao Chen, that's a chenille. This dog is so cute too. Fat as a big sweet potato. Xiao Chen, what big sweet potato? Ah, that's little golden hair. Ha, the hair on this dog's head is so long. It could be a pigtail. It's so cute. Sean, that's called Yorkshire. Wow. This dog is so amazing. His eyes are actually blue. Yeah. He looks so handsome. Just a little bit too. Xiao Chen, sled Three Stooges. Husky, nicknamed Era. Can you not be too? Looking at Lin Lan like a curious baby, she ran to the stall as soon as it opened, tilting her head and giggling. A moment later, he ran to that booth again, following a little dog barking. Xiao Chen was just a head full of black lines. Isn't that a clear indication to these vendors that I'm just a big pet knowledge idiot? This kind of people in the eyes of the vendors, that is used to slaughter. Ah. Xiao Chen silently stepped forward, pulled Lin Lan, and whispered, Sister Lan Lan, can you keep your voice down? If you're like this, everyone else knows that you're a white guy, and they'll ruthlessly slaughter you. Lin Lan's eyes widened. Ah, is there such a thing? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. You really don't understand anything. He pressed his hand at Lin Lan, signaling her to stop talking and just follow him honestly. For the rest, look at him. After strolling around, Xiao Chen quickly found a place that sold small boomerangs. The tiny cage held 7 or 8 small Pomeranians. A few are cuddling up for a nap, while a few others are playing. One of them was very mischievous and stayed on the side of the cage, biting it hard as if he was going to chew it open and break out of jail to escape. There was another one that kept walking around inside, looking up and barking milkily and with a hint of ferocity. Perfect elaboration of the term milk fierce. The short tail stood up at the back. The fur on his body was fluffy and snowy white, and he had to lift his head up when he barked. That look is just adorable. Lin Lan could not help but grab Xiao Chen's hand after just one look. Yes, that's it. That's what I want. Xiao Chen glanced at it, but did not rush to ask about it. Instead, he looked at the several Yorkshire next to him for a while longer. The owner, an older man, looked at the two men who had lingered for a long time and clearly had a desire to buy a dog. So he immediately said, buy one. All my dogs here are genuine and guaranteed to be disease-free. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry and looked at it a few more times before pointing at a Yorkshire and saying, how much is this Yorkshire? Boss, genuine, 12,000. Xiao Chen until, if it is really pure bloodline, it is normal to buy one for a few $1,000s in the pet store. But places like this, whether the pedigree is really pure or not, the vendors cost no more than a pet store, so that price is inflated. He shook his head before he pointed to the small boomer next to him. How do you sell boomer? Boss, one price, 12,000. Buy one. Young man, seeing that your girlfriend likes it so much, buying it and giving it to her is very conducive to enhancing your relationship and letting your revolutionary friendship sublimate a bit more. The owner is also a pretty humorous older man. The phrase girlfriend made Lin Lan's heart flutter. This uncle, he has a good eye. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, expensive. 600. Sell or not? The uncle's face changed. You young man, are you asking for a counteroffer? You're robbing me. My dog cost more than that. It's so low. So low, Xiao Chen said in a serious manner. Uncle, my second aunt's family runs a dog farm. I'm familiar with your operation. This kind of dog from the kennel. The price is very low, and if it does not sell you can return it. How about you do not lose money? We do like the dogs you have here, and we have a lot of friends who want to get a dog. So if the quality is good and we go back and give you publicity, you'll sell 10 more of them, to say the least. Lin Lan watched Xiao Chen speak in a serious manner, and a big question mark popped up in her head. Isn't little Tatsumi's mom the only child in the family? Where did he get his second aunt? Chapter 42, there's more to this. A series of question marks popped up in Lin Lan's little head, but luckily she didn't ask. Since her stinky brother said that, he must have his reasons. As soon as the vendor heard Xiao Chen's words, he loosened up a bit and said, how about this? $900, how about that? Xiao Chen still shook his head. 600. Uncle, we're all student dogs. We don't have much money. You look like a caring person. Sell it to me. The older man shook his head hastily, looking exasperated. You, young man, are also too ruthless? Half the counteroffer. Who can afford to do this business? Is also to see you have fate. So, I'll be 100 less. 800. which really cannot be less. And then a penny less. I'm going to lose money The older man shook his head back and forth with a pained look. Linlon spat out her tongue and squatted behind her as she watched. She even felt that what this uncle said made sense. People shouted 12,000. Stinky brother directly cut in half. Return price can still be so return. She tugged on Xiao Chen's coat corner. Forget it. 800 is pretty good too. Xiao Chen, however, treated it as if he didn't see it and said, 600. Uncle, sell and I'll buy. The uncle's head swung and waved his hand. No sale. No sale. You're not buying in good faith. Sincere buyers do not have you so counteroffer. Forget it, it's not for sale. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and stood up, pulling Lin Lan along. Okay, Arashi-san, let's go. Lin Lan was dumbfounded. Really? She continuously pulled Xiao Chen's sleeve several times, but Xiao Chen took it as if he didn't see it. After 7 or 8 steps, Lin Lan was in a hurry. Stinky brother, you're really ruthless. No, I'll take it. She was about to open her mouth, but before she did, she suddenly heard the uncle behind her shout. Young man, wait a minute. Oops, I'll take a loss today. 600. Buy away. Lin Lan's eyes instantly glared like a black cat sheriff. Not, there's such a thing? Xiao Chen's mouth revealed a satisfied smile as he turned around and went over to transfer $600 to the boss. Then he took the most active little Pomeranian out of the cage, the one that had been wailing and screaming all the time, and the one that had been milking and milking. Boss uncle pain in the heart, while collecting the money, while shaking his head and sighing, alas, to sell you this dog, I really lost a lot of money. The cost cannot earn back It's just that I see that you two youngsters know how to be polite and good looking, and you're also 2 students. Otherwise I wouldn't do this losing deal. When you go back, you must recommend me to your friends. I have a dog here. That is guaranteed. Xiao Chen nodded his head smilingly and agreed. Definitely. Lin Lan held the little boomerang in her hand, and the little boomerang immediately wagged its tail at her and rubbed against her hand. That adorable look made Lin Lan wail along with him. She didn't even expect that Xiao Chen had cut the price in half and ended up actually buying it. This operation. Single Waka 6. Little Tatsu. Let's get back. Lin Lan was overjoyed as she held the puppy, nodding its little nose one moment and pinching its little ears the next. Xiao Chen said, things aren't done yet. Do you think it counts to raise a dog and buy it back? And a crate, dog food, leash, and something to make him poop. Lin Lan looked like she suddenly realized. Right. If you don't say it, I've forgotten. Xiao Chen. I didn't see it. You know quite a lot. Not long after, the two bought various things. Xiao Chen's hands were full, and only then did he take the little boomerang back. Lin Lan was so happy that she couldn't wait to ask while she was still in the car. Little Cinnabar, we'll take it out at night, okay? With an adorable puppy in tow and little Tatsu. The dog is adorable and his stinky brother is even cuter. It's fun to think about it. Xiao Chen shook his head. No, puppies are very fragile. Especially Pomeranians' intestines are more fragile than the average dog. It's very easy to catch a cold when you take them out so small, leading to diarrhea. And it's also easy to get infected with fine canine distemper and those things. It'll have to be kept in the house for a few days to familiarize it with its environment and teach it how to poop and pee at regular intervals. We can't take it out until it's a little older and better. Then it's time to get vaccinated and get a dog license. Dogs have to have IDs too. Yo, it's a rule to follow. Always take a leash with you when you go out. Both so you don't scare the kids and to keep your dog safe. Also, get a poop picker. The dog has to pick up the poop when it's outside. Otherwise there will be puppy poop all over the street and people won't be happy when they step in it. Lin Lan's head was spinning from listening to all of this. Was there so many rules for raising a dog? But she didn't see why not. Since it was a rule, she had to follow it. Otherwise they would all be unruly. And wouldn't that be a discredit to the people who keep their dogs in line? But there was one point he was still wondering about. Poo pick up and then what? Throw it in the trash? Xiao Chen, of course not. Garbage has to be categorized. Normal categorization. Does any of it have puppy poo in it? You can see if there are special pet waste bins around. And if there are you can put them in. But if there aren't, you have to put them in a plastic bag. Take them home, and flush them down the toilet. That's the right thing to do. Yo! Lin Lan stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes and a look of adoration. Stinky brother, knows so much. Another day of growing knowledge yet. By the way, I haven't named it yet. Why don't we just call it Tatsu? Just like you. Milky and fierce. Lin Lan said with a smile. Xiao Chen had a black line on his head. No way. I told you I'm a coyote dog. How can he have the same name as me? I think it might as well be called Cinnabar Wind. The star of the star. The wind of the cold wind. Lin Lan instantly understood that this was a combination of Xiao Chen's name split by one character and her Lan split in half. Immediately, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking. Yes, Tatsuke's, like a little puppy dog male #1 inside a Mary Sue novel. I like this name. Xiao Chen. Got to be, still a little puppy. When she arrived home with Tatsuke's, Lin Lan put it on the ground. Tatsuke's, little Tatsuke's, come and chase me. Little Tatsuke's was also very intimate, and really followed her, running around like a little ball of cotton candy. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and watched the scene, suddenly feeling that how he was a bit like an old father. Little Tatsuke's definitely needs to be taken care of by herself. Arashi-san is a pet idiot and can't be counted on to do anything but play with little Tatsuke's. As for Sister Barbara, she has to take care of herself too. This is not like a sister. It's like raising a daughter. And now, well, there's an extra son that I just bought. Thinking this way, Xiao Chen had a kind smile on his face like an old father. Ugh, this family can't do without me. Lin Lan's head tilted when she saw Xiao Chen's kind smile. Little Chen, why are you showing the same smile as my father? Xiao Chen coughed dryly and said, Sister Lan, don't you feel that I'm like an old father in this family, taking care of you and taking care of little Chen Feng? Lin Lan's face slightly reddened as she looked at Xiao Chen with an annoyed look. I think of you as my little man, and you think I look like a daughter? Pervert. Chapter 43, This is a moral degradation and a distortion of human nature. Lin Lan hummed, expressing her serious dissatisfaction with Xiao Chen's remarks, but in his heart, he wasn't really angry. Instead he felt some inexplicable little excitement. Come to think of it, in terms of life, Xiao Chen was indeed like an old father, and she had always been the object of his drudgery. Without Xiao Chen, she would have to think about eating a meal for half a day. Don't even talk about getting a pet. You'd be lucky to get yourself well. But with Xiao Chen, everything was different. She could wave as much as she wanted. Anyway, there was Xiao Chen who would wind her up. Leaving this guy, the days would really be a lot harder yet. Dad. A term of endearment that is said to be used at certain times. Lin Lan suddenly blushed even more and hurriedly lowered her head. What was I thinking? Lin Lan, stop it. You're testing the edge of illegality. It's a distortion of human nature, a moral degradation. Then again, it did kinda get exciting. Arashi-san, what's wrong with you? Why are you blushing so much? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan strangely and was puzzled as to how teasing a dog could make him blush. Could it be an allergy to dog hair? Arashi-san, you're not allergic to dog hair, are you? Lin Lan waved her hands. No. If I were allergic, I would have been allergic already. Where would I wait until now? Xiao Chen, then why are you blushing so much? Lin Lan felt his heart skip a beat. This guy. She raised her head and glared at Xiao Chen, saying in a bad mood, I want you to care. My face is on me. I can be as red as I want. Xiao Chen, oh, why are you angry all of a sudden? Sure enough, girls change their faces just as fast. Forget it, don't bother with her. Who made me the old father-like character in this family? It's time, I'll go cook and eat. Sister Barbara, what do you want to eat today? Xiao Chen tilted his head and looked at Lin Lan. Lin Lan blurted out, is it okay to eat you? Xiao Chen had a black line on his head. Arashi-san, can't you say something human? Lin Lan hummed, you mean, I'm not human? If you are provoked, of course, you have to do something. Xiao Chen, if you want to put it that way, it's not impossible. Lin Lan glared at once, brat, are you tired of living? You dare to scold me? What am I if I'm not a human being? Say it, if you can't say it clearly legs will be broken for you. Xiao Chen was serious, Sister Lan is a vixen. Have you forgotten? If you're not a vixen, why do you look so good? Yo! The anger on Lin Lan's face disappeared without a trace, and she made a chicken beep you gesture at Xiao Chen. Stinky brother, I like it when you're untamed and you recover. For this truth-telling attitude, I'll reward you tonight with 3 rice bowls. Xiao Chen, oh, you eat 3 bowls of rice. What kind of reward is that for me? Lin Lan was serious, I can eat 3 bowls of rice. That means you're doing a good job This is a compliment to your cooking skills. It's not a reward yet. Xiao Chen, but you can often eat 3 bowls of rice even if you don't taste good. Lin Lan held her tongue for a moment, and her 2 eyes glared viciously at Xiao Chen. Stinky brother, where do I often eat 3 bowls of rice? I'm a fairy. Fairies don't eat earthly food. I only eat that once in a while alright, not more than 3 times a day. Listening to Lin Lan's justified words, Xiaoyi was left with a black line. In terms of the art of language, it's still you, Arashi-san. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen walked into the kitchen and took out dishes from the refrigerator to prepare. He was light on these things, and one look at the refrigerator and he had it all figured out. Lin Lan brought little Tatsuo phone with her at the doorway and looked at it with a crooked head. That way, it was more like a family. Little Tatsuo watched Xiao Chen choosing vegetables and dropped a leaf on the ground. Immediately, he hopped over, picked up the leaves in one bite, turned his head and ran to his cage. By the looks of it, it was obvious that he was going to take it in for a nice meal. Linlon immediately chased after him and grabbed little Tatsuo. Little Tatsuke's, this is a lettuce leaf. How dare you eat it indiscriminately? Spit it out. Little Tatsuke's was very defiant, twisting and turning in her hand, and also twisting his head to let out ow 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 at her. It had a fierce look, but the obvious milky voice made it look halfway lethal no matter how fierce it was. Linlon smiled and took the leaves off and popped it in the head. And you're mean to me? Little Tatsu can't even mean me. Do you little thing have that ability? Don't give in. Bite me if you don't. Come on, leprechaun, harder. My head isn't made of dough. Linlon held the little Tatsuke's and wiggled it around while learning how to play with a gourd. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the man and the dog. Not to mention, it really does feel like home. After making the meal, Xiao Chen called out, and Linlon put little Tatsuo into the cage and washed her hands and came over to eat. Little Tatsuke's was very upset, walking around the cage and making ow 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 noises in opposition. But the objection was ineffective, and after barking for a while, he had to lie down honestly inside the cage. Then he got upset with the cage again and showed his little milk teeth and grunted to bite the cage. A few bites and 2 steps back, and a couple of wails at the cage, as if he were an enemy. Then it sways from side to side a few times and proceeds to go up for a few more bites. That look, it's adorable. After eating, Xiao Chen quickly finished washing the dishes. It was still early, so Linlon felt quite bored, so she pulled Xiao Chen. Little Cinnabar, let's go for a walk in the park. Kaiyun Park is rumored to be hosting some kind of couples-themed music festival these days. There's a lot of fun to be had. Linlan's eyes fluttered with the look of a naturally curious baby. Xiao Chen immediately felt his heart soften when he saw her gaze. What conditions shouldn't be met by such a fairy? Yeah, go on then. It's not far anyway. Xiao Chen nodded his head in agreement, and Linlon jumped up in excitement, immediately running into the bedroom to change into a set of clothes. She had been wearing a t-shirt and jeans, but now she had changed into a clean white skirt. Xiao Chen looked over and a thought popped into his head, so there really are people who can be so pretty that they glow. A few minutes later, the two got into the car, with Xiao Chen naturally being the driver. When his remaining light glanced at Linlon, Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Couple music festival Lanlon's sister, this means that we are a couple? She couldn't be hinting at something to me. Linlon sat next to him, her eyes twinkling. Mental, humph, stinky brother, this is a couple's music festival. Can't you see that I'm acting like this? You should always get it when I'm so obviously implying it. The two men suddenly turned their heads and looked at each other. Then suddenly they turned their heads back again, each with a racing heartbeat. Xiao Chen, sister Lanlon, what are you panicking about? Linlon, I'm not. What are you panicking about again? Xiao Chen, I don't have one either. Steady, wait until the day of confession. I'll take the initiative to confess, and then I'll naturally know what Sister Barbara really means to me. Linlon inwardly, don't panic. When I'm all ready, I'll give this brat a name. If he says yes, that's fine. If he doesn't, then break his legs, and then toughen him up with love. Chapter 44 Couples Music Festival. The car was not slow and set off towards Colorado Park, got to the place and found a place to stop. Before even walking into the park, you could already see the center of the park, where the largest lawn was originally located. Colored lights painting the sky in brilliant colors. There was also singing and stereo sounds coming from what was clearly a music festival. However, because the organizer is not big, it is just a couple's theme hotel next to the Colorado Park. The purpose is to solicit customers, so it wasn't a huge event, but the overall effect was pretty good. There are not a few people on the scene, plus not far away is Jianzhou University. The university inside the couple is the most, so instead, it's extra lively. So many people. Quick, little Tatsu, let's go over and take a good spot. I heard that the hotel invited several bands this time, and the lead singer of one of the bands is a girl. Very pretty, very sexy. Oh, do you want to see? Xiao Chen immediately put on a serious look. Sister Erasher, I'm not that kind of person. As good looking as they are, can they be as good looking as Sister Barbara? Linlon flashed a big smile and reached out to nod on his forehead. You know what I like best about you? I love it when you tell the truth. I do know you. Not a single lie since you were a kid. Excellent qualities to build on. And do the same next time. Xiao Chen heart slightly. You want to hear me praise you, just straight say good blah. Get a table face. Linlon pulled Xiao Chen and bounced over towards the stage. There were also 3 other couples that kept popping up around them, all holding hands and heading that way as well. Every time other couples showed up, they glanced towards the two. Then, there were wide-eyed stares. This is too good to look at. The little brother is a handsome mess, and the young lady is as beautiful as she looks. This is like the perfect couple. Thus, Xiao Chen and Lin Lan, who were obviously also watching the crowd, had become the center of attention all the way to the front of the stage, and the two had unexpectedly become the center of attention along the way. Above the stage, the lights were flashing and a band was singing. The lead singer, a girl with dirty braids and dressed to impress, was doing a rap on the microphone. The couples below all screamed and shook along, and although the scene was small, the atmosphere was very high. Xiao Chen actually didn't like to get together, so he didn't feel much for this kind of scene. Lin Lan, however, is very adaptable and a natural social cow. As soon as I saw the scene, I immediately got high, pulling Xiao Chen while shaking and screaming along. The spinning and flying skirt drew a beautiful arc in the air. The two long legs, then, shimmered beneath the hem of the skirt. Glitter. It's good to see. Xiao Chen didn't even have the heart to pay attention to the girl on the stage for a while, and both of his eyes just looked at Lin Lan without blinking. He admitted that the girl on stage was also beautiful and had a lot of personality. However, compared to Arashi-san, it's really not very attractive. A few minutes later, the stage show was over and the band crew took a bow and went backstage. A sweet-looking host walked out and said sweetly, "We're halfway through the festival today. Is everyone high?" "Hi." Everyone below followed the wail, and the ones who screamed the loudest were some of the singles who had caught wind of the situation. "This host girl is beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she has a great body. Love love love. Do not know it, this host is a relatively well-known beauty anchor. Yo, fans of millions. Is that so great? Then I can only say that she is not blessed. After all, I should be the man she can't get in her life. Dude, I'll VU 50, you withdraw that and let me talk." The atmosphere got even more heated as voices rang out around them. The host smiled sweetly and continued, "Since everyone is so high, would you like to get even higher? Think. Okay, so let's do an interactive activity next. I'm going to randomly select lucky audience members from the audience, and if they are drawn as a couple, as long as one of them sings a song for the other, they will get a free 3-night stay in a high-class suite at our hotel. Do you want it?" The host made another comment, again pushing the mood of the scene to a high point. This couple's hotel is said to have a very good reputation, and a free 3-day stay, that's definitely no small event. More importantly, what a lot of fun these wolf-like couples can experience. Xiao Chen's face burned a little when he heard about this event. Can such activities even be carried out so boldly anymore? Hurry up and cower in the corner a bit. You'll be in trouble if you get smacked. I don't know how to sing, and I'm not even a couple with Sister Barbara yet. It's so embarrassing. But Lin Lan was so excited. She didn't like the idea of staying for 3 days for free, but if she stayed for 3 days with little Tatsuya, it would be rare. Then their friendship, surely they can still get sublimated again. Pick me, pick me, pick me. So, when Xiao Chen was about to retreat, Lin Lan directly grabbed him by the hand and then jumped while shouting towards the stage. But with all the shouting around her, her voice didn't stand out much. Xiao Chen had a head full of black lines and pulled Lin Lan. "Sister Lan Lan, what are you up to? People want a couple." "Lin Lan, what? You still don't want to?" "Xiao Chen, the key. We are also not a couple. Inside Lin Lan, what's your hurry? It's not now. It won't take long as get in advance today." Instead, his face squared up and he said, "Can't you act if you're not? I'm a drag. Don't be afraid. I'll do my job. Don't worry." Xiao Chen. On stage, the host was already getting ready, his fingers sliding in and out of the crowd. As she slid, the crowd got high with her, and a beam of lights kept bobbing in and out of the crowd as she moved, ready to lock on. Just as Xiao Chen was still keeping his head down, trying his best to avoid the light, suddenly, a beam of strong light fell from the sky and landed on him and Lin Lan. Xiao Chen froze and raised his head to see all the gazes around him looking over in unison. "No way, that's even getting picked?" Lin Lan, on the other hand, screamed for a while and immediately pulled Xiao Chen towards the stage. Xiao Chen was simply too late to resist, and of course, there was no chance to resist. The person had been dragged to the stage by Lin Lan. The two walked onto the stage, the lights gathered, and the scene immediately erupted with an unprecedented response. "Oh my god, is this any actress? So pretty and sweet." "Nonsense, this is much better looking than the actresses on TV alright. That boy, he's so handsome. Crap, I feel my heart beating faster. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? I seem to have a new definition of the word godly couple." In an instant, Xiao Chen and Lin Lan became the well-deserved center of attention in the entire arena. Chapter 45, Invincible Explosive Cute Sweet Song Diva. The female host stood by the side, looking at Lin Lan and Xiao Chen, and was a bit dumbfounded for a while. I just casually pointed my finger in the crowd, and I actually pointed out a fairy? This is too pretty. No, 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 no. Not only is there a fairy, but there's a super hot guy, too. It's almost as if the exiled immortal is on earth good blah blah blah. This face, this shyness, it's so tempting to go up and pounce on him. She felt that she was definitely considered pretty, but when compared to Lin Lan in front of her, she instantly felt like an ugly duckling. As an anchor, she has seen a lot of Netflix handsome, but those so-called handsome, placed in front of Xiao Chen, directly to be seconds into the dregs. The key so beautiful and handsome two people, but a couple? No doubt there will be countless more heartbreakers in the sky. Wow, this young lady is also too pretty blah blah blah. I feel like I have a heart attack. What nonsense. You're a girl. What's your heartbeat? What's wrong with girls? Can't girls like girls? I'm bent. I can't. In that case, I'm going to like the boy too. Don't ask me why a guy likes him. To ask is to bend me too. Below the stage, a couple converses thusly. Immediately afterward, a piece of cell phone was pulled out and aimed at Lin Lan and Xiao Chen on the stage. Such a beautiful couple. This must not be photographed to send a circle of friends. Even though I didn't recognize it myself, I always felt like I had a face on it. The hostess watched the two for a while before her excited heart trembled and her hands calmed down slightly. Then he walked up to the two and said with a glowing face, "Wow, I really didn't expect to elect such an enviable couple. So both of you, are you sure you want to join us?" Lin Lan immediately nodded. Okay. Xiao Chen had a black line on his head. Can't you show a little reserve? By getting so excited, it makes it seem like we're actually going to stay at a couple hotels. The female host looked at Xiao Chen again. Little brother, are you sure? Lin Lan immediately said. Sure. Don't worry, if I'm sure, he's sure. Isn't that right, little Tatsu? Xiao Chen was a bit uncomfortable with this kind of scene, but still nodded. Yes, what Sister Lan Lan said is right. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately buzzed again. This situation, how to feel is the fairy initiative to chase female strong male weak? May babe, this pair of CPs is too good to knock out. I locked this pair of CPs, and I swallowed the key. The woman is strong and the man is weak. This combination is also too seductive. What should I do? I want to keep knocking on this pair of CP. The female host was also envious. A strong female and a weak male, pushing against the grain. Wasn't this the romance she had always dreamed of? But how come she hadn't met such a handsome and cute little puppy? Thinking about it, the hostess couldn't help but say, what a mouth-watering little puppy. When Xiao Chen heard this, he hastily raised his head with a defiant look. I'm not a little puppy. I'm a little wolf dog. There was a slight silence. In the next second, the atmosphere was pushed straight to the top. AWSL. This little brother's damn charisma is just poking me in the heart. Wow. Is this the legendary Milk Fierce? How can I not love this? The heavens are thick and the earth is thick, and I'd trade my bestie being single for the rest of her life for one night with this little brother. Too milky, too fierce, so loving. Security. Quickly stop me. I'm afraid I can't help but rush up and pounce on my little brother. I'm afraid I'll break the law and commit a crime. Xiao Chen looked at the reaction of the crowd below, and the man was dumbfounded. How come everyone treats me like a little puppy? I really am a wolf from the south. Unable to help it, Xiao Chen felt that he had been belittled, and a touch of grudge surfaced in his eyes. That way, it's more milk. Lin Lan looked happy and gave Xiao Chen a look that suggested, I told you that you are a little milk dog, but you still don't believe me. Xiao Chen was very unconvinced, but the atmosphere of the scene made him a little deflated. I'm obviously strong. Okay. The hostess didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen anymore. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would really break the law. There won't be many security guards on site. There won't be enough when the time comes. Ha, what a cute little handsome guy. So back to the topic. The two of you have been drawn, but to get our reward, you still need to sing a song. You guys, decide who's going to sing? Lin Lan immediately raised her hand. I'll sing. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan. Sister Lan Lan, you can still sing? Lin Lan, that's right. I sing very well. You don't know that anymore. Invincible explosive cute sweet song diva? Ever heard of it? That's me. Xiao Chen froze. Invincible explosive cute sweet song little diva? I haven't heard that. Lin Lan, never heard of normal. I made it up now. Xiao Chen. The scene was filled with laughter, and Lin Lan's social kawa tribute immediately brought her another wave of fans. The host had someone bring over a microphone and handed it to Lin Lan. What song is Missy going to sing? Lin Lan tilted her head for a moment and said, sing an English song called Pretty Boy. Pretty Boy? Never heard that song. I've never heard of it either. It can't be a cold English song. Xiao Chen was also surprised that he hadn't heard this English song before either. Lin Lan smiled in her heart. Not having heard of it was right. The song wasn't of this world in the first place, so of course they couldn't have heard it. She picked up the microphone and smiled sweetly, her entire aura immediately becoming incredibly sweet. I'm singing this pretty boy for my boy. No accompaniment, just clean vocals. So listen up yo. She turned to look at Xiao Chen, and that one smile really had the feeling of making all the Chuanfang bow their heads. Then, she slowly opened her mouth, and her smooth and sweet singing voice slowly flowed out. I lie awake at night, see things in black and white. I've only got you inside my mind. You know you have made me blind. Oh my pretty boy, I love you. Like I never ever loved no one before you. Pretty boy of mine. Just tell me you love me too. Lin Lan sang earnestly, spinning and flying around the stage as she did so. Although she didn't do any difficult dance moves, her face alone made the picture very beautiful, and her singing voice was even sweeter, bringing out her sweetness in the eyes of everyone else except Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be all a bit dumbfounded by what he heard. I've known Sister Lan Lan for 10 years, but I didn't know she sang so well? What a divine voice this is. The audience offstage had also long been mesmerized by the melody, which was really sweet to the human heart. Lin Lan spun around, and then reappeared in front of Xiao Chen, continuing to sing down the line. The eyes all of a sudden became deeply serious. Xiao Chen looked at her eyes and just felt like his heart was going to fly out. Barbara's sister, can't be confessing to me. A group finished and there was silence. It was a full moment before the roaring applause broke out. My two grandma this song is too good. Right, people are beautiful and sweet. So that's what it means. Pretty boy. Isn't that a true reflection of this little puppy? It's hard not to love it when it's appropriate and fitting. Too good to listen to. Who recorded the video? Go back and then must be used to record a lossless version out. Although I cannot possibly pursue the young lady, does not mean that I have no pursuit of sound quality. Oh, Missy, do you lack a girlfriend? If there's no shortage, I can do the surgery. Lin Lan smiled sweetly at the stage. Thank you guys but surgery is not necessary. I have little puppies that don't need surgery. After saying that, she hooked Xiao Chen's neck and kissed him on the face with a mouthful of kisses. The scene immediately erupted into loud cheers. Xiao Chen stood on the stage. His heart felt sweet to death, but his face was on fire. It's not that I've never been kissed before, but in front of so many people, that's a real no-no. This guy, Arashi-san, is too bold. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan and was silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Lan, however, put her face in front of him and said with a smile, "What's the matter, little Chen? Not happy to be kissed by me? Well, why don't you give me a kiss too?" Kiss, kiss, kiss. The next second, the people below the stage immediately wailed. Chapter 46, Explosion of the Internet. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Xiao Chen didn't even understand why these people, who were strangers to each other, were able to achieve this level of neatness in such a short period of time. The way they were chanting in unison. He'd believe you if you said they'd been training for a month. Lin Lan's eyes showed a bad look. Stinky brother, so many people. If you don't kiss me, it can't be said. If you kiss me, then you're responsible for me. Not to be outdone, I'm an invincible explosion of cute and sweet little song divas. What a little wit. Xiao Chen was speechless, looking at Lin Lan, who was near his eyes, and was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. No kiss? It doesn't seem to make sense. Kissed, wouldn't that be a fake out, right? Doesn't he want to kiss? Absolutely not. Just, little brother, what are you hesitating for? Kiss it. The hostess was beside herself, feeling anxious to watch. What's wrong with this little puppy? Why is she still hesitating at this hour? You're not pretending to be a little couple. Quick kiss, quick kiss, quick kiss. I'm still waiting to kowtow to CP. Lin Lan said. Little Tatsu, is it that you don't dare to kiss? Xiao Chen, nonsense. How could I not dare? I'm a wolf from the south. Saying that, he went up with a bite and kissed Lin Lan on the lips. Yeah, not the face. Lin Lan's pretty face was slightly red. This guy, he's quite bold. He even dared to kiss on the mouth. It's pretty exciting, though, stamped in front of so many people. There's no escape. Yo! There was another cheer and the atmosphere reached another peak. As the scene caught fire, the video of Lin Lan and Xiao Chen taking the stage was also sent out by people at the scene. After getting the reward, Lin Lan walked off the stage with Xiao Chen in a giddy manner. But it was far from over. As video after video was transmitted to the short video platform, Lin Lan and Xiao Chen quickly became popular on the internet. Lin Lan a sweet song, listening to people like eating honey, coupled with Xiao Chen's little milk dog persona, but also let the netizens with the same as chicken blood, can vigorously knock this pair of CP. It was just that neither Xiao Chen nor Lin Lan bothered about what was going on online. Again, with the festival on the scene until the end of the high, which is when they left. By this time it was already after 10 p.m. Lin Lan was very excited at the scene, but as soon as she walked out of the park, her whole body immediately deflated. I'm so tired. Tiny Tatsu, hold me. Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen's arm and fell onto him. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. Stinky Lan Lan sister, always like this. You get high while you're playing, and as soon as it's over, you wilt right away. There's really nothing to be done about it. Watching Lin Lan's head keep sliding down against his chest, Xiao Chen had no choice but to pull her back and then picked her up in a princess hug. Arashi-san, don't go to sleep yet. Go home and take a shower before you go to sleep. Lin Lan buried her face inside his chest and shook her head. No, I'm going to sleep. Then both arms wrapped around him and he wouldn't let go. Xiao Chen had no choice but to carry her and walk to the parking place. Inevitably, they were spotted by the others in the middle of the journey, and after the previous outburst, these people had long since gotten to know the two. So there was a flurry of photos and videos. Xiao Chen carried Lin Lan to the parking space and put her in the back row. Then he sighed in relief before getting into the car and driving back. When they reached the house, they carried Lin Lan into the house again, and Lin Lan sobered up a bit, staggering into the bedroom in a daze, calling the hot water a shower. That's what makes it feel like you're back on Earth again. Thinking of the interaction with Xiao Chen at the festival, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a silly smile. Touching his lips, it felt as if that one kiss had only just been planted. What to do? The brat is getting more and more attractive. Really want to take him. She looked at the bathroom, and it suddenly struck her that it seemed a little small. Not only is the bathroom smaller, the tub is even smaller. I must get a bigger bathtub in the future. And the sofa, the table, the chairs, all of it. Replace it with the strongest and most durable one. It's not about looking good. It's about being strong. Lin Lan's face began to burn again as she thought about it. After showering and going out, feeling labored, she went straight to her bedroom to lie down. Xiao Chen first soaked some dog food in hot water and fed it to little Tatsuya, then cleaned up little Tatsuya's poop. That's when he went into the bathroom and took a comfortable shower, opened the bedroom and walked in, ready for bed. But when he opened the door, he froze in the doorway. Surprisingly, he didn't even think twice about walking into Arashi's sister's bedroom. Looking at Lin Lan, who was lying on the bed and was also looking at him with a lazy look, Xiao Chen was shocked. This action of his was completely without thinking, meaning that his subconscious mind felt that he should sleep with Arashi-san. It's only been a few days, and it's gotten to this point? Lin Lan was happy in her heart. So this is a habit? Who said the foster system is hard? It's obviously easy, right? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Lin Lan pulled the air-conditioned quilt on her body up, patted the spot in front of her, and rushed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hesitated for 3 seconds, but still walked over silently. Alas, she was no match for her anyway, so she was still at her mercy. She's so strong. What can I do? I'm helpless. Too. Hold me. Xiao Chen had just gotten into bed when Lin Lan's order came. Xiao Chen opened his arms to hold her, and Lin Lan obediently burrowed into his arms and rubbed her face against his chest. Firm pecks on the face. Well, the face feels very good. I just wanted to rub it in. Absolutely nothing else. Being a fairy, there's nothing wrong with rubbing yourself on a mortal a little, is there? Lin Lan smiled in her heart. I couldn't help but start to get distracted again, and then I felt surprisingly less and less sleepy than I had been. 10 minutes later, sleep was impossible. Little Tatsu, are you asleep yet? Xiao Chen opened his eyes. No, he couldn't sleep at all with the events of this evening at the festival still floating around in his head. Lin Lan rolled over, pulled out her cell phone and said, well, play with your cell phone for a while. Come on little Tatsu, give it to you and I'll swipe it together. Lin Lan tapped on Jitterbug and started swiping the little video. At first it was all furry kids, bouncing around and being adorable. As a result, while swiping, a video suddenly popped up, and what was in the video made both of them freeze. It was none other than what happened between Xiao Chen and Lin Lan at the music festival today. The video is so hot that the number of likes is already up to 1 million. The comments section is even more horrifying, more so than the number of likes. Xiao Chen took a look and his sleepiness was gone. No way. Why are so many people liking and commenting? Lin Lan clicked on the comment section and saw a clear variety of knocking CP. What kind of divine couple is this? The girl is pretty and the boy is handsome. This is the second dimension coming out, right? This little brother is also too handsome. The key is also a milk system. This CP feeling is spraying out from the screen. Swipe this video. I am pleased. I want to watch it with my wife, but I am afraid that his mountain pigs do not eat fine chaff. So I will stop. Don't just talk about looks. This young lady sang this song. I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet. It's very likely that this song is her original To look so pretty and to originate such a good song. Is this the legendary descending blow? This video tells me once again that I came into this world as a patchwork. Drinks and melons and mineral water are for sale in the front row on a first come, first served basis. Concentric locks are sold in the front row. Vini 50 and you can lock this CP. Looking at the screen full of kowtowing CP remarks and compliments to Xiao Chen and Lin Lan, the two looked at each other, and Xiao Chen could clearly see the excitement and pleasure in Lin Lan's eyes. Lin Lan, on the other hand, clearly saw surprise and astonishment in Xiao Chen's eyes. Unable to help but frown, he wrinkled his nose and said, "Humph, little Tatsu, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Do you think it's unreasonable for us to go red?" Xiao Chen said in a serious manner. "Yes, I think it's a bit unreasonable, but, thinking about Sister Lan Lan's face value and talent, I think it's reasonable. The main focus is a desire to survive." Cheeky request for support. Pomegranate seed thanks. Chapter 47, I'm such a smartass. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Lan then smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. For the sake of the brat's honesty, you're forgiven. Lin Lan pinched Xiao Chen's face and smiled foolishly. Then I swiped through the short videos for a while, and it didn't take long to end up with several more of their videos from today. And each one is so hot that the number of likes and comments is almost explosive. Not only that, but in addition to the video of singing on stage, someone else posted a video of Xiao Chen hugging Lin Lan on the car in the back. A princess hug. Easy plus pleasure. That effortless little expression has also flown the coop on the internet. Princess hug. Surprisingly so effortless looking. This little puppy is so strong. Meow meow meow. So why do I suddenly feel a little bit of belief in what he said on stage about him being a little wolfhound? Yeah. It's the appearance of a little puppy. The body of a little wolfhound. I love love love. Mom, I found you a great son-in-law. Go get his contact information for me, will you? By this time tomorrow, I'm going to have all the contact information for this handsome man, and I urge everyone here not to be ungrateful. This CP sense, it's just bursting at the seams. What to do? I feel like I'm falling for this handsome guy, but he's the man I can't have. Ugh, poor me. Lin Lan scanned the comments on the video again, and a fierce light immediately emitted from her eyes. Xiao Chen felt a cold air and shrank back in fear. Arashi-san, what do you want? Lin Lan, so many girls on the internet say they like you. Are you floating? Xiao Chen secretly said that it was not good. This was triggering Sister Lan Lan's automatic defense mechanism. He immediately shook his head and said with a serious look, Sister Lan Lan, don't you understand me? But I've learned to be humble since I was a child. Never knew what floating meant. I'd like to float, but what if I float and get hammered by you? Lin Lan, so many girls like you, and you're not moved? Xiao Chen, if I'm not even moved in the face of Sister Lan Lan, then what makes Sister Lan Lan think I'll be moved towards other girls? Lin Lan cocked his head and thought for a moment. What do you mean? Why does it feel like you're scolding me? Xiao Chen, I mean, even if I had to be moved, you're the most likely in my life to make me move. Arashi-san, with Arashi-san by my side, do I need to be attracted to other girls? Lin Lan's eyes immediately smiled into a crescent moon, patting Xiao Chen's shoulder and pinching his face again. Little Tatsu, I'm really growing to like you. So what you just said is that you like me? Xiao Chen's heart thumped. Oh, no, did it slip out? I can't. I still have to formally confess my love to Arashi-san. If I spill the beans now, won't all that preparation be for nothing? Can't let her see the difference. With a flash of thoughts in his heart, Xiao Chen hurriedly said, Of course I like Sister Lan Lan. I've always treated Sister Lan Lan as if she was my elder sister. So how could I not like her? Lin Lan's face immediately changed as she stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Stinky brother, you just think of me as a sister? Xiao Chen looked dumbfounded. Right. So otherwise, what else would Sister Lan Lan want you to be? As a girlfriend? He thought it in his mind, but didn't say anything. Lin Lan instantly felt a hard time in her heart. Looking at Xiao Chen, she instantly felt that this smelly brother was not cute at all. Humph. With a cold snort, she kicked Xiao Chen away and said viciously, Get down. Don't want to care about you. Xiao Chen was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, looking at Lin Lan who suddenly stormed off with an innocent face. What's wrong again? Arashi-san? Lin Lan glared at him. You still don't know what's wrong? Xiao Chen, how do I know what's wrong if you don't tell me? Lin Lan, do I need to say what's wrong? You stinky brother. So hateful. Get out. You get out. Aowa. Lin Lan stomped her 2 feet against the quilt for a while, like a mad kitten. Xiao Chen thought about it and felt that it was still more important to have a small life, so he had to turn around and go out. Close the door gently behind you on your way out. Lin Lan put the covers down and looked at the closed door, but felt even more angry. This guy actually went away? Abominable. So abominable. Doesn't he know that girls are all mouthy? Can't you tell that? See how I'll teach you a lesson next time. Lin Lan wrapped the covers around her, ground her teeth again, and rolled over in bed twice. Suddenly I feel quite lonely. I can't believe I feel a little uncomfortable without that brat. No, he said that kind of thing. He has to be made to pay for it. There's no room for softness at this point. Ever. I sleep just as well without him. Shatterjaw. Lin Lan grunted through her nostrils, pursed her lips and rolled over, closing her eyes and forcing herself to sleep. As a result, a few minutes later, she opened her eyes again. What's going on? Why is your brat all you can think about? Can't really sleep without him, can you? But the harsh words have already been put out. Calling him over at this time, wouldn't that be too disgraceful? Lin Lan rolled a few more times and continued to close her eyes. I can't believe I can't sleep. Xiao Chen returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, hugging the covers. Suddenly I felt a little empty inside. The feel of the quilt is not as good as Arashi-san's. But Arashi-san had already put out the word that if she ran to her room force, she would be killed. No, 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 hold it, hold it. Loneliness is hard, but life is more important. So he closed his eyes and simmered in silence. Also because I was tired from playing during the day and was really sleepy at this time. After a long time, he really did fall asleep. But at the same moment, Lin Lan was looking at the nightlight above her bed with two big eyes open, wanting to cry. Couldn't sleep at all. I want to hug my stinky brother, touch his abs, pinch his face, and pinch his thighs. But the harsh words were his own. He was the one who kicked him out, and it would be humiliating to have him back now. Lin Lan beamed, feeling a bit aggrieved. Suddenly his eyes lit up again. I let him out and it would be humiliating to let him back in. But I didn't say I couldn't go to him. Ha ha, I'm such a little wit. Lin Lan immediately sat up from the bed, put on her slippers, and tiptoed to open the door. Then he walked to Xiao Chen's bedroom door and first put his ear on Xiao Chen's room door and listened. No movement. Then he gently opened the door and saw that Xiao Chen was already asleep. Then he spat out his tongue and walked in gingerly, pulling back the covers and laying down slowly. The corner of his mouth hung a wicked smile of success in a treacherous plan, and both hands hugged towards Xiao Chen's waist from behind. Chapter 48. A boy's body is so magical. The muscular touch came, and Lin Lan instantly felt much more relaxed. Ah yes, 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 that's what it feels like, that's what it feels like. Ah, Xiao Chen slept like most men, without the habit of wearing clothes. He wouldn't have worn pajamas at all if he hadn't been with Lin Lan. So as soon as I got back to my room, I took off my clothes. It was much easier for Lin Lan to do it. The corners of Lin Lan's mouth kept pulling back as if they were going to the back of his head. The palm of his hand gently slid over Xiao Chen's abdomen, up and down, and then it was intoxicating. Enchanted and intoxicated. Ha, what is it? Why is it so? She suddenly wondered. After a few seconds, Brush retracted his hand. Blushing, his heart was racing, and his blood felt as if it was on fire. What have I done? What have I done? Shame on me. My God. Lin Lan covered her face with her hands, feeling like she could set a piece of paper on fire. Damn you stinky little brother, aren't you already asleep? How can you still be like that? Boys' bodies are really amazing, aren't they? After a heartbeat, she slowly quieted down again. I've been thinking back on it for a while, suddenly feeling less sleepy in her head and instead refreshed. She felt like she could go for a 10,000 meter run right now. Crap, this stinky brother won't wake up. It would be too embarrassing if he knew. Lin Lan suddenly thought of some sort of possibility and hurriedly rose slightly, looking towards Xiao Chen's proper face. Luckily, Xiao Chen was breathing steadily. His face was as normal, and he didn't wake up. Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but when she looked at Xiao Chen's face, she felt her heart burning once again. How can this guy be so cute even when he's sleeping? She couldn't help but stretch out a finger and place it on Xiao Chen's lips, gently tapping it. Xiao Chen didn't know what he was dreaming about, but he suddenly opened his mouth slightly and bit her finger. And a lick. Lin Lan had just made a mistake, and with this bite from Xiao Chen, she directly felt as if she had been set on fire. Foul. That's a foul. Stinky brother. How he could bite his finger. Thinking again of her own foul play just now, Lin Lan once again blushed and felt her whole body rolling with it. Looking at Xiao Chen's face again, she had a strong urge. Licking her lips, she opened her mouth slightly. Between her lips, a few shiny strands of silk glowed tantalizingly. Ah, what the hell am I doing? I can't believe I want to initiate so badly. It's so shameful. Lin Lan covered her face and lay down, trying not to look at Xiao Chen's face anymore. I haven't even given the brat a name yet, and I can't believe I want to do that shy thing to him. Meow 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 ah. Am I a Miku, or am I a lust? The more Lin Lan thought about it, the more ashamed she became. But the more ashamed she became, the more excited she became. In the end, The ego tossed itself around for half the night before going to bed late. The next morning, Xiao Chen, still in a haze, rolled over. The open hand then grasped forward, fumbling for the phone. Never rush to get up in the morning. Find your cell phone first and check the time, just in case there's a chance to get another 10 minutes of sleep. Sleep is money. However, instead of touching the cell phone, he felt like he touched something very soft. A small question mark popped up in Xiao Chen's still-dazed brain, and subconsciously he gave it another squeeze. As a result, it's even softer. Strange, is there something so soft in my bed? It shouldn't be, and it doesn't look like a stuffed animal. Pinch again. Ah, little pervert. What are you doing? Suddenly, Lin Lan's scream rang out, and Xiao Chen's confused mind instantly came to its senses. When he opened his eyes wide, Lin Lan was looking at him with a red face and a shy face. Arashi-san. Why are you here? Didn't I come out of your room? Wasn't that real? A dream I had? No, this is my room. Why are you in my room? Xiao Chen sat up from the bed and looked at Lin Lan, who was covered with the same quilt as himself. In front of him, Lin Lan's face reddened even more, but she put on a straight face and said, "Is that the point? The point now is that your hands are not honest. Usually docile and coquettish. I didn't realize you were such a little pervert. Ha, little Tatsu. Why are you such a person?" Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's expression and knew what that hand had just done. Couldn't help but also have a red face, but still tried to weasel out. I'm very pure. Okay, I'm not awake yet. It's not like I did it on purpose. And how was I supposed to know you'd be in my bed? I was there to look for my cell phone, okay? Yeah, Arashi-san. Why are you in my bed? His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Lan, who stammered. I got up last night to use the restroom and ended up going to the wrong door. Isn't it normal to go to the wrong door when you're in a sleepy daze? What do you mean you even questioned me? Do you think I still came to your room on purpose and slept with you on purpose? A sophomoric defense. The main one is a justification. When you're reasonable enough, the other person might wonder, could it really be that I'm misunderstanding what she's saying with such a straight face? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan half-heartedly. This reason, how does it feel like it is made up? Really? Lin Lan, of course it's true. I'm a fairy. How could I possibly lie? Xiao Chen paused for a moment. Okay, trust you for once. As a rule of thumb, choose to believe at this time. Then the reward will be a beaming erasure sister. And if one chooses not to believe it, then the reward will be a stormy sister erasure. He had been doing this multiple choice question for 10 years. How could he still get it wrong? Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this brat was rather stupid. Xiao Chen got up and, as always, took something from the refrigerator and made breakfast. Lin Lan ate her breakfast with relish, and when she looked at Xiao Chen's face, her mind couldn't help but remember what happened last night. Unable to help it, a face went red in a flash. Xiao Chen looked at her strangely. Sister Lan Lan, why are you blushing? Lin Lan, no, you're looking at it wrong. Xiao Chen, it's obviously red. You wouldn't have done anything wrong, would you? Lin Lan glared at him. Nonsense. I'm a good person with integrity and a good heart. How could I possibly do something wrong? Xiao Chen shook his head and did not pursue the matter. Taking a purple potato to eat, he took 2 bites and frowned. This purple potato is a bit bad. It tastes hard. Lin Lan was not amused. No, it's obviously very soft alright. Where is it hard? Not as good as you. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped the movement in his hand and looked at Lin Lan with wide eyes. Word days. What is she talking about? Chapter 49, Hidden information is so great. Xiao Chen looked straight at Lin Lan. His intuition told him that this statement from Sister Lan Lan was definitely not simple. That's a lot of hidden information. What do you mean it's not as good as me? Lin Lan also immediately realized something was wrong when he stared at her like that. The heart raced and a blush crept into her cheeks. What should I do? I accidentally blurted it out. If I let my stinky brother know what happened last night, it would be too shameful. You stinking brother. What's that look in your eye? Preemptive strike. This is the time when hesitation loses and weakness reveals itself. It must be justified. It must look fearless. And only then can it be called superior sophistry. Lin Lan was familiar with this modus operandi. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan with a very frightened look and said, Sister Lan Lan, what do you mean what kind of look is this? I haven't asked you what those words were just now. Lin Lan, what did I say? I didn't say anything. Xiao Chen, I said this purple potato is a bit hard. You said it's not as good. Tell me, what kind of words are these? Lin Lan's face turned even redder, but her tone became more and more vicious. What words? Human words, of course. I mean, purple potatoes aren't as hard as your body. This little purple potato, can it be as hard as your abs? Your pecs? Your biceps? You stinking brother. What are you suspecting me of? Xiao Chen was speechless. He was sure that the odds were that it wasn't the truth. But then again, Arashi-san certainly wasn't going to tell the truth. If you want to talk about where it's hard, the muscles are indeed quite hard. Where else but the muscles? No way. Could it be? Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and looked at Lin Lan and exclaimed, Sister Lan Lan, you wound tea. Last night. Without finishing his sentence, he hastily covered his mouth again. You can't say it. You can't say it. If this gets out, you'll definitely be beaten into a first-degree cripple by Sister Erasure. Xiao Chen stopped in time, but his face became a reddish color just as quickly. The air was very quiet as the two men looked at each other red-faced. Even the cries of little Tatsukes in the cage seemed extraordinarily quiet. Ahem. Lin Lan coughed twice and twisted her face away. That? So what do you mean? Don't you think I'm talking about your hard muscles? Xiao Chen also coughed dryly and took a bite of purple potato and another sip of milk. I do believe in Sister Arashi's character, and I unconditionally believe in Sister Arashi's words. My muscles are, indeed, quite hard. Well, yeah, right. Hard muscles, yes. Lin Lan nodded. Well, that's right. The two men didn't look at each other, and the air in the room seemed even quieter. It was so quiet the two could hear their own heartbeats. It's wild. It's wild. 10 minutes into a breakfast, there was a quietness that had never been seen before. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Chen grabbed his textbook and walked out. Arashi-san, I'm going to class. Lin Lan just hummed and didn't have to pester him a bit more like before. As she watched Xiao Chen's back disappear from sight, Lin Lan immediately went limp in her chair. Both hands covered her face, which rolled as if it were going to set her palms on fire. Gosh, I can't believe. It's shameful. It's just shameful. It seems like there's only one way out, and that's to confess. As long as my stinky brother agrees to me, we'll be an official couple. It's totally normal for that to happen, right? After all, young couples, dry humping. It's my birthday next week, so I'll confess to him on that day. Yes, it's decided. Lin Lan covered her face, but the thoughts in her head quickly became clear. Lowering her jade hand, her face had changed from shame to excitement. Yes, confession is a killer solution to shame. What is there to be ashamed of when everything seems to be in name only? I'm practically a genius. Lin Lan gave a thumbs up and wrinkled her nose, thinking that she was really icy smart. But the question arises, where to confess to the stinky brother? Lin Lan thought about it for a moment and quickly had an answer. River Maple Park. Yes, that's the place. It's a nice place with a great view, facing the river, and a sandy beach that's especially beautiful when the evening sun shines on it. It was then that I confessed my love to him. With the red sun and the evening sun in the sky, the leaping waves close by, and my stinking brother's magnificent face before me. After the confession is over, we can go to the couple's hotel where the music scene was held last night. Then the two would hug each other and start kissing. And then, Lin Lan cupped her face, and a giggling sound of ho-ho-ho came out of her mouth. Endless anticipation surfaced in his eyes, and then there was unspeakable shame. Blah blah blah, how can I keep thinking about these things? I'm a fairy, how can I have these evil thoughts? Humph, it must be my stinky brother who put an evil spell on me. Lin Lan shook her head and immediately put her confession plan into action. Xiao Chen left the house and flew to the school. A slight bead of sweat broke out on his forehead, which made him feel some of the charming thoughts in his mind weaken. The thought of what Arashi-san might have done last night made his heart skip a beat. It's a good thing he was asleep. Wouldn't he have been awake? No, I fell asleep myself, so I'm at a disadvantage. In his mind, Xiao Chen walked to the front of the school building. He mentally admonished himself, when you step into the sacred school building, you mustn't think about all that nonsense. I'm still on the wrong side of the law with erasure, so it's evil to think that way. I am the successor of socialism, born in the new China, grow up under the red flag, study hard, every day up. It seems that we have to hurry up and confess to Sister Lan Lan. Only if Sister Lan Lan agrees, these thoughts won't be so evil. After all, it's a little couple now. Well, there are some things. Well, it's the truth. Xiao Chen sat in his chair, thoughts spinning rapidly in his head. But where to confess? He cocked his head, thinking hard. Sister Lan Lan likes to watch the sunset and go for a walk along the river. That's River Maple Park. There are sunsets and currents and beaches, and it's also known as a couple's mecca, the best place in the neighborhood for couples to date. Next week is Arashi-san's birthday, so I'll choose the day of her birthday to confess to her. It's decided. Whether Arashi-san treats me as her brother or accepts my confession, I'm going to try. Xiao Chen felt some sweetness in his heart when he thought about what was behind him. If Sister Barbara agrees, then they can be a couple from now on. That's the dream of 900 million teenagers. But later it's his girlfriend. I'm proud of it. There's nothing wrong with it. But the thought that Sister Erasure might just think of him as a little follower, Or even a smelly brother. Might not even be a yes. Xiao Chen immediately felt low in his heart again. He couldn't wait for time to speed up and get to Arashi's sister's birthday right away. Waiting is really the hardest part. Chapter 50, How does the whole world know? Xiao Chen lay on his desk, feeling excited at times and low at others. This waiting made him feel a little irritated. And this annoyance was something he had never had before. It seems that falling in love is not an easy thing to do, Xiao Chen thought in his heart. By this time, the classroom was getting crowded. As soon as Zhang Ziyuan entered the classroom, his two small eyes searched the classroom for Xiao Chen's figure. Even with Xiao Chen's head down, he could find it. Then he jumped over headfirst and sat next to him, stretching out his white, chubby fingers to poke Xiao Chen. Chen, you can do it. You took down Goddess Lin so quickly. Let me tell you, now I can also be knocking on your CP. You must be strong. Don't fail Goddess Lin. Zhang Ziyuan looked interested. Xiao Chen looked at him inexplicably. Where did you know that? Zhang Ziyuan, who else doesn't know about this? You guys have become a jitterbug hit, and now the whole school knows about it. Not only does the whole school know about it, but even the whole internet knows about it. You don't realize you're on the hot seat, do you? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. On the hot search? He knew that yesterday's video did have a bit of fire in it, but he felt it was only a bit of fire. It's a long way from being on the hot seat, I think. Aren't those celebrities trying to break their heads and spend money to be on the hot search? How come they don't even spend any money themselves and are still on the hot search? Seeing Xiao Chen's look of disbelief, Zhang Ziyuan took out his cell phone, opened the mute, and then tapped on shake. Look, the top 3 hot searches, 2 of them were taken by you guys. No, I can understand that you usually play less on your cell phone, but you didn't even know anything about such a big deal? Xiao Chen looked at the hot search list, and sure enough, 2 of the top 3 were about him and Lin Lan. An article titled, What a Goddamned Couple This Is. After searching it out, it was all videos of him and Lin Lan at the festival last night. Especially Lin Lan's song Pretty Boy made netizens all listen to it sweetly, saying it was too good and too sweet. It felt like honey was going to come out of the screen even through the screen. And another one, Wolf Puppy Boyfriend. The video that was searched out then shows him later carrying Lin Lan to the car, probably because there were more people encountered at the time. And Lin Lan's hands had been very unsteady when he was holding her. So were a few side shots of Lin Lan lifting up his shirt to reveal his waistline and a few abs. The images were then screenshotted by netizens and posted in the comments section. And then, it was all over. Little brother is too handsome, too strong. Not only is his face high, but he even has a waistline and abs. If this were my boyfriend, I'd sleep with him 10 times a day. He. With a face that can fight and a body that can fight even more. Who could resist such a wolfish little puppy? Oh my gosh lol. What to do? I feel like I've fallen in love with this little brother. This goes to our Southwest F4. Special approval from the center. Have any of my sisters sat on it yet? Please help me twist it a few times if you have. Thank you. Do you want to see what you're talking about when you talk about tigers and wolves? Looking at the various words in the comment section, Xiao Chen's face brushed red. Are these people crazy? Why are they saying everything out loud? I'll put up with it if it's a little wolfish puppy. What do you mean? Help her twist a few times. Sure enough, people on the internet are just reckless, lawless and downright hateful. You wanna watch less of these videos in the future. It's not good for your physical and mental health. Xiao Chen expressionlessly turned Zhang Ziyuan jitterbug off and gave him a blank stare. It's over. The whole internet thinks that Arashi-san and I are a couple, but we're not at all yet. It'll show. As he sat in his seat, he could clearly feel the envious glances being thrown at him from everyone around him. It goes without saying what that look means. He could even hear someone not far away putting on an outside voice and watching a video of him and Lin Lan. For a while, he became the sole focus of the entire classroom. No way. Why are they all looking at me? It was Arashi-san who forced me to go. It's none of my business. Xiao Chen was not used to crowds and was stared at by so many people for a while, and his face reddened even more. And this scene fell in the eyes of the girls in the classroom. It was too lethal. So, the video comments section. Another piece of commentary. Extra. The handsome guy in the video is my classmate in the same department. I can testify that he is really wolfy and milky. At this very moment, your wolf pups are being watched by a bunch of horny girls who are blushing. Up close, it's really wolfy and milky. Not to mention Lin Lan's senior sister. I also want to eat him. Xiao Chen was speechless. Just playing a couple with Arashi-san for a bit. How come the internet suddenly exploded? In this way, Xiao Chen struggled through the morning's lessons. After class at noon, Xiao Chen immediately ran out with Zhang Ziyuan, holding his books. But still, someone else soon found out. So, just as he ran out of the school building, he immediately heard someone shouting, Schoolmaster Xiao Chen, I'm a CP fan of you and Sister Lin Lan. You guys must cheer up. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. We'll keep knocking on your CP. Don't ever break up. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. I know I can't get you anymore. Please make sure Sister Lin Lan takes good care of you. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. Do you know how hot your CP with schoolmate Lin Lan is? Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen listened to the voices, looked up and smiled, and said politely, thank you, but his face was already red. Why does it feel like everyone in the world knows about it? Wow. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen really blushes. Good milk, oh. Schoolmaster Xiao Chen. Have I ever told you that you look delicious when you blush? That's so funny, so good looking and so shy. Must be a nice kind boy. Xiao Chen lowered his head and quickly fled the scene. These girls? How are they all socially awkward? Luckily, Zhang Ziyuan was beside him to block his sight. Otherwise Xiao Chen felt like he was being watched like a monkey. Escaping from the siege, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief and went to the cafeteria with Zhang Ziyuan to eat. He decided that he was going to go and prepare his confession with Zhang Ziyuan today, so he wouldn't go back at noon. As soon as Zhang Ziyuan sat down, he immediately asked in a very gossipy manner, Chen tell me honestly, how far have you and Goddess Lin progressed? Xiao Chen said righteously, which step has not been developed? If you talk so much nonsense again, the legs will be broken for you. After saying that, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. When did I say such violent things? Isn't that Arashi's sister's mantra? I'm this. Fallen? The word fallen immediately made Xiao Chen think again of what might have happened last night after he fell asleep. Couldn't help but jump wildly inside. That's a big step for Sister Barbara to take. Chapter 51. Xiao Chen lowered his head while eating his meal, but the thoughts in his head never stopped. It looks like it's just a little distracting to eat. Zhang Ziyuan looked in his eyes and couldn't help but say, Chen what's wrong with you today? Why are you still double-minded when eating? Is it this fried chicken wing that's upsetting you? Or is it this red meat stuffed with teeth? Xiao Chen glanced at him and said, it's your fat piece of meat that's in my way. Zhang Ziyuan's face straightened. Chen I don't like it when you say that. Can I call this fat? I call it plump at best, okay? Xiao Chen gave him a blank stare and stopped paying attention to him. Can plumpness be used on him? That's bull asterisk. After eating, he went with Zhang Ziyuan to his dormitory again to prepare things for confession. Zhang Ziyuan opened the box and looked at the various dazzling things, and his brain twisted as if he had discovered something. Looking at Xiao Chen with wide eyes, he said, I'll go. Chen why do these things of yours look like they're meant to be confessions? Xiao Chen hurriedly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes widened, and he instantly realized what these things were actually for. He dropped Xiao Chen's hand with a surprised face and lowered his voice. Chen it's really for confession, ah? My god, it's too exciting, ah? After all this, it turns out that you and Goddess Lin, bullseye, are you faking it? Who would have thought that the divine couple that has set the internet on fire hasn't actually confessed their love yet? And he, in all likelihood, was the first to know. Thinking so, Zhang Ziyuan immediately felt a little excited. Xiao Chen coughed dryly and said, don't worry about that much. In short, just do me this favor, and when you confess next time, I'll help you too. Zhang Ziyuan immediately slapped his chest a few times. Tatsuer, it's incumbent upon me to stick my neck out for my brother. Let me ask you, am I the first to know about the fact that you didn't confess to Goddess Lin? Xiao Chen nodded. If we're talking about people watching online, you're the first. Zhang Ziyuan immediately felt a bit proud of himself, as if he had learned some great secret. That level of joy was even more intense than when he was 8 years old and bought a copy of the Rudraksh poem from a roadside vendor for $10. When Xiao Chen saw his face, he immediately grabbed his shoulders. Yuaner, you can't say anything outside. It's a surprise for Arashi-san. Zhang Ziyuan snapped his chest again with a resolute look. Chen you still don't trust me. How could I be that kind of person? I'll do my job. Don't worry. Xiao Chen was originally quite relieved that Zhang Ziyuan's character was still reliable. He hadn't said anything about what happened with Lin Lan earlier. However, upon hearing his words, Xiao Chen suddenly felt somehow a little uneasy. Illusion? It must be an illusion. That's the only thing that comes out of Arashi-san's mouth. Yuaner is still trustworthy and is my good prince. Xiao Chen shook his head, realizing that he seemed to be getting more and more poisoned. It was amazing how much the shadow of Sister Barbara had affected every aspect of his life. After working for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong again. Why didn't Arashi-san ask me when she didn't go back herself today? According to the usual Lan Lan's temperament, she must have called a long time ago. Could it be that something has happened to Sister Barbara? Or, maybe Arashi-san was angry that she didn't take the initiative to call? Xiao Chen's heart thumped as he hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Lin Lan. Next to Jiangfeng Park, inside a mansion, Lin Lan was meticulously preparing something for her confession, and she frowned with some distress. I didn't realize these props would be so difficult to get. It's a real head-scratcher. The mansion is hers. After all, there are so many vests that it makes sense to have a mansion, right? She was just afraid of scaring her smelly brother, so she didn't tell Xiao Chen or bring him to live here. And now the mansion would be her carefully prepared secret base. She was at a loss when the phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, Lin Lan was shocked. Crap, it's Stinky Brother calling. He must have gone home and didn't find me, so he called. What the hell? Even forgot the time. Now how to explain to the Stinky Brother? Lin Lan prepared for 3 seconds before she answered the phone. Arashi-san, I'm not coming home at lunch today. Xiao Chen knew that in case Sister Lan Lan was angry, then it would definitely be best to show his attitude first at this time. Lin Lan was worried about how to explain to Xiao Chen that she wasn't at home, but then she heard, this brat didn't go back? This is heavenly help. What a reason to make up. So, a couple of giggles. It's fine. It's fine. You've got more things going on academically. You've got a lot of classes freshman and sophomore year. That's the way it is. I get it. Don't worry. I don't blame you. When Xiao Chen heard that, when did Sister Lan Lan think of me so much? He was worried about what excuse to use to excuse the fact that he didn't go back. But it turned out that Arashi-san had even taken the initiative to find one for him. What a great excuse for not going back, as studies were heavier and there were more classes. So, he nodded. Yeah, Arashi-san. You've been there. So you must know that freshman and sophomore year have a lot of classes. In the next few days our faculty is also preparing for a mock speculation competition. And I'm going to participate in it and prepare more things. So for the next few days, I might not even be back at lunch. So remember to eat well on your own. Lin Lan was even happier when she heard that. I can't believe you didn't come back for days? Wonderful. Isn't this a chance to prepare yourself, and save yourself the thought and time of going through all the trouble of making up excuses? This little brother is a godsend. Well, I know. Don't worry, little Tatsu. I won't blame you. At this stage of your life, you still need to focus on your studies, and cheer up for the speculation competition. I believe that with your caliber, you will definitely have no problem. Get first place. Sister has a reward. Lin Lan smiled mysteriously, her voice revealing an imperial flavor. Xiao Chen's heart became even stranger. Sister Barbara didn't object at all and agreed so readily? It's not right. It's really not right. In normal times, Lan Lan would have been very angry and questioned why he didn't go back to stay with her. Could it be that Arashi-san has suddenly changed her nature? How is that possible? But now wasn't the time to think about it in detail. At least Arashi-san wasn't angry, so he'd have plenty of time to prepare. Putting down the phone, Xiao Chen sighed in relief. Stinky Barbara-san. What the hell is she thinking? A girl's mind is really complicated. On the other hand, opposite him, Zhang Ziyuan looked at him with his mouth wide open, both eyes flying out. I'm so over it. Chen you damn well wouldn't be living with Goddess Lin, would you? Chapter 52, Is there such a thing as a good thing in this world? Zhang Ziyuan opened his eyes wide, feeling that he had discovered something even more extraordinary. Xiao Chen's movement was a beat. How could he forget that there was still this bastard in front of him? He even called Sister Lan Lan in front of him. Farther. Don't talk nonsense. Deny it, it has to be denied. If this gets out, isn't it going to be the talk of the town again? The schoolboy and the schoolgirl are living together, and they're so young, they're bound to be fabricated. Zhang Ziyuan looked at Xiao Chen's face, but he was immediately convinced that he had not guessed wrong. Couldn't help but show a face full of surprise. And of course, envy. Tatsuer, seriously, my eyes are red with envy right now. I don't even have a girlfriend yet and you're living with a goddess. If you weren't my brother I'd want to punch you twice. Zhang Ziyuan ground his teeth with a look of pain and righteous indignation. Xiao Chen said, since you're a brother, keep your mouth shut. I can tell you, if you don't leak it out, then I'll stick 2 knives in my brother's back. But if you do, then don't blame me for sticking 2 knives in my brother's back for a woman. Zhang Ziyuan snapped on his chest. Yuaner, you know me. Are you still not assured of what I do? This is something I'm just going to rot in my next life and never tell. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Xiao Chen gave another beat and said, don't you ever say that again. Zhang Ziyuan had a head full of questions. What's wrong with that? Xiao Chen didn't answer. How could I possibly tell you that Sister Lan Lan speaks with such confidence while always being so pitiful? Never mind what happened. Just don't say it again anyway. Hurry up and speed up. I'm going to need it on the 27th and I only have 3 days left. Although Zhang Ziyuan was strange, he did not pursue the matter, but sold his efforts to help Xiao Chen prepare things. Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh as he watched Zhang Ziyuan's nimble movements. Well done, Yuaner. My throne will definitely be passed on to you in the future. Zhang Ziyuan blanked him. Get out. You might as well pass it on to your son with. He felt that it wasn't quite right to call Lin goddess anymore, although she was indeed a goddess, but she was already his brother's girlfriend. Got to change my mind. As for what to call it instead, haven't thought of that yet. Let's start by having the author. Pomegranate. Use an ellipsis instead. Yu. In a small house somewhere, Lin Mingchuan was holding his cell phone and swiping a short video. A voice that pleased his heart and soul came from the phone. Today was another day of banana pulling for Odubu on his 2/8, having meticulously prepared his bike first thing in the morning. Pay attention. This man's name is Morning Biao and this woman's name is Xiao Mei. For years without repairing the donkey's hooves. Look at the hooves. They are rotten. Gentlemen, and listen to the dragon's voice. Looking at the fighters and artillery fire on the screen, Lin Mingchuan revealed a satisfied smile. He was strong in a white shirt, with a rolled-up sleeve that revealed a pronounced muscular line on his small arm. There is a feeling of power throbbing with the slightest exertion. His face was slightly bearded, but he had the look of an unkempt, handsome uncle. Call it the teacher's milk killer. After watching one video, he continued to scroll down. It turned out to be a genre he didn't like. The video was of a group of people gathered in front of a stage, on top of which stood two people, a man and a woman, still holding hands, as if they were a couple. He decided it was neither as stress-relieving as fixing a donkey's hoof nor as exciting as an audible a banana, and was ready to paddle away. But the moment his finger tapped on the screen, the camera suddenly drew closer. Then his eyes widened and he leaned forward, nearly rising from his chair. This singing girl seems a bit familiar. Always feel like I've seen her somewhere. After staring for a few seconds, Lin Mingchuan slapped his forehead. If it isn't my stupid girl, she was holding a boy's hand? Which family's pig is this? Dare to arch the cabbages of my Lin Mingchuan's family. I'll break your legs. Ha! It seems like it's the kid from Xiao Yunhai's family. Seeing clearly what was standing next to Xiao Chen, Lin Mingchuan immediately felt his anger subside again and sat back down. It's this kid. Then there's nothing to worry about. To worry is also worried about this kid. His small body, where can withstand the family that little devil toss But why are these two little things still holding hands together and singing? Wait, what's that backdrop? Couples music festival? Couple? Lin Mingchuan frowned, realizing that things were not simple. My daughter was really arched by that Xiao family kid? Lin Mingchuan's eyes widened before he slapped his knee. Is there such a thing as a good thing in the world? Their two families had always been on good terms, and Xiao Chen and Lin Lan had even known each other since they were young, calling them childhood sweethearts. So he knew very well what kind of person Xiao Chen was. This kid is a good cook with good grades. It's a model compared to my own stupid daughter who acts like an idiot in life. Although ever since Lin Lan and Xiao Chen were young, adults had joked that the two would be married when they grew up. But who takes things seriously when you're a kid? But now that the two children had grown up, they were still playing this game, and combining it with the information he had come up with from the last time he had called Xiao Chen. It's basically a sure thing. Thinking of this, Lin Mingchuan couldn't help but release a loud laugh. Then a phone call was made to Xiao Chen's dad, Xiao Yunhai. Xiao Yunhai was doing the dishwashing. His hand wiped on the waistband, took out his cell phone, answered it and then tapped on the amplification and put it next to him. Old Xiao, have you watched the online video yet? That kid of yours had an accident with my daughter. Xiao Yunhai's movement stalled and said in some panic. What happened? Tell me clearly. Lin Mingchuan, what else is going on? Your son gave away my family's cabbage. Xiao Yunhai thought for a moment before he understood what Lin Mingchuan meant and said with a surprised look. No way. Old Lin, this joke can't be taken lightly. The two kids are still young. Lin Mingchuan, small? Xiao Chen is also an adult. Isn't it normal to fall in love? My daughter is with your son. Seriously, what do you think? Xiao Yunhai didn't even think about it. Look with your eyes. The child's matter. Want you blind worry what worry? Now the main is a free love. What? You still want to intervene? Stick the lovebirds do not? Xiao Yunhai inwardly, humph. The old Lin family's girl, even though she is a bit of a tiger, she still gets along with me. Being a daughter-in-law. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Can't let this guy mess it up. Lin Mingchuan got upset when he heard this. What do you mean I'm beating up the lovebirds? I'm happy. To tell you the truth, I like that kid in your house, and I'm calling you just to tell you that you're not going to stand in the way of the two of them, or I'm not done with you. Xiao Yunhai, then you told me earlier. I thought you were unwilling. Lin Mingchuan, what unwillingness? I just want to tell you, isn't it going to be the National Day soon? The two children will definitely come back. When the time comes, don't follow me around like you used to. You have to give the kid a little more space and time alone. Don't be a light bulb. Got it? Xiao Yunhai, isn't it always you who follows the front and the back? Cherishing your precious daughter and being afraid of this yellow hair and that green hair. But the truth is, all the punks in the neighborhood for 8 blocks have been beaten up by Arashi's girl and run away when they see her. Lin Mingchuan smiled sarcastically and coughed dryly. Anyway, that's the idea. I'm certainly not going to follow the front or the back. I'll do my job. Don't worry. Putting down the phone, Xiao Yunhai's head tilted, revealing a big smile. Little piglets can arch cabbages? Well, bravo. More or less the way I was back in the day. Chapter 53, Mom, what do you think of your sister Lan Lan? When Xiao Yunhai thought of his own year, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I feel more energized to do the dishes. Yunhai, who is it? A beautiful woman walked through the doorway, wearing a long black lace dress with her hair tied casually behind her head. Dressed casually, but on the basis of a delicate and beautiful face and a luscious figure. Even casually dressed, she looked extraordinarily good. She's Xiao Chen's mom, Su Yuqin. Xiao Yunhai said. Old Lin. Guess what old Lin said? He had a mysterious look on his face. Su Yuqin looked curious. What was said? Make it so mysterious. Xiao Yunhai, however, did not say it directly, but looked at Su Yuqin and heatedly smiled, saying, guess what? It has something to do with our son. Su Yuqin thought for a moment and shook her head. What's he calling about our son? Speak up. If not, I'll pinch you. Su Yuqin placed one hand on Xiao Yunhai's waist and made a gesture to twist it down. Xiao Yunhai immediately begged for mercy. Don't. My good lady. I'll tell you okay. Only then did Su Yuqin put down her hand, and said rather proudly, that's more or less the same. Speak quickly. Xiao Yunhai, old Lin just called and said that he saw a video on the internet that was very hot. It was of Erasure girl and our son. The two of them. It seems like they're the same as we were when we were 18. When Su Yuqin thought of what happened when she was 18 years old, she couldn't help but blush and reached out to twist Xiao Yunhai's waist. How old is that? Xiao Yunhai screamed in pain and looked at Su Yuqin with an aggrieved face. Ayu, it was you who first blocked me in the alley when I was 18 years old. Su Yuqin immediately reached out and covered his mouth, blushing even more. There was a smooth, gentle kick in his leg. What are you babbling about? Clearly you are the one who seduced me first? Xiao Yunhai, when did I ever seduce you? Su Yuqin blushed even more thoroughly, but her tone was hard. I say yes is yes. You yourself are so good looking. That is not seducing me. Seducing who? Xiao Yunhai was speechless. I'm good looking. It's still my fault now. That's why you blocked me in the alley. The reason? Su Yuqin dryly coughed. Thinking of those things at the age of 18, her heart was still a little shy to this day, but of course it was also still a little sweet. At that time, Xiao Yunhai was a serious school bully, handsome as hell. She was also very pretty and cheerful. And when she saw Xiao Yunhai, she was moved to talk to him about something grown-ups talk about, falling in love. But it turned out that this one was shy all day. Well, just like his son is now. In the end, in a fit of anger, she blocked Xiao Yunhai in an alleyway and threatened to give him a body check, not an in-depth examination. Of course, just a general one. Since then, Xiao Yunhai became her bag of tricks and was taken down by her. Now the son is also 18 years old. And the old Lin family Barbara girl, that is also a childhood sweetheart. The two families in the eyes of the eye. The two kids did the same thing they did when they were 18. Then she understood without explanation. Humph. Erasure girl is very good. So fast to take down our son. But there is some of my style back then. Su Yuqin smiled faintly and said rather proudly. Of course we should support this matter. Erasure girl is a bit of a nervous wreck, but she has a good heart. It's quite a good thing to get along with us, too, to be called uncle and aunt before and mom and dad later. Yes, I agree on this matter. Xiao Yunhai rolled his eyes. People's children's business. Free love. It's still your turn to agree or not. Of course, just say that only in your own mind. Wife, I must instruct you on this matter, though we understand it in our hearts, so as not to interfere with the free development of the children's feelings. Don't you ever say anything in front of Tatsu. Kids that age don't like to be judged. Do you understand? Su Yuqin said with a serious look. You still can't trust me. When have I not kept my mouth shut? Don't worry about what I do. Xiao Yunhai always had a bad feeling about it. Su Yuqin turned around and went out, pulling out her cell phone. I'll give my son a call to care and concern. And speaking of which, it's going to be the 4th of July, so I'll ask him what the kid plans to do. Xiao Yunhai immediately commanded again. Don't spill the beans. Su Yuqin looked at Xiao Yunhai with a look of pride being offended. Nonsense again and sleep on the sofa by yourself at night. Xiao Yunhai immediately stopped talking. Forget it. The couch doesn't feel as good as your wife's hand. And since I grew up in a caring environment, I'm not that sensitive. So I'm not afraid. Su Yuqin sat on the sofa and called Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had just about gotten some things ready and was relieved when the phone rang. Taking it out, he smiled and took it. Mom! A happy smile appeared on Su Yuqin's face. Little Chen, how is college life? Xiao Chen, it's pretty good. Every day is fulfilling. How are you and dad doing? Su Yuqin, don't worry. I'm fine with that deadbeat of a father of yours. You don't have to worry. It's you. You're in college too. At your age, your dad and I were starting to fall in love. Tell mom. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Chen's heart thumped. He had heard about his father and mother's barbaric love history. Every time I mention that year, mom is a blush. Dad is a shake of the head. Said that the past need not be mentioned again. Mention it is so embarrassing. Why? All of a sudden, is mom asking herself these things? Just because she blocked her dad in an alley when she was 18. Mom, why are you talking about this? The most important thing for me right now is to study. Yeah, learning. Su Yuqin laughed. Study is certainly important, but it is not impossible to fall in love. When the university does not talk about love, come out and then want to talk about it. But it is not so easy. If I say so. In fact, the old forest family lawn girl is quite good. Mom asked you, what do you think of your lawn sister? Xiao Chen's heart thumped. Mom's brain doesn't know how to turn a corner, but she's never been able to get a word in edgewise. How could she ask him such a question for no reason? Could it be that mom also found out about him and Arashi-san? The video online was so hilarious. They saw it too? Shouldn't be. Mom usually don't brush short video at all. She likes to read romance novels. Bossy lady president. Mom, what do you mean? You don't suspect that there's something between me and sister Lan, do you? Xiao Chen was careful. Su Yuqin immediately shook her head and denied. Nonsense. I didn't say that. And I haven't heard any whispers about you and Barbara. I'm just asking what you think of her. Pure and simple. Xiao Chen. Mom, after all these years, why do you still have such a high estimate of your own intelligence? Chapter 54. Ta should say yes. Hearing Su Yuqin's words, Xiao Chen did not need to think to know that she must have already known the news. Mom's good at everything, but she's a nervous wreck. It's obvious that she can't hide anything, and it's crucial that she thinks she's doing a good job of hiding it. Deadly denial. Xiao Chen was speechless for a while. This had already gone to the parents? Mom, I'm not going to tell you about this, so don't ask. You should just live your life with dad. Xiao Chen didn't want Su Yuqin to know the truth. Otherwise she would definitely turn her head and leak it all out. Misunderstanding is fine. Misunderstanding that sister Barbara and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Seems, also, to be kinda good. When I succeed in my confession, then it will be just as good as fake. So who can tell? It's simply seamless. When Su Yuqin heard this, she became a little anxious. Secretly, did my son not like Arashur girl? It wasn't impossible, after all. Arashi's girl was as nervous as herself, and obedient and coquettish in front of outsiders. But when it comes to his own son, it's a flailing. Although the two little guys are hiding it quite well. But as a parent, where can't you see it? Why else would Arashi's girl always like to run to her house when she's on vacation? It's not because of that precious son of mine. That's true. The son looks as handsome as his father did back then, and it's only natural that girls like it. However, the son's heart is certainly to this kind of teeth and claws of the girl's heart to be afraid of. This impression may make the son to the Arashur girl some fear. Dare not approach. In that case, then this may still blow over. No, I have to secretly help Arashur girl. Who let himself look at Arashur girl's heart and like it? So, Su Yuqin coughed dryly and said, Xiao Chen Mom is a person who has been there. This I have to say a fair word. Xiao Chen was speechless for a while, based on experience. When he heard a person open his mouth to say that he was going to say a fair word, it's safe to assume, then, that the next words will more than likely not involve much justice. Su Yuqin continued, although Arashur girl is a bit of a nervous wreck and kinda likes to bully you, but in reality this girl is still quite kind-hearted. She's flailing around in front of you. That means she trusts you enough. Giving your trust completely to a boy is something that's hard for a girl to do. You mustn't have any stereotypes about Arashur girl because of these things. Actually, the way I see it, Arashur girl is quite good, don't you think? Xiao Chen. Mom, since when do you have a side hustle? Su Yuqin looked confused. Where do I have any side business? What are you talking about? Xiao Chen, this is being a matchmaker. It's still not a side job? Su Yuqin's pretty face blushed. What matchmaker? I'm carefully analyzing with you, teaching you to learn how to screen girls. How can I call myself a matchmaker? It's not like I'm setting you and Arashur girl up. This and people. You understand. Free love. I can never interfere. Like I said, I haven't heard any whispers about you and Arashur girl either. So don't get any ideas. Xiao Chen's speechlessness was directly written on his face. Okay, Mom, I understand. Don't worry. I won't fall for it. As for Sister Barbara, she's pretty good, but we're really not an official couple yet. It was just a temporary act. Okay Mom, there are some things I saved from telling you. You will naturally know later. That's it. Bye. Putting down the cell phone, Su Yuqin was still thinking about what content was hidden behind this butt of the child. Could it be that he's really unhappy with Arashi's girl? That's a bit tricky. Xiao Yunhai walked out and asked her, "Wife, how was the trial?" Su Yuqin looked confident. "Don't worry. I'm not revealing anything at all. Make sure that my son doesn't even know that we know about that thing between him and Lan Yao." Surprise was written all over Xiao Yunhai's face. Can my wife not leak a little? Why, I don't believe it. Su Yuqin ignored his expression and just frowned slightly, tilting her head and saying, "But," listening to Xiao Chen's tone, "he seems to be a bit dissatisfied with Arashir girl. I figured the two-kid situation might be a bit like ours back in the day, but Tatsu's a little less manageable than you are. It looks like we'll have to secretly give Arashir girl an assist." Xiao Yunhai, there's still this? Su Yuqin, most likely. While saying that, Barbara-san is quite good. But he didn't say anything after that. This twist, you say, isn't that most likely bad news? Xiao Yunhai nodded. Well, it's very likely. In that case, I'll have to contact old Lin. Xiao Yunhai then contacted Lin Mingchuan, who slapped his forehead upon hearing this. Arashir girl is a bit wanton, and Xiao Chen is quiet, is easy to be bullied. Looks like we're going to have to figure out a way to give them a boost this 4th of July. Yeah, tell you what, tomorrow you guys come to my place and we'll discuss the countermeasures together. Putting down his cell phone, Lin Mingchuan sighed. Could it be that this son-in-law is still not good enough to give a name? Xiao Chen wouldn't have thought that he was just going to say but we haven't really confessed yet and ended up giving the parents on both sides of the fence a whole lot of grief. And so, things got marvelous. While he was frantically preparing something for his confession, Lin Lan was humming and hawing her way into a mess in the mansion. The parents of the two sides, and for the happiness of the two children, decided to alliance, to discuss strategies to deal with this martial arts catastrophe. And so, 2 days passed. Xiao Chen had finally prepared everything and was just waiting for the day after tomorrow to go to Jiangfeng Park to confess his love. In the mansion, Lin Lan looked at the things he had carefully prepared, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and revealed a satisfied smile. She'd never been one to do such delicate work, but it had to be done in order to get her stinky brother on a first-name basis. It was a tough process, but she was quite proud of herself as she looked at what was ready to go. Humph, little Tatsu, just wait until you come to my bowl. Eat your heart out. Xiao Chen looked at the things that were prepared in front of him and was a little apprehensive in his heart. I think Arashi-san will say yes to me. She likes me, right? Well, it should be. It should be. In the evening, after the last class, Xiao Chen took his book and went back with a smile on his face. One more day will be Arashi-san's birthday, and by then she might be my girlfriend. At the same time, Lin Lan also rushed back from the mansion in a hurry. I can't let my stinky brother find out I'm out getting things ready. One more day. I'll confess to him on my birthday. Stinky brother should say yes, right? Well, he'll say yes, I think. Will. Chapter 55, You Hug Me. Princess Hug. Xiao Chen hugged the book as Lin Lan's face kept popping up in his head. He found that the closer he got to the confession, the more nervous he became. Lin Lan's face was also looking clearer and clearer in his own mind. Sometimes her face would look mischievous and cute, like she was in front of someone else. Sometimes her face would look menacing again, as it had when she had pinned him against the wall and snatched the lollipop out of his mouth as a she-devil. However, when he thought about it more carefully, he didn't feel that this demoness was so scary anymore. Just by simply thinking about it, he conversely thought that the female demon seemed to be a bit cute as well. At this time, Lin Lan also happened to come back from outside, and the two of them just quietly met outside the house. Ouch! Lin Lan raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen with some annoyance. Stinky brother, you don't walk with your eyes. You hit my head. Yes, they met. A real sense of touching base. Xiao Chen also covered his head. Just now he only focused on looking down and thinking about Sister Lan Lan, but as a result, when he raised his head, he actually bumped into Sister Lan Lan. Sister Barbara, you still have the nerve to talk about me. Didn't you not look at the road either? You could still collide with me if you did. Lin Lan's face was slightly reddened. Just now she had been thinking about confessing to Xiao Chen all the way. Thinking about these 10 years, the bits and pieces of how she bullied Xiao Chen. The more you think about it, the sweeter you feel in your heart. The more you think about it, the more you feel that you can't wait to hold Xiao Chen in your arms and ravage him. No, get close hard. She was only a 20-year-old body, but her soul was already a little anti-ah. Such a cute little brother. It must taste delicious in your mouth. But how can I tell in that kind of mind? I'm a proper big sister alright. Lin Lan crossed her arms and looked at Xiao Chen with a puff of air. Yo-ho, you still dare to talk back to me. Right, I have not asked you. So late to come back. What did you do? Xiao Chen, of course I went to class. I still have to ask you, why did you come back so late? I thought there weren't any classes left in senior year. What are you doing there? Lin Lan's mind was spinning rapidly, not expecting that this stinky brother would even ask a rhetorical question anymore. Of course I'm looking for a job to go. Senior year there is no more courses, then you have to go out and find a job. Or you support me. Justified. When Xiao Chen heard this, it made sense. I'm going to start looking for a job my senior year, and I have an internship, so there's a lot of things going on. He had never experienced it, but he had heard about it. Seeing that Xiao Chen had faltered, Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thought to herself, "Humph. Fortunately I'm resourceful." Smoothly, she collapsed onto Xiao Chen again, with a look of exhaustion. "Stinky brother, do you know I've had a long ride today? It's exhausting. Say, do you still care about your Arisher sister?" Xiao Chen held her in his arms and let her lean into them, though it felt like she was completely lying. She didn't even look half as exhausted as she was. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen still let her off the hook for this behavior. "Of course I care about you." Lin Lan smiled cheekily and looked up at him. "If you really care about me, then you can carry me inside. Okay?" Princess hug. Xiao Chen's heartbeat obviously accelerated, but his face tried to make an unperturbed appearance. Still somewhat disgusted, she said, "Sister Barbara, how old are you and you still need me to hug you?" Lin Lan rubbed her body. "I'm tired. Just hug me. Look at your such a good body. How unfortunate not to hug me. Isn't it a waste of your such a good body and strength? Hug me and come get your prize at my place later." "Yo." Lin Lan bit her lip and revealed a mysterious and badass smile. Xiao Chen put on a hopeless look. "This stinking Barbara-san. She just knows how to bully me." Then he reached out and wrapped both of Lin Lan's legs in a princess hug and easily picked her up. As Lin Lan lay in his arms, feeling the thick chest and strong arms, she felt as if the blood in her body was on fire. Eyes are starting to get foggy. Looking up, she could just about see the knot in Xiao Chen's rolling throat, as well as the muscles and veins on her neck that were slightly bulging from the exertion of holding her. An air of testosterone came over him. She licked her lips, and with a reach, she hugged Xiao Chen's face and kissed him with a mouthful. Xiao Chen coughed dryly and said in a very serious manner, "Sister Lan Lan, don't be like this all the time. We're all adults now. We're not at the age of playing house anymore." Lin Lan smiled cheekily. "That's right. Not the age to play house. So, are you interested in talking to me about something adults should talk about?" Xiao Chen, what is it?" "Love," Lin Lan thought in his heart, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. "Have decided to confess the day after tomorrow. How can N be able to tell him in advance? We have to give him a surprise. Otherwise it's not a waste of time to prepare for so long." Lin Lan's head tilted and she said, "I'm not telling you now." Xiao Chen, "Che, who cares?" After a pause, he added, "That, Lan Lan's sister, the day after tomorrow is your birthday. Where do you want to go to play? Follow through." Lin Lan was slightly nervous all of a sudden. She was going to confess her love in Jiangfeng Park, so of course she had to go to Jiangfeng Park. But then again, you have to say it without missing a beat. She pretended to think for a moment and said, "I haven't thought about it, but I'd like to get closer to nature." Xiao Chen was happy in his heart. Close to nature. Then go to the park just right. Great. There's an excuse to lure her to River Maple Park. Why don't we go to the park then? The view is nice and the air is clean. Lin Lan's eyes lit up. This brat even mentioned going to the park on his own. Didn't this just give him a chance to mention Jiangfeng Park? "So," she said, "the park, that's fine too. I've heard that River Maple Park is quite nice. Why don't we go there? You'll accompany me then, okay?" Xiao Chen's heartbeat accelerated a few times. Lan Lan's sister even took the initiative to talk about Jiangfeng Park on her own. This is a great favor. "Fine, let's go to Jiangfeng Park then. I'll accompany Sister Lan Lan then. I've heard the sunsets there are especially beautiful, so let's just go this afternoon." Xiao Lan nodded. "Well, it'll be in the afternoon. Then you're not allowed to do anything else that day." Xiao Chen, "Don't worry, I didn't have class that day. Joke's on me. I'm going to confess. How can I have anything else?" The two men suddenly finished and then suddenly went quiet again. Lin Lan placed one hand on Xiao Chen's chest. "Strange. Why does it feel like this stinky brother's heartbeat is accelerating? It's beating so fast." Xiao Chen hugged Lin Lan and felt as if her body was heating up. "Strange. Arashi-san, why does it feel a bit hot? As if it's burning." The two men walked into the house, each with their own agenda. After the confession, "You should eat meat and have soup." Chapter 56. Sister Lan Lan, why are you so close? Xiao Chen carried Lin Lan into the house and placed her on the sofa. "Okay Arashi-san, come on down." Lin Lan, however, didn't let go and clung to his neck with both hands, wrinkling her nose and saying, I don't. Xiao Chen, my missy, what's wrong again? This is already home, okay? Still not down. Really think my body is made of iron? Lin Lan hemmed and hawed. When I said I wouldn't come down, I didn't say I wouldn't let you sit down. So if you're tired, feel free to sit down. I'm not coming down anyway. Xiao Chen, why don't you come down, Sister Lan Lan? There has to be a reason. Lin Lan tilted her head to think for a moment and said in all seriousness, my butt hurts after riding in the car for a long time today. Xiao Chen, what kind of lame excuse is that? You tell me. Forget it. I can't beat her anyway. Let her be. The hugging is done. I sit down. She doesn't let go. Both hands still have to hug my neck hard, and I'm not the only one who's hard. Xiao Chen sat down on the sofa, and Lin Lan smiled as she plopped down on top of him. The soft body came into positive contact, and Xiao Chen immediately felt an indescribable softness. The softness could literally set his blood on fire. Sister Erasure, what are you doing sticking so close? Xiao Chen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it and slightly pushed Lin Lan. Lin Lan, however, was like a snake, pestering him, twisting her body while saying, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm just leaning on you to rest for a while. Why can't I stay so close? Besides, it's not like we haven't gotten this close before. I took you to bed with me when you were 8. Remember? Bastard. You're so ungrateful. Being twisted so much by Lin Lan, Xiao Chen felt that fire become even fiercer. Stinky Barbara-san, do you really not know how lethal this kind of behavior can be to a bloodthirsty boy? Damn it! Xiao Chen clearly felt that all the blood in his body seemed to be converging towards a certain point in his body. But Sister Barbara still acts as if she knows nothing, twisting and turning, and swearing and talking nonsense. Xiao Chen cannot stand it. So long as he has to show his original form, cannot. So he gave Lin Lan a strong push and said, enough, Sister Lan Lan. Stop twisting. If you twist again I'll. Anyway, you come down first, okay? Lin Lan saw a blush emerge on Xiao Chen's face and twisted her face to the side again. The heart immediately let out an evil laugh. This brat, he doesn't even dare to look at me. Could it be that he's moved? Interesting, then I'll give you even more of an inch and show you what my sister is capable of. With a beak, Lin Lan pushed Xiao Chen's hand away and pressed herself against him again in one go. Little Tatsu, why are you blushing? Couldn't have been shy and had some shy thoughts about me. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. It's over. Could it be seen by Sister Lan Lan? How can? It's humiliating, all right. He hastily shook his head and stammered. Who? Nonsense. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Lin Lan, so tell me, why are you blushing? Xiao Chen suddenly felt a flash of light in his head and shook out the phrase, spiritually refreshed. Lin Lan froze for a moment and then laughed. So how come it's yellow again? Xiao Chen, it's cold. Apply the wax. Lin Lan laughed and cracked up. This stinky brother. He even started to tell me a paragraph. He just refuses to admit that he has shy thoughts. Right? Okay. I have plenty of ways to deal with innocent boys like you. Lin Lan opened her hands left and right, wrapping them around Xiao Chen's neck and encircling him. Then she separated her two legs and sat on Xiao Chen's lap. As soon as her body leaned forward, she lay on top of Xiao Chen in an even more ambiguous position. Xiao Chen did not expect that Lin Lan would still be so aggressive. This is much more powerful than leaning diagonally against his body. What Sister Barbara was still wearing today was white garter stockings to match her long slender legs and short skirt. And again she was lying on top of him in this position. Simply, what an impeccable body! Arashi-san! Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Lan was smug in her heart. Can't take it anymore? Little Tatsu, how dare you say you don't have any shy thoughts about me? Xiao Chen twisted his face. I didn't. Arashi-san, go down first and let go of me. Lin Lan were willing to stop, and pushed forward again, pressed against his ear and said, really no? Xiao Chen, really no. Lying to you is a puppy. Lin Lan bit her lip. Is this guy so tough-mouthed? She didn't get angry either, tilting her head over and looking at Xiao Chen head-on without blinking, then beamed and kissed him on the lips, then another lick with a slight outstretching of the delicate spirit root. In a flash, Xiao Chen could no longer hold back and felt his body burning up. The blood raced as if it were a volcano erupting. Lin Lan sat on his lap and soon felt the difference. She looked down and said curiously, what is it? It's choking me. Xiao Chen's face immediately turned red, and he didn't know how to say 1,000 words. Lin Lan was strange for 2 seconds, and then he reacted as well. His face, which had been high and mighty just a moment ago, immediately turned red. Arashi-san! Xiao Chen shouted, pushed Lin Lan away, stood up, and rushed headlong into his room. Lin Lan stood still, frozen for a while, both hands nodding in front of her. Oh my god, what did I just do? I can't believe I let little Tatsu. Shame, shame, shame. But boys' bodies are really amazing to be like that. But medically speaking, It's not a good idea to do that. It'll suffocate him. Linlan walked to Xiao Chen's bedroom door, gently knocked on the door, and said, "That, Xiao Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Xiao Chen, you don't mean it, you just mean it. Sister Barbara, just let me go. Linlan, I don't want to do anything to you. I'm just afraid that you're suffocating. Why don't I help you? Xiao Chen." "Linlan, do you want to hear what you're saying now about tigers and wolves?" Linlan's pretty face was red. "Yeah, what kind of tiger and wolf words am I saying now? My god, I can't believe I'm saying this kind of thing. I haven't confessed to my stinky brother yet. Crap. I just accidentally forgot. I haven't confessed to him yet. How did I bring in the aftermath of the confession? Hold back, Linlan. You can't let something happen in name only. That's breaking the law. Though I haven't been scared either." Inside the house, Xiao Chen covered the quilt for a while before revealing his face in relief. But then his eyes looked forward and saw the quilt on his body. The face that had just eased a little was suddenly red again. It was even redder than before. Chapter 57, Eve of Confession. This stinking Arashi-san. What the hell? She makes it so embarrassing every time. Doesn't she realize how much her body and beauty can kill an 18-year-old man? On purpose. She must have done it on purpose. To embarrass and torment me. It is indeed torture. At least that's what Xiao Chen thought. He tried to calm himself down and not think about some of the stuff, then covered his face with both hands. Tell yourself that you must be calm. I, Xiao Chen, am a decent man. How can you do that kind of thing and have that kind of dirty thoughts? Having managed to calm down a bit, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. So he tugged the covers on his body a bit. As a result, the quilt slid over between the legs and rubbed slightly. Xiao Chen's face immediately turned red again. What the hell? How could this happen? I, Xiao Chen, suddenly felt that deep down, I wouldn't be a pervert, would I? Especially in front of Arashi-san. Linlan stood in the doorway, her ear pressed against the door, and first heard Xiao Chen slowly go quiet, then suddenly called out again, unable to keep his eyes from widening. My god, what's stinky brother doing? He won't. She lifted one of her hands and looked at it and then at the room with a look of realization. Yes, definitely. I really didn't think that my stinky brother would do such a thing, but it's justifiable. At such a bloodthirsty age, and he's in such good physical shape. How can you stand it without some venting? Thinking about it that way, she suddenly felt a little guilty. I've heard that using your hands too much is bad for you. It had been a long night, so much so for Linlan, and so much so for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen opened his eyes the next day, still feeling a little sleepy. Casually taking his clothes in his hand, he uncovered the air-conditioned covers and stood up, about to get dressed. Looking down, he suddenly froze. Then, silently, he opened his closet and grabbed a pair of boxer shorts and changed into them. Knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Linlan's voice came from outside. Little Chen, why haven't you gotten up yet? If you don't get up you'll be late for class. Xiao Chen blushed and hurriedly rolled the pants he had changed out of in his hand behind his back. Arashi-san, can you not knock so suddenly? It's humiliating if they find out. Linlan said, wasn't I afraid you'd be late for class? Not getting up so late. Xiao Chen placed what he was holding on the bed and covered it with the quilt again. I can't go wash it in front of Arashi-san. Opening the door, Linlan stood in the doorway with a cheeky smile. Little Tatsu, what are you eating this morning? Xiao Chen, so, are you worried that I'll be late for class? Or that you won't have breakfast? Linlan, of course I'm worried about breakfast. Wrong word. Start over. Of course I'm worried that you'll be late for class. You'll be late for class and you'll delay your studies. And delaying your studies means delaying your future. And delaying your future affects your ability to earn money in the future. Although I could raise you too. Xiao Chen was speechless. He wanted to say, Arashi-san, your acting skills suck. But he didn't say anything. Definitely not because he was afraid. But to save face for Sister Erasure. We're all adults. So of course we should see through it and not talk about it. After breakfast, Xiao Chen flew all the way to school. The day passed slowly in waiting. For Xiao Chen and Linlan, the day was equally long. The wait, it's always long. Waiting is only a snap of the fingers for those who have already waited and have gotten it. When he returned home at night, Xiao Chen felt his heart beating a little fast. When I thought that I would be confessing to Arashi-san tomorrow, my heart beat even faster. And what made him wonder was that Arashi-san seemed to be in a bit of an off state today as well, always avoiding his gaze, yet always sneaking glances at him. No one knows what is in the other's mind at the same time everyone is torn, agonizing over their own little minds, and giving birth to infinite expectations. And so it was that, for the rest of the night, the two surprisingly didn't talk about it too much before they each went to their rooms and went to sleep, and it was back to his room. And just the same, Neither fell asleep quickly, but rolled around with their eyes open for a long time before drifting off to sleep in the latter part of the night. The next morning, Xiao Chen ate breakfast and said to Lin Lan, "Sister Lan Lan, I'm going to do a research with my classmates today. I might be back in an hour or two, but don't worry, I'll do it as soon as I can then come back for your birthday." Of course it's not about research. He has to go to River Maple Park to set up the confession scene. Lin Lan was biting her chopsticks, thinking about how exactly she should avoid Xiao Chen and go get the confession scene set up. She had everything ready in front of her, but that was the only thing she forgot. Was racking my brain, but Xiao Chen said he would research for an hour or two. This is not God's help. Well, research is good. Research is an important way to learn. It must not be delayed. Go ahead and cheer up, Al. Lin Lan had a smile on her face. Little Chen Chen was so cooperative. Today's confession would definitely be successful. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan and felt that she was even stranger. In the past, it was clear that she had agreed to accompany her on her birthday, and then there was something wrong with her. But today she was surprisingly uncharacteristic. What's going on here? But it was too late for him to dig deeper. Setting up the scene was most important. Well, I will. After nodding his head to indicate this, Xiao Chen went out before making a call to Zhang Ziyuan. "Farther. Bring out the stuff. River Maple Park. Gather. Roger that. Over." Zhang Ziyuan quickly dashed out of the dormitory building, clutching the things he had prepared, looking less like he was going to set up the confession scene and more like a rookie agent going for a big job. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at River Maple Park and quickly set up at the location they had picked out ahead of time. According to the plan, Xiao Chen is going to confess in the evening. These things are set up in advance. Zhang Ziyuan still have to help squat and watch here. Worthy of being my good prince. The two were fast, and since they had prepared things before, everything went smoothly. 30 minutes and it was set up. On the other hand, Lin Lan waited for Xiao Chen to leave and immediately slipped into the luxurious villa next to Jiangfeng Park. Moved everything out and set up in a place that had been favored long ago. Just as she was setting up, she looked over in a certain direction from afar and couldn't help but see her eyes light up. "Ha! I can't believe someone over there has set up something too. It looks like they're going to confess as well. Looks like it really is a good day for confessions. And I'm not the only one. He. With a lot of effort, she finally posed, was satisfied with the shot, and then got someone to watch. And then, again, ran back to the house. When Xiao Chen returned, he immediately pulled Xiao Chen and ran out. It's a birthday, so of course you have to have fun. The two of them just played and played, shopping and watching movies. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was afternoon. "Little Tatsu, let's go to River Maple Park. We agreed to go to River Maple Park to watch the sunset a few days ago." Lin Lan volunteered. Xiao Chen nodded. "Okay, let's go. It's finally time for the showdown." Xiao Chen unconsciously pursed his lips, and his two hands grasped together, his mood a little tense. Then, when he looked at Lin Lan, he was surprised to find that Lin Lan was also pursing her lips and grasping her two hands together. A little nervous, it seems. It just so happened that Lin Lan also turned her head to look at him, and the air was suddenly quiet as the four eyes met. "What are you nervous about?" Almost simultaneously, the same words came out. "I must admit, Pomegranate Seed is a failure with this one. The first two books blew up in volume, and this one's numbers are so ugly. Dozens of dollars a day, but I'm still doing my best to try to write a fuller story, or at least give a sweet account of the two protagonists. So it's got to be done, but also do not want to be starved to death. To the new year, back to the high-speed rail to 180. This money I have to earn back. Everyone still want to see, more or less point of view with the love of power generation. To send off the pomegranate son of this little beggaret." Chapter 58. The confession scene. Forcibly kissing him. Xiao Chen froze for a moment, not expecting Lin Lan to suddenly ask this question. How did she know she was nervous? Lin Lan was similarly dumbfounded for a moment. "Stinky brother actually saw that I was nervous. Did I show it so obviously?" "No, I'm not nervous." Lin Lan was the first to speak, and both hands touched her face, clearly feeling a little bit hot, but she'd always had a stiff upper lip, and this one was certainly no exception. Xiao Chen also strained his neck and said, "I'm not nervous either." "Sister Lan Lan, you're looking at it wrong." Lin Lan muttered in her heart. "Not nervous? But I see that you're obviously nervous." "Okay, the knot in your throat is moving." She had long ago discovered that Xiao Chen had a habit of unconsciously moving the knot in his throat when he was nervous. She had noticed this ever since Xiao Chen had entered puberty and his male characteristics had begun to become obvious. However, she never told Xiao Chen because she felt that it was quite interesting to just watch Xiao Chen get nervous, especially since he always tensed up whenever he teased him, and that look made it even funnier. But right now, she had other things on her mind. and it was too late to think about things she usually found fun and interesting. She was indeed nervous because the more she got to the end, she realized that she was actually getting more worried about whether or not Xiao Chen was going to say yes to her. Yes, she suddenly felt a little less confident, but now that we are ready to go this far, there is no reason to back out. It must be carried out to the last step. What if the stinky brother really did like himself? Taking a step back, even if the stinky brother is afraid of himself, but what if he is touched by himself again? It's hard to say for sure, isn't it? Anyway, make sure you confess first. Xiao Chen did not pursue Lin Lan either, as he also had small thoughts in his heart. What if Sister Lan Lan really just treats me as her brother and doesn't agree with me? I can't expect Arashi-san to be touched by myself. How embarrassing it would be if she rejected me then and sternly told me that I can't do that. But what if Arashi-san really likes me? No, absolutely no backing off. It's come to this. No matter what, I have to say what's in my heart. Both pursed their lips again at the same time and couldn't help but look towards each other. Then both noticed that the tension on the other's face was even more intense, but the two quickly separated their eyes again, neither knowing why or what was going on, and neither asking the other. With that, the two arrived at River Maple Park. The sun was just setting over the hills to the west, and the red evening sun reflected on the river, as if it were a red elf that kept spinning and jumping on the water. A golden glow spread across the river and equally across the park. The river turned golden and so did the park. Lin Lan's grip on Xiao Chen's hand unconsciously increased in strength. Arashi-san, come this way. Little Tatsu, come this way. The two men spoke almost simultaneously, but didn't point in the same direction. Xiao Chen pointed to the path closest to the confession scene he had set up, while Lin Lan pointed to the path closest to the confession scene she had set up. Xiao Chen pursed his lips and was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, go this way. Prioritizing to follow Arashi-san's wishes was almost a habit he had formed. He thought, anyway, no matter which road can be walked to that side. No problem, just as a walk ahead of time. And in his heart also prepare how to tell Sister Lan Lan at that time. So, the two of them walked over towards where Lin Lan had set up. Xiao Chen's mind was full of thoughts about how to open his mouth and speak when the time came. It had all been thought out, but when it came to this point, he instead felt his mind start to wander. Especially when his afterglow saw Sister Arashi's overwhelmingly beautiful face. He felt like he was in even more turmoil inside. He was completely unaware that at this moment, Lin Lan was even more panicked than him. She had thought that it should be easy for her to confess. After all, she had bullied her smelly brother for 10 years. What words couldn't be said? But when it came to it, she instead found herself starting to stumble and stutter in her mind. What the hell? Confessing and bullying him are totally different, she thought nervously in her mind. The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the more confused he felt, and he shook his head to calm himself down. As a result, when I looked up, I saw a beautiful arrangement of balloons and roses and other kinds of delicate things not far away, except for an inflatable GG bone next to it that seemed a bit out of place. Everything else looked and felt like it was definitely a confession scene. When Xiao Chen saw this image, he immediately muttered in his heart, surprisingly, there are still people confessing their love here. This kind of thing can also bump into awe. Also, who confesses their love and puts a GG bone next to it? I love watching it myself. But this image, it always feels a bit funny. Thinking this way, Xiao Chen suddenly felt like laughing a little. So, he tugged on Lin Lan's hand and pointed at that confession scene, saying, look, Sister Lan Lan, it looks like someone over there wants to confess. Lin Lan pursed her lips. It seemed that this guy really didn't notice that this matter was related to him at all. Xiao Chen looked strangely at Lin Lan, who pursed her lips. Sister Lan Lan, why don't you say anything? Lin Lan still didn't answer. She only felt her heart beating extra rapidly now. Arashi-san? Xiao Chen shouted again. He felt that Sister Lan Lan was really too strange today. Usually when she sees someone confessing their love, she will obviously be very excited to pull herself to see the fun. Why is she so quiet today? Lin Lan looked up and said, it's someone confessing. Come on, let's go over and see the fun. I'd like to see who has such a good eye for choosing Zhangfeng Park to confess. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I don't know who has such a good eye here, but I know that there is another person who has such a good eye, and that is me. Lin Lan pulled Xiao Chen and walked all the way to the scene, and by now, the surrounding area was filled with people, a spectacle that certainly never lacked an audience. Xiao Chen glanced over and said, Sister Lan Lan, look, the person who confessed hasn't come yet. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen and her heartbeat accelerated to its fastest. Xiao Chen noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with her gaze and twisted his head to look at her. Sister Lan Lan, why are you looking at me like that? Without waiting for him to finish, he saw Lin Lan suddenly walk into the circle surrounded by rose petals and stand in the very center. He was a bit anxious all of a sudden, and hurriedly said, Sister Lan Lan, what are you doing? Come out quickly. This is a confession site set up by someone else. What are you doing going in there? Lin Lan bit her lip, and with one reach, she pulled his wrist, dominantly pulling him closer to the circle. Then he took a deep breath and said with an air of resignation, "Yes, this is a confessional venue set up by someone. So do you know who that someone is?" Xiao Chen looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. "Is Sister Lan Lan crazy? How do I know who set it up?" Wait. As if he suddenly thought of something, both of his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Lin Lan. "Sister Barbara. I won't." Lin Lan tried hard to recall the word she had thought of earlier, but when she looked at Xiao Chen's handsome and astonished face, she suddenly felt that her mind was blank, and all her words were forgotten. 3 domineering words magically appeared in his head: kiss him forcibly. So, in Xiao Chen's shock, she directly hugged his waist, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him with a fierce kiss. Xiao Chen's body was shocked, and a thought suddenly popped up in his head. This is the confession scene set up by Lan Lan's sister. She wants to give me a confession? Chapter 59, no backsies, no retractions, no promises. As soon as this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, he felt as if he had gone crazy. This is Arashi-san, the demoness Arashi-san. She'll confess to me? She'd be so forthcoming? She's so clumsy that she'd set up a scene like this? Are you kidding me? This is the big, stupid Arashi-san who has to grab a meal with her hands and shiver her fingers afterwards. She'll do this? Xiao Chen's eyes grew wide with disbelief, almost to the point of thinking that he must be dreaming this. Today might not even be the day of confession. It was the night before and he was still dreaming. Later on he would dream about walking up a very steep and high cliff face with Arashi-san, then falling off, then waking up with a start. He saw Arashi-san sleeping next to him, using him as a human pillow, with one leg still on his stomach pinning his. One hand was still on his chest, touching his pecs in a very unfaithful way. Yeah, that must be it. How else would? But the sensation coming from her mouth was very real, that dominating and fierce feeling. The slight tingling, it was totally Arashi-san style. Besides, dreaming doesn't hurt. With a crazy and dominating kiss, Lin Lan suddenly felt into himself, and his brain, which had been chaotic just a moment ago, cleared up quite a bit. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Stinky brother, listen carefully, every word I say next, all of it is true, all of it is not your dream." The tone was as domineering as ever, not to be trifled with, not to be refuted. "I've been bullying you for 10 years. And I know you're afraid of me and you still avoid me, but I'm going to tell you that I bully you because I like you. Yes, I like your body because you're good looking. I like your heart, too, because you're good at everything and good at taking care of people. Whereas I, on the other hand, am not good at anything except strength and nerves. Maybe you'll reject me, maybe you'll be embarrassed. But today, I'm going to tell you anyway, out loud. Yes, stinky brother, Lin Lan, the one who bullied you for 10 years. LOL. Joy, I want to bully you for another 10 years, bully you for the rest of your life. If you want, you, just watch it. I don't know what to say afterward. I'm nervous and I forgot." Lin Lan didn't even know how she finished. The key words were nothing like what she had thought before. What was she thinking? She was thinking, read, white dew for frost, the so-called iron, in the water side. "Stinky brother, when I saw you for the first time, I fell in love with your face value. I've never seen a boy as warm and gentle as you. You are like a light that illuminates my world. You are like a rain that moistens my heart. I know it's a long time, but a lifetime is short. So I want to hold my son's hand and grow old with him. %yen and asterisk and %, and asterisk. Blah 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 blah." It was the most poetic thing her not-so-smart little brain could come up with that she found poetic. She had thought about this for many days, and had written it down on little slips of paper, and had secretly recited it aloud. But, when it came to the scene, it was all forgotten. Can't remember a word of it. Just the thought of bullying him for 10 years and wanting to continue to do so. Even when he forgets a word, he can say it with a straight face and tell his stinky brother to watch himself. Is this any different from bullying him in general? Apparently not. But she did feel that she had tried her best. Not that she couldn't remember, but that she really couldn't recall anything. Well, not being able to think about it and not being able to remember it can be two completely different things. The spectators gathered around them all stared in disbelief. "You're on your own. I got nervous and forgot. Is this what you say when you confess? It's pretty fresh." Xiao Chen looked at Sister Lan Lan dumbfounded. This moment he was sure that Sister Lan Lan was actually really confessing her love for him, and he chose the same day, the same place. Suddenly a great joy hit his heart. It was an indescribable joy, like a flood, but it seems to be taken for granted, so it's just a trickle. But he could be sure of one thing now. And that was that this person he liked happened to like him too. He didn't have to worry, or be nervous, or feel any more awkward. When Lin Lan realized that Xiao Chen was dumbfounded and unresponsive, she suddenly felt a huge panic in her heart. You really don't like me, do you? Is he embarrassed? Is he embarrassed? Is he going to reject me? Stinky brother, you. She wanted to say if you don't want to then so be it, and act like you don't care, so that even if you go back and cry all night, you can still say the next day that you were moved to tears by the drama. Anyway, it wouldn't have anything to do with the stinky brother's rejection at that point, because one had acted like it didn't matter, even if that's loaded. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw her smelly brother suddenly reach out and cup her face, then lower his head and block all her words that followed with a kiss that was just as fierce and strong as hers. She stared wide-eyed into the kind and honeyed eyes of her smelly brother. Then the mind became a blank. What does he mean by that? After a full 7 or 8 seconds, Xiao Chen let go of her and a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. Fine, Sister Erasure, this is what you said. After bullying me for 10 years, then you have to bully me again for the rest of my life. I've memorized every word you just said. No backtracking, no retractions, and a deal is a deal. Lin Lan looked at him dumbfounded, suddenly feeling a huge surge of joy well up in her heart. Then she laughed, dumb and giggly. You promise? Xiao Chen nodded. I promise. She didn't know what to say anymore. She just felt joy. She felt happy. She felt blessed. Again, still feeling a bit of redness in my eyes and the tip of my nose, as if it wasn't him who had been bullied these past 10 years, but her. But only she knows. 10 years. I've waited 10 years. Stinky brother, do you know how I've spent the last 10 years? Why can't you grow faster? Foster. It's also a pain in the ass. Okay. A cheer erupted around them, and Lin Lan suddenly blushed as it seemed like she had just realized that the surroundings were already filled with people. It's all your fault for making me say these things in front of so many people. If you would have said yes, you should have said yes earlier. It made me apprehensive for so long. Xiao Chen laughed. If you don't say it, how do I know you like me and how can I say yes? But it's not too late. I know your heart. So then, you should know mine too. What do you think, Arashi-san? Lin Lan, I already know your feelings didn't you promise me everything? Xiao Chen smiled. But, you haven't promised me yet. He exited the circle and pulled her out as well. Then turning, he looked to the not-so-distant scene of a confession that was still waiting for its owner to appear. Lin Lan followed his gaze and suddenly her eyes lit up. Little Tatsu. That's where you should have promised me. Chapter 60, the confession is over. Am I going to lose my virginity? That's where you should have promised me. Xiao Chen's words reached Lin Lan's ears, and her not-so-witty little head blanked out for a moment. It took a few seconds before she seemed to realize the meaning of the words, the magnitude of the problem. Little Tatsu. She stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes, her heart suddenly pounding like a torrent. Is it even possible? Xiao Chen just looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything, then took her hand and walked towards the other side of the confession site. The surrounding onlookers all screamed, their eyes filled with envy. No way. The confession scene over there. Did this little brother set it up? My god. Both sides actually set up the confession scene in the same place at the same time? Is this the legendary two-way run? My eyes are envious. Miss Sister is so pretty and little brother is so handsome. I finally understand what the words divine couple are all about. I came here to show love to my boyfriend and ended up being shown up by someone else. A lot of people were surprised and excited. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing as a confession where two people are in the same place at the same time? At the same time, and they don't know each other's feelings yet? Xiao Chen pulled Lin Lan to the set-up venue, and Zhang Ziyuan had already been screaming with excitement. After all, this scene layout also has a part of his credit. He is following the brother to prepare for many days. Cannot be excited. Xiao Chen took Lin Lan's hand and walked into the circle with a bright smile on his face. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen and then at this scene that she had noticed long ago in advance and was still guessing just who had set it up, suddenly feeling a little sour in her nose, obviously happy, but inexplicably wanting to cry. Stinky brother, is this for me? Xiao Chen smiled. Sister Lan Lan, there doesn't seem to be any other girls inside my life. As you said, you've been bullying me for 10 years, and although it's quite shameful to say so, I have to admit that in those 10 years, I have indeed gotten into the habit of being bullied by you. I'd be uncomfortable without you bullying me. I wouldn't be used to it without you being mean. I wouldn't be able to get used to making breakfast without you eyeballing me. If I didn't have you in my life, then I don't think I might even get used to my life. So, Arashi-san, be my girlfriend. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen and first smiled, then skimmed her lips and cried. She opened her arms and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, feeling moved inside. But after being touched for not more than a few seconds, she felt that Xiao Chen was abominable again. and raised her fists to slam them on him a few times. You stinking brother. Why didn't you say it earlier if you like me too? Do you know how apprehensive I am these days? Do you know how scared I am that you'll reject me? Do you know that if you don't, I'll just have to pretend that it doesn't matter and then go back under the covers by myself and cry. If you like you can say it. Woo hoo hoo. Xiao Chen allowed her to hit her, then cupped her face and said, isn't this what I'm talking about? I didn't think that you would confess your love to me. Today, too. Lin Lan huffed. So, you've been doing social research and all sorts of other things these days, but in fact, you're actually lying to me at all. And you're preparing something for your confession? Xiao Chen nodded. What about otherwise? Lin Lan, you liar. Xiao Chen, I'm a liar. Aren't you the same? You said you wanted an internship and couldn't wait for me to go to school every day. Aren't you also trying to secretly prepare something to confess your love? Good little liar. Lin Lan said with a red face, I am not a liar. Cheating people to prepare for confession can be called cheating. The girl's family matters. Xiao Chen smiled, feeling that he didn't want to say anything extra. He just wanted to hug her, hug his Erasure sister. The two people just embraced each other. Lin Lan cried for a while and laughed for a while. That looked like a child. But the truth is, isn't she really a child? Luckily, the cheers around her had long since overshadowed her cries, and in her ears, there was only Xiao Chen's murmurs, and in her eyes, there was only Xiao Chen's face. Lin Lan didn't know how it ended. She just felt like she was warm and sweet all the way inside. It was sweet for a long time. So sweet that she didn't even know how she got out of the crowd and how she left River Maple Park. By the time she came out of this sweetness, the sun had set on the other side of the mountain. The sky was filled with nothing but red evening sunlight. It's like it spread all over her heart and her little head too. Let's go to the hotel. Suddenly, she turned her head over to look at Xiao Chen, her two eyes flashing. Xiao Chen froze slightly. Hotel? Sister Barbara, what do you want? Lin Lan wrapped him in a hug, and her eyes looked as if they were going to be stretched. Brat, what do I want? Don't you know? Didn't we all agree on that last time at Couples Music Festival? And we won them one of the best rooms for 3 nights. I heard that there are all kinds of interesting things in there. Oh, want to, sister take you to see the world ah. Lin Lan bit her lip, her body pressed against Xiao Chen's body, and all of a sudden, she returned to her usual posture of molesting Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had thought that after confessing today, he would definitely stand up in front of Sister Lan Lan, but as soon as he heard this tiger and wolf word from her, a face immediately turned red again. Especially the phrase anything interesting made his heart beat faster. Sister Barbara, what are you talking about? Lin Lan pressed him even harder towards herself and said with a bad look, what am I saying? Won't you know when you go? Don't worry little Tatsu. Don't you know what Sister Barbara is like? I'll be responsible for you for life. Let's go. It's not too late. Flowers bloom and must be folded. Do not wait for no flowers to fold off to do fun things, without even waiting for Xiao Chen to agree or not. Lin Lan pulled Xiao Chen into the car and headed straight for the couple's hotel. Xiao Chen felt that he should retort. After all, he had only just become an adult. How could Sister Lan Lan be like this? However, on second thought, I'm already an adult. So what's wrong if Sister Lan Lan treats me like this? We're all adults. We're not children anymore. Torn, expectant, apprehensive, 6 gods nowhere, hands nowhere. Just when he didn't know what to do, the car had stopped. Lin Lan pulled him out of the car with one hand, and Xiao Chen's heartbeat accelerated violently as he looked at the pink hotel sign in front of him. Is it possible that I'm about to lose my virginity? Chapter 61 Sister Barbara, where are your clothes? Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the hotel in front of him, and truth be told, there was some excitement and apprehension in his heart. The two-way confession ran to him. Of course, it made his heart rejoice. In the future, Sister Erasure would not just be Sister Erasure, but also still his girlfriend. How many things could be happier than this? This 900 million teenagers' dream. This girl who makes the eyes of countless male compatriots glow, belongs to him in the future But the fact that Sister Barbara was proceeding so quickly caught him a little off guard. He hadn't even thought of coming to a place like a hotel after confessing his love. Frozen for what stinky brother? Afraid of others cannot film us into the hotel to post on the internet? Lin Lan took his hand and winked with a bad face. Oh, well, Xiao Chen had a red face. Although he felt that entering the hotel was a bit too sudden, but what Sister Lan Lan said was not without reason. At this time if someone caught it and posted it on the internet, wouldn't the whole world know that not only did they confess their love for each other, but they also came to the hotel together on the day of their confession, including his mom and dad. The moment he thought that they might blow up his phone and have to face the gossip on the internet, Xiao Chen immediately felt that it would be better to face Sister Lan Lan rather than face these things. With that, he was pulled into the hotel by Lin Lan, pulled out his ID, and then verified the room he got at the festival that night. Everything was prepared without a hitch, and in the envious eyes of the waiter, Xiao Chen was excitedly pulled upstairs by Lin Lan. The bar staff was a sister in her 20s, and looking at Xiao Chen's magnificent face, she felt like drooling. However, when he thought of Lin Lan's face, he was discouraged. In front of such a good-looking girl, she didn't have any power to fight at all. Xiao Chen, red-faced, was quickly dragged to the door of the room. Lin Lan lightly brushed open the door and pushed Xiao Chen in with one hand. "Stinky brother, today my sister won't let you go yo. He. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Lan's skillful movements and felt both a little ashamed and strange at the same time. "Sister Barbara, why are you so familiar? Do you come to the hotel often?" Lin Lan's face reddened and she said, "Nonsense. I never came to the hotel to rehearse pushing you down in advance. Xiao Chen, not only did you come to the hotel, but you had to rehearse pushing me down in advance? Sister Barbara, do you want to hear what you're saying about tigers and wolves?" Seemingly realizing that she had spoken out of turn, Lin Lan hurriedly defended herself. "Little Chen, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. I'm not saying that I want to push you forcibly. I mean, trying to play a little adult play with you." Seeming to think that there was something wrong with games played by adults, too, she added. "And it's not that. I mean, it's the kind of thing that couples can do. You know?" Xiao Chen looked at her silently. "Sister Lan Lan, do you really think that these words you said make a big difference?" Lin Lan, speechless for a moment, she simply furrowed her brows, stepped forward, grabbed him by the shoulders and pressed him against the wall, and said furiously, "Well, since you've said so, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. That's right, I'm trying to force you, not just now, but before. Since you've promised me now, there's no choice for you to back out. Tonight, I have to eat you." Xiao Chen's heartbeat accelerated. Sure enough, as usual, Sister Barbara spoke with bravado and acted in a domineering manner. "But Arashi-san, I'm the guy. Shouldn't I take the initiative in this kind of thing?" Lin Lan, who says the man has to take the initiative? "Sister me, I'll show you today what it means for a woman to be in charge. Here's the bathroom. Get in. This bathroom has a huge bathtub." "Yo." Lin Lan smiled, with eyes like an unsuspecting little ant looking at a world-weary, innocent little proper man. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to react, she had already forcefully pushed Xiao Chen inside the bathroom. Then a finger picked up Xiao Chen's chin and said, "Little Chen, be good. Oh, listen to your sister's words. Go and put the water on. You're more familiar with this kind of thing than I am." Xiao Chen pursed his lips and looked at the domineering Lin Lan, always feeling that the roles between the two were not right. Shouldn't the actions and words of Lin Lan come out of his mouth? Yet he felt that even now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Isn't this very much in line with Arashi-san's usual style of getting along with herself? He turned his head away, turned on the faucet, adjusted the temperature, and let the water run. With the sound of the water clattering, the bathtub was filling up more and more slowly, and he looked at it, not daring to turn his head, but he clearly heard Arashi-san moving behind him, rustling around, not knowing what she was doing. When the water was ready, he said, "Sister Arashi, the water is ready." Lin Lan, "Well then you take off your clothes." Xiao Chen, "What am I taking off my clothes for? Aren't you taking a bath?" Lin Lan, "And I didn't say I wouldn't wash it." Xiao Chen, "You take a bath. What clothes I take off? Wait. She takes a shower and I have to undress. Again. Such a big tub. Arashi-san, will this be too soon? Arashi-san, where are your clothes?" Xiao Chen turned around and jumped in shock, the sound nearly shattering the glass door of the bathtub. Chapter 62. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Xiao Chen froze, and then his face was as red as if it had been roasted by fire. He saw Sister Arashi standing right in front of her, but the clothes she was wearing were gone. What to do? It's a blank slate. Xiao Chen was stunned out of his mind, only the snow-white Lin Lan in his eyes, and his brain seemed to have suddenly stopped functioning, and there was no reaction at all anymore. This scene could not be controlled. Still in his daze, Lin Lan revealed a bad smile, came up and hugged him, opened her red lips and gently bit on his ear, saying like a fox, "Stinky younger brother, what's the days? Come on, let my sister help you take off your clothes. Don't be afraid. Sister is a good person, but won't hurt you. Sister is very gentle." Her slender jade hand placed on Xiao Chen's clothes and pulled upwards. Xiao Chen didn't even react. Her six-pack abs had already been reflected in Lin Lan's eyes. Good looking. Is that the scent of hormones? It tastes so good. Lin Lan bit her red lips, feeling her little heart fly. What a fantastic picture. Craving for a long time. Okay. You think I'm a young lady, but I'm actually a little auntie's royal heart. Stinky brother. The slender white fingers placed on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately reacted. His hands subconsciously clasped his shoulders, and he looked at Lin Lan with wide eyes. Sister Lan Lan, don't be like this. This is too fast. I'm not prepared. Lin Lan wrinkled her nose and said badly, oops, what's there to prepare for? You just follow my rhythm. It's a good thing you're back from the dead. Xiao Chen, but I don't know how. He hadn't really studied it, because he had always been pure, and those aspects of it would be a knowledge blind spot, although it feels a bit humiliating to say it out loud. But now the arrow is on the string, but have to say it. Can't be in time by the Lan Lan sister found out and be ridiculed by her. It will be even more humiliating. Lin Lan still smiled. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Sister Lan Lan taught me? No. Lan Lan's sister. Do you want to listen to what you are saying or not? How do you feel? That she is more than me? But, I'm still young. Lin Lan, nonsense. We're all adults. Where's the smallness? Quickly stop talking nonsense and hurry up and let me check your body. Xiao Chen still wanted to resist, but Lin Lan was already impatient, and in 3 strokes, he disarmed his last defense, reached out and pressed, and Xiao Chen fell into the water. Lin Lan smoothly lay down and hugged him to her. The warm water covering her body was very warm, but Xiao Chen still had a warmth on him that was warmer than water, a warmth that was simply maddening. Lin Lan came to his ear and said with a cheeky smile, Stinky brother, don't resist. Oh, the more you resist the more excited I'll get. And I can't guarantee what kind of perverted things will happen at that time. Xiao Chen, Lin Lan, and you've been bullied by me for 10 years. Don't you have this realization yet? Do you think you can resist me with this amount of strength? Xiao Chen, I knew it. She's a hooligan. But then again, what Sister Erasure said wasn't unreasonable. With him resisting Sister Erasure? Are you kidding me? This is the Erasure sister who can finish the steel pipe with a single punch. I can't even think about it. Okay? What's the point of resisting if you can't resist? Xiao Chen twisted his head to look at Lin Lan whose eyes were full of blazing heat. His throat rolled and he gulped. That, Lan Lan's sister. Can you be gentle? Yes, I compromised, but I swear it was only because I couldn't resist her, and there was absolutely nothing in my heart to initiate. I am true with the gentleman. What? I don't know. Last week to Rice to go. So no more. Now to Rice to save $30. Back to right 2 days. The book results are poor, but still want to have a beginning and an end. For the life of the first love text to leave a good commemorative. So, cheeky to ask for a love of power to eat instant noodles. Chapter 63, A Shameless Life, the end. Lin Lan looked at Xiao Chen, who had a scowling and petulant appearance, and the person laughed and fluttered. It was true that the fresher the meat, the better it looked, the more mouth-watering it was, and the fresher you had been raised to be, the more delicate and delicious it would be. After raising you for so many years, isn't this the one you've been waiting for? And be gentle. You think I waited for you to grow up just to be gentle? Lin Lan bit her lip and narrowed her eyes, her entire body looking desirous to the extreme. Xiao Chen admitted that Lin Lan at this time was indeed too easy for people to lose their minds, just like her. Not to mention him, even if the Tang monk came, he couldn't carry it off. The Tang monk got past the king of the Daughter Kingdom, but he didn't believe that the Tang monk got past Sister Lan Lan. Lin Lan smiled and reached out with both hands to hold him by the neck and pulled him towards her body. Xiao Chen immediately jumped onto her. The soft touch came from every part of the skin on his chest. Xiao Chen felt like he was being set on fire. The whole person was burning. Sister Barbara's near-at-hand blooming beauty and that soft body were at his fingertips if he wanted them to be. Sister Barbara, don't talk, kiss me. Lin Lan pressed him forward with force, and Xiao Chen saw Sister Lan Lan's face zoom in, followed by a soft fragrance on his lips. Not to mention, it's quite tasty. First, there was the contact of lips, and then Xiao Chen felt Lin Lan break through the defense and drive in. He blushed, his heartbeat accelerated, but unprecedentedly just did not refuse, and even pandered a little. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm even catering to her? It's so humiliating, but this feels too good to be true. His hands began to become unsteady, slowly sliding from Arashi-san's face to her neck, and from there to her shoulders, but hesitated here, afraid to continue exploring. Sister Barbara frowned as she grabbed his palm and pressed it downward. Bastard, do I even have to teach you this? Xiao Chen's face was flushed red, and the extreme softness coming from his hands made him feel as if he was completely surrounded by this softness. It was indescribably comfortable, and the strength on his palms unconsciously increased. A petulant breath came out of Lin Lan's mouth, a sound that immediately made Xiao Chen feel like he was going to explode. Seduction. She's seducing. Who could resist such panting? Wow. While he was gasping for air, Lin Lan suddenly flipped up from the water and pressed Xiao Chen back down. Brat! Mr. Lin is going to start teaching you. You have to study hard. If you don't study well, Mr. Lin will spank your ass. Lin Lan smiled cheekily, and Xiao Chen was simply powerless to resist. All he felt was an indescribable sense of pleasure spreading throughout his body, and the bathroom was filled with fragrant scents. 4 years later, Xiao Chen's graduation defense was completed and he successfully got his diploma. With pleasure, he went home. Just as he reached the door, he already saw Lin Lan standing in the doorway watching him, and winked at him when she saw him return. Xiao Chen looked at her bulging stomach and said, "Sister Lan Lan, what are you doing? You're about to go into labor and still messing around. Don't move the fetus." Yes, a few months ago under Lin Lan's coercion, he gave in and managed to get Lin Lan pregnant with the dragon seed. But even if she was pregnant with a child, Lin Lan was still so beautiful. Xiao Chen sometimes felt that Sister Lan Lan was definitely a vixen. Otherwise how could she be so good looking? Obviously the baby is on the way, but she can still seduce herself with one look. When he thought of being pushed back by Sister Lan Lan, Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, from the beginning to the end, there was no hardening in front of Arashi-san. Although I'm not so bad myself, but Arashi-san is so tough. Have you ever seen that woman not losing a fight for 3 hours? I've seen it. Lin Lan smiled cheekily. What are you afraid of? Now moving the fetus, that's when this kid should land. There is no need to think about this now. Now you should think about what to give your most well-behaved and beautiful world's first and best wife online. Lin Lan hugged Xiao Chen with a sunny smile. Xiao Chen said, "Garlic spare ribs? Don't you like to eat them lately?" Lin Lan shook her head and gave a bad smile. "I don't. Today I won't eat ribs. Today I want to eat beauty milk." Xiao Chen froze for a moment, reacted, and said with a red face, "Sister Lan Lan, we're all going to be mothers now. Can't you restrain your words?" Lin Lan was serious. "Am I not restrained enough? What's that brat's nonsense? Get in there. I'm going to live without shame with you." A week later, Tiny Tatsu landed on the ground, proudly holding up his little dragon. Xiao Chen was a bit depressed. Not that bringing up the child was so tiring, but mainly because the child had been forcefully held by both parents, and he couldn't hold it at all. "Dad, Mom, please, that's my baby." End of book.